You think you're alone at night, but the house, it has other ideas. This is Paranormal M. Subscribe and hear what your walls have to say. Don't be embarrassed. The Haunted House. I once lived in an ancient Victorian house on the edge of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. It was built back in 1910. It had weathered more than a century of storms and stories. My husband bought it when he was barely 21, years before we ever met. And he always spoke of strange happenings inside those walls. I loved his passion for the place, but part of me dismissed the tales. I just dismissed them as old house creaks and drafts. Then the house decided to introduce itself to me. At first, the oddities were almost playful. A rocking horse in my daughter's room began to sway by itself on quiet nights. Battery-powered toys would burst into life long after their switches were off. I recorded some of it on my phone, half amused, half uneasy. Still, I found ways to rationalize everything. Old wiring and temperature shifts. Imagination. Until the afternoon, the house lost its patience. I was blow-drying my hair. I was in the upstairs bathroom. That's when I brushed the frayed plug against the socket. A sharp electrical shock. It shot right through my arm, almost like an invisible claw. My heart raced, but I just tried to laugh it off, wrapped in a towel of denial. 2 hours later, alone in the kitchen, the air turned unnaturally still. Then came the unmistakable sensation, an icy skeletal hand, one on each shoulder, pressing down hard. But I couldn't scream. It shoved me across the linoleum with such force that I nearly fell face first. There was no one else inside. My husband was working in the garden. I bolted out of the house screaming like someone else's voice was coming out of me. He listened quietly. Then, only he said, "I told you that house has a mind of its own." And the next day, my body betrayed me. Out of nowhere, I collapsed with violent chills and a fever that spiked to delirium. Doctors diagnosed an extreme case of pneumonia, one so severe they doubted I would live. And I don't smoke. I have no asthma. I've never had pneumonia in my life. Yet there I lay for 9 long days, drowning in air I just couldn't seem to breathe. When I finally returned home, I couldn't bear to cross the threshold of that house again. I now rent a small apartment, barely a mile away. My husband still keeps the old place, stubborn as ever. Keeps insisting, "It's alive, you just have to respect it." But I know what I felt. The shock had been more than electrical. It was the whole door. Something used that moment to reach me, and from the bony grip on my shoulders, I'm certain it was female, fiercely attached to my husband and furious at me for intruding. Was the shock a conduit, a charge that bridged the world of the living and the dead? I don't know. I only know the truth of cold hands, and a sickness that almost took me. The house still stands, silent and waiting, and I will never set foot in it again. I'll take a shoulder massage from anybody, no matter how bony the hands are. Linoleum floor part, not as much. Nah, it's fine. Rings in the dark. So, my neighbor and closest friend, Mara, They were killed by her estranged husband on the curb outside her apartment. Maybe that's why, even a year later, I just couldn't bring myself to erase her name from my phone. Every time I cleaned out old contacts, people I barely remembered or never needed to call again, I'd hover over hers and freeze. And deleting her felt like erasing the last thread that tied her to this world. So, one gray afternoon, while scrolling for someone else's number, my thumb stopped on Mara. I don't know why, maybe boredom or impulsive grief, but I tapped call. The line rang twice. Then click. Hello. It was her voice, familiar, soft, and unmistakable. My chest clamped tight. Mara, it's me. Hello? She repeated, distant as if from underwater, and I whispered, Can you hear me? Then the line went dead. I sat frozen, phone shaking in my hand, and almost called her mutual friend Jenna to tell her. But what would I say? Hey, Mara just answered her phone, and she's dead. No one would believe me. Maybe I didn't even believe me. The next day, I called again. She picked up again. Same soft hello, but nothing more. I called 5, 6, maybe 10 times over the week. At first she answered, then silence, straight to voicemail. I texted, no response. I told myself one last try. And this time she answered and her voice was sharp. I don't know who you are, but please stop calling me. You're scaring me. I nearly dropped the phone. My stomach turned cold. Mara's final living moments had been spent in terror because a man wouldn't leave her alone. And now I was the voice haunting her peace. I never called again. I stopped texting. But I just couldn't bring myself to delete her contact and still can't. A month later over dinner, Jenna brought up Mara, and between bites I asked, Do you still have her number? Yeah, she said. Tried calling? Jenna shrugged and dialed. She listened and lowered the phone. Disconnected, she said. Why? I forced a laugh. I was hoping that she'd answer. That's kinda dark, she said, and changed the subject. We never spoke of it again, and I haven't called since. Not because I've stopped wishing that she'd pick up, but because I don't want to frighten her. Still, some nights when the house is quiet and the dark feels heavy, I half expect the phone on my nightstand to light up with her name. Just once. Just long enough to say goodbye. The apartment that stayed behind. Today I want to share a story. Not quite a ghost story, because I don't believe what I experienced was a ghost. But something lived with us, and I'm certain of it. This sense of being watched never left. Whispers drifted through rooms, and more than one sight looked directly at whatever it was. The first time I saw it, I was 13. I'd just come home for lunch to our 11th floor apartment. I spotted my mother on a balcony. Strange. She should have been at work. But I was simply glad she was home. And at the door, I knocked several times. No answer, and I used my key, assuming that she didn't hear me. And inside the apartment went silent. The balcony was empty. Every room was empty. I convinced myself she must have taken the stairs to buy groceries while I was in the elevator. Then the house phone rang, and it was my mom, still at work, telling me that she'd be late. 2 years later, another encounter. My brother's room was my secret kingdom, mostly because of his beloved PlayStation. One weekend after a marathon of late-night games, I finally collapsed at 3 a.m., only to wake 2 hours later to the faint first add-on. The dawn call to prayer. In the dark, I saw my mother moving about, pots clinking softly. Not really unusual. She often prepared lunch early, so I fell back asleep. When I finally got up, sunlight flooded the house, and it was Saturday. Mom, still in pajamas, blinked at me when I asked why she'd been up so early. "I wasn't," she said. "I slept until 10. The third time may have saved our lives. One night I woke to my mother's voice again, calm but insistent, telling me to get up and smell the air. Something's wrong. And the apartment reeked of gas. So we shut off the valves, flung open windows, hearts pounding. And I later read about entire families never waking up from silent leaks. So whatever it was, it hadn't meant to harm us. But it didn't want us to leave either. Every time we tried to sell that apartment, buyers vanished. Calls went unanswered. Whenever moving was seriously discussed, my parents quarreled over absurd things, and the process always unraveled. And there were other moments, faint conversations in empty rooms, childhood memories of an imaginary friend that my parents teased me about. But fear, I never felt it, not once. It was as if the presence numbed the part of me that should have been afraid. Years have passed, and I've lived elsewhere, but nothing has felt as alive or as much like home as that 11th floor apartment. Even at crowded family gatherings, I catch myself waiting for somebody who never arrives. And if I could, I'd buy that apartment back. Maybe what I lost is still waiting there. Silent signals. This might run a bit long, but if you're looking for something gentle and quietly heartwarming, it's worth the read. No jump scares, just the kind of moments that stay with you. After nearly 3 years of fighting leukemia, my mom passed away in February of 2019. The whole family was devastated. But in those final weeks, she was only a shadow of her vibrant self, and I truly believe she finally found peace. She slipped away late at night. After the, hospital stillness, there really wasn't anything left to do. Maybe go home and try to rest myself. The next morning, I woke to the sound of muffled sobs. My dad was sitting at the bathroom floor, head in his hands, and our master bathroom has 2 sinks and a row of 4 vanity lights, 2 above each side. The 2 bulbs above my mom's side had gotten dark overnight. Maybe it was a coincidence, but paired with everything else that followed, well, it felt like something more to me. A few weeks later came the funeral, and after the service, my dad, my closest friend, and my girlfriend came back to the house. As soon as we opened the door, the hallway smoke detector shrieked to life. We froze, hearts hammering, but nothing was burning. The alarm, it seemed to stop as suddenly as it had started. In 20 years of living there, we'd never had a single false alarm, and we haven't since. And the last moment was stranger still. About a month later, my dad and I were frantically trying to pack for a school business competition. Mom had always been the one to organize things like this, and without her, we were both frazzled and snipping at each other. Then, crack! A sharp sound from their bedroom. We rushed in to find the closest pole. The one that had supported her clothes in her closet for 18 years. bent sharply in the center and torn from the wall. The clothes were untouched, almost neatly pooled beneath, and both of us just stopped. Our frustration dissolved into quiet, and somehow we felt calmer, as if she'd stepped in one last time to steady us. I don't claim to know what those moments really were. Electrical quirks or a faulty smoke detector, maybe. But when I think back, I'd like to believe my mom found small, wordless ways to remind us that she's still with us, just on the other side of the light. The visitor in the old house. When I was 16, about 8 years ago, my world turned upside down. My father was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. The disease had already spread to his brain. We lived in a creaky, century-old farmhouse on the edge of town. The kind of place where even strangers would pause and say, "Something about this house feels different." My friends almost never slept over. They said it felt like somebody else was always watching them. One winter night, I dozed off on the living room sofa. That was while Dad napped across from me. Sometime after midnight, a heavy silence pressed on me like a weight. I awoke with a jolt, and I instantly knew I wasn't alone. Across the dimly lit room stood an elderly woman, bent slightly, her eyes fixed on me while leaning over my sleeping father. Her skin was so pale it was nearly see-through, and her outline, it shimmered as though she were made of mist. Terror took over. I ran upstairs and I curled up in my sister's bed. I was whispering an apology in my head. "Sorry, Dad. You're on your own with the ghost tonight." I said nothing the next morning, until my mom casually mentioned that she thought she'd seen a ghost. And my heart skipped. Without prompting, she described an old woman with cropped dark curls, a thin frame, and a face drained of color. I matched what I'd seen, down to the smallest detail. Dad passed a few weeks later. Not long after the funeral, another strange night unfolded. I lay in bed around midnight. The house was silent except for the familiar groan of our 2-story staircase. That's when someone descended. I heard every step creak. Assuming my sister was sneaking a late-night snack, I just ignored it. Until my phone buzzed. "Hey, if you're coming back up, can you bring me some water?" she texted. A bit confused, I called out to her. She opened her door across the hall, equally baffled. We both swore we'd heard the other go downstairs, and together we crept down. The wooden steps were complaining under our feet. At the bottom, we froze. An unmistakable wave of perfume, old-fashioned and powdery. The kind our grandmother might have worn. It hung in the air. It was strong and strangely comforting, lingering as if somebody invisible stood right beside us. We checked every door and window, nothing. The house was perfectly still. Strangely, I wasn't afraid. Neither of us was. Just like the night I saw her, I felt a quiet assurance, as if the visitor meant no harm. Maybe, just maybe, she had come to guide my father gently to the other side. And I'm not sure what I believe about spirits. but it's hard to dismiss the way those two nights seemed to bind together. Over the years, more small mysteries happened in that old farmhouse. Footsteps in empty rooms, soft knocks when no one was there, and sometimes it felt eerie, but never dangerous. Oddly enough, that ancient house, haunted or not, it always felt like home. Miss that feeling. The Girl in the White Dress. It was about 7 years ago. It's when I was working at a huge retail store that everybody swore was haunted. I'd heard the rumors for months, but nothing strange had ever happened to me, until one late evening. My job was simple: unload the truck and stock the shelves. That night I was on the second floor, in an open area with endless rows of merchandise. The nearest coworker was at least 100 feet away from me. I was crouched down, lining up coffee mugs. That's when something flickered at the edge of my vision. A quick, dark movement, like a shadow slipping past. I straightened instantly with my heart pounding. Nothing. The floor around me was silent and empty. There were no corners to hide behind, no carts rolling, no footsteps. I even waved my arms, half laughing at myself, to see if I could recreate the shadow, and there was nothing. Shaken, but stubborn, I pushed it out of my mind. I just kept working. 1 hour later, heading back from my break, I passed a row of shelving lined with shiny plastic panels that reflected like mirrors. And as I walked by, I caught a glimpse of someone moving in the panel. So reflexively, I just turned. Yet, there was no one there. And for a moment, I brushed it off, thinking maybe I'd seen a mannequin's reflection. But then it hit me. The mannequins in that section had been taken down the week before. And what I saw, it hadn't been a mannequin at all. It was small, like a child, wearing a pale white dress at that. I tried to forget about it, but a few days later I told a coworker, and her eyes widened before I even finished. She said that just a few weeks earlier, she and another employee were heading toward the office. That's when they heard the sound of a child laughing, coming from the emergency stairwell. The same stairwell that was alarmed and locked, where no one could go without triggering a deafening alarm. No work orders, no maintenance, nothing. I don't work at that location anymore. I transferred to another store in a different state. People here whisper about ghosts too. But so far I haven't seen a thing. And yet, every time I pass a reflective panel, or if I hear faint laughter in the distance, I remember that fleeting white dress, and I wonder if it followed me after all. The House of the Vanishing Shadow. When we bought our house in the summer of 2024, we invited a pastor to bless it. No holy water, no incense, just simple prayers echoing through empty rooms, still smelling of paint. We felt safe, or, well, so we thought. Months later, our life just turned upside down. Finances bled dry from sudden repairs and medical bills. We hadn't changed our lifestyle, yet money kept slipping through invisible cracks. And at night, odd things stirred. Towels floated mid-air. Soft footsteps crossed empty halls. Whispered voices laced the silence, Closet doors clicked open on their own. Dreams grew heavy and strange. Whether on a living room couch or in the kids' bedroom, we would wake up shivering. One night, testing the children's room, I dreamt a closet door creaked wide. A tall shadow placed a cold hand on my knee. Instinctively, I set my own hand over it. I felt the solid weight. I jerked awake as the figure seemed to melt into the dark. By spring, the house no longer felt like ours. On August 2nd, 2025, we finally called a medium, and she asked for unusual offerings. Candies and biscuits and incense, gin, cigarettes, and candles. She set 6 candles on a plate, planted the cigarettes upright in a bowl of rice, raw and garlic. Then she began chanting while every door stood wide open, and at her request we plugged in a microphone so her prayers would reach every corner. Midway through, she asked if we kept a crucifix or a saint statue. We hesitated because a tiny saint figure still boxed near the stairs. It hardly seemed to count. As she invoked the spirits, one candle flared and burnt out in 6 minutes. A restless one leaving, she said. 2 cigarettes hissed as if somebody smoked them fast, and the flames on the rest stood unnervingly still and tall. The speaker crackled. Voices faded in and out, and we heard faint thuds from upstairs. A metallic clatter from the garage. The medium stumbled over our names, complaining of unseen distractions. And when she asked the spirits to move the candle flames, they did as if they understood, and the fire obeyed. A chill passed through all of us. She questioned why they tormented us, and the answer came. We had prospered, but never offered thanks. She prayed for forgiveness and dedicated the food and drink. As incense smoke thickened, a distorted, deep voice suddenly sang along with her, a sound so eerie we all froze. And then she asked out loud, "Will you leave after this meal?" And from the speaker came a small, clear voice. "Amen." Maybe the Filipino opo, a respectful yes, and one of my relatives wept. The medium sprinkled holy water into every corner, while we trailed behind, fuming the rooms with incense. And halfway down the stairs, she stopped near the tiny saint statue still sealed in plastic. "It wants to be free," she whispered. And at that moment, the microphone's voice shifted. It shifted into a high pitch and childlike. And when the session ended, she described what she'd seen. A Capri, the giant tree-dwelling spirit crouching inside the children's closet. A child roaming the upstairs hallway. A shadow seated on the living room couch. The very source of our sleep paralysis. And she added that one child in our family carried an open third eye, attracting spirits eager to play when she sat alone. And even now, at the house ritually cleansed, we sometimes sense unseen eyes watching. And perhaps awareness itself is the final haunting. Well, we had sought a home, and instead we found a mystery that refuses to fade. The Ozone Phantom. I was hitchhiking last night, closer to midnight than I cared to admit, and along a pine-shadowed trail in the Jemez Mountains of northern New Mexico. And it's a loop I know well, maybe 8 miles round trip, and I've done it so often I could almost walk it blindfolded. Almost. About halfway back, something strange crept in. First, it was the smell, that sharp metallic tang of overheating wires, like a laptop running too long or the fire blast of a furnace after months of disuse. Only this was outdoors, under cold stars. With each step, the scent thickened, as if the forest itself had swallowed a power plant. Odd, sure, but I kept walking. And then the air changed, and it wasn't just a chill. More like the forest exhaled something ancient and unfriendly. The sensation hit me like a wave. Sudden, physical, and undeniable. My chest tightened. The back of my neck prickled, and I tried the usual tricks like steady breathing, telling myself it was nothing. But the dread only deepened. Every crunch of gravel behind me felt alive. I swept my beam across the dark. No eye shine, no owl, no cougar crouched in the bush. I even sang a verse or two of an old blues tune, the way I usually do to warn off bears. The light on my headlamp burned like a miniature sun. Yet, the feeling of being watched thickened until silence itself seemed to press on me. By the time the trail had appeared, I was running. A 6'4", 270-pound freight train of panic, lungs burning in the high-altitude air. The instant my boots hit the gravel lot, the weight lifted like a like a switch flipped. And the strange smell lingered faintly, but the invisible presence was gone. And I'm not one for ghost stories, because Sunday school prayers have gathered dust in my memory for decades. But they came tumbling out of me on that trail without thought. And even now, typing this, my stomach knots. Maybe there's a tidy explanation. Ozone from a distant lightning strike. A shorted transformer. Maybe a predator's musk. I'd like to believe that. I really would. But something up there last night wanted me gone. And for a few long miles, I didn't need to be told twice. Midnight echoes on the river. We live in a brand new apartment complex. It's perched along a quiet river, where the night usually hums with nothing but water and wind. But around 2 a.m. last Thursday, something happened. Something that still makes the back of my neck prickle. We were deep asleep when a sudden hard pounding rattled her front door. 3 sharp, deliberate knocks. The kind that sound more like a police demand than a neighborly tap. My heart leapt. We didn't open it, and instead we waited a few tense seconds. Then we crept to the peephole. Empty hallway. Our ring camera recorded nothing. No visitor, no shadow. Which is odd because hardly anybody lives here. On our floor and the one below, every unit is empty except ours. Whoever knocked couldn't have just mistaken the door. It felt intentional. Then it got stranger, believe it or not. A friend who lives 2 buildings over, also riverfront. They texted me the next morning. At almost the exact time, she heard furious banging against her 3rd-floor patio door. No ladder, no balcony access. Nothing. Another neighbor on her floor heard it too, but couldn't tell where it came from. Downstairs, our 1st-floor neighbors and their terrier were awake in an instant. They said the knocking wasn't right at their door, but echoed so sharply it made their dog howl. Our own dog barked until he was hoarse. When I told the property manager, she gave me a look that was half apology and half warning. She said the complex was built over what locals once called the river's resting ground, and whispered about other reports, unexplained footsteps and empty apartments. When the first building was finished, doors slamming and units that hadn't even been rented yet. Coincidence, maybe, but the timing, the silence on the cameras and the way the knocks felt, not like a prank but a summons, makes me think something else crossed the river with us that night. The Watcher in the Concrete Room. I'm 16. Life has been complicated lately. After we lost our apartment, Mom and I moved in with my grandmother. I took the basement. It's massive, with a half-finished bathroom and 2 entrances that lead to a maze of raw concrete pipes and the washer and dryer. At first, it felt like a new start. But then my happiest little guinea pig Buzz died, and he'd been bouncing with energy the entire 17-hour drive. And even the first day here, it changed on day 2. He stopped eating and drinking, and then quietly faded in my arms. He hadn't been sick, and it was sudden, and it was eerie. And here's the thing, the basement already kinda has a story. My Nana once told us that she wouldn't vacuum down here anymore. And that was because the people in the basement hated when I vacuum, as she would say. We all laughed it off as her imagination, and now I'm not so sure. It began small. 2 decorations that had been glued to the wall for weeks dropped in the middle of the night. At almost the exact same time. No nails loosened. No vibration, just a plop. A few nights later, I was sorting clothes in the bathroom closet. That's when I stopped mid-step. My heart was going wild for what I thought was no reason. I scanned the room and saw it, though. A black veiled head peeking over a stack of boxes. I barely blinked before it slipped out of sight. It was like somebody suddenly let go of a puppet string. I forced myself to check. Behind the boxes, there was nothing. Empty concrete. That night I burned sage. I set a crystal in the doorway. Maybe a superstition, maybe courage, but as I was getting ready for bed, bang, bang, bang on the window. And it was 2 a.m. I'd lived here over a month and never heard a single sound from those windows before. And now it happens almost every night, except when I leave the doorway uncovered. Strangely, the banging only comes when I kind of hang a blanket across it. So I lie here wondering, is something down here angry at me or watching me? Maybe it liked Buzz too much or hated him. I don't know. But I do have 2 more guinea pigs, and the thought just knots my stomach up. I don't know if the presence is evil or just curious, but the concrete room feels different now, like it's breathing and waiting. And every time I turn out the light, I swear the dark is leaning closer to me. The salt in the sand. Oh boy, dropped my phone, lost my spot. Where am I? Story number 11, I believe. Aha. Gotcha. I used to tell myself that exhaustion played tricks, that shadows only grew fangs when you were half awake and running on Rippet and bad chow. Running on Rippet? But what happened at Greyhound keeps me up more nights than mortars ever did. What? Make of it what you will. Oh, okay. Outpost Greyhound, Sanghin District, Helmand Province. Late September 2011. Gotcha. Greyhound was much of a base, more like a forgotten scar. 4 walls of Hesco, 2 plywood boxes that we called hooches, and a half-collapsed Soviet fighting pit we repurposed into a radio shack. Our platoon, 30-plus combat engineers, we shared the place with a squad of Georgians and 1 Afghan Terp, Shams who chain-smoked and cursed in 3 languages. We cleared Route 16 by day, dodging pressure plates and potholes. And by night, we told ourselves the scratching in the walls was just the rats and not something else. Week 1. 3rd night on watch, Lance Corporal Ortiz and I pulled mid-shift. The moon looked like rust, throwing light so sharp you expected every shadow to move. And around 0200, Ortiz froze. You see that? Through the NVGs, a lone figure, maybe 60 meters out, drifting parallel to the wire. No gear, no weapon, just walking like he had all the time in the world. And what hit me was the uniform. Washed out Soviet camo. Soviet. Sleeves rolled in one of those old turtle shell helmets you'd only seen in a museum. Ortiz lased him with IR. No reaction. Then, as if somebody cut the feed, the shape blinked out. Thermal scope showed nothing, just sand bleeding heat into the night. So we reported. The sergeant of the guard shrugged. Some farmer, probably. Easy answer. We went back to staring at shadows. Week 2. The strangeness stacked up. The radio cracked with Russian bursts that lasted half a second before dissolving into static. Shams swore it wasn't Pashto, Dari, or Uzbek. And one morning he found a Soviet boot tread under Ortiz's tower. The print was pointing inward. Our lights blew at 2100 every night. Brand new bulbs. Electrician tore the lines apart, no shorts, no surges. At the time, we blamed the generator, and we learned to stop asking. Week 3. The patrol. On the 27th of September, we dismounted to clear a culvert flagged as a possible IED site. I swept point with a detector. Solid tone. Under the dirt, a rusted Soviet mine, fuse long gone. And beneath it lay a corroded dog tag. Cyrillic, nearly eaten away. Then the wind shifted and the air smelled like salt water mixed with burnt diesel. Impossible. We were 30 miles from anything wetter than a canal. Ortiz whispered, "Smells like Norfolk Harbor." Though he'd grown up in Virginia and hadn't seen the ocean in years, the smell disappeared like it had never been there. Half an hour later, Ortiz stepped on a plate. The blast painted the sky bright orange, and I reached him in seconds, and he was alive and screaming, asking if the tide was coming in. He died before the bird even cleared the wadi. Week 4, the bunker. 3 nights after Ortiz's ramp ceremony, I drew solo radio watch. At 0109, the 117 squawked, and it was rushing again, low grinding like gravel dragging over grass. Then in English a whisper, "Don't touch the salt." Then it died. I stepped outside for a smoke, hand shaking. The figure stood 10 feet away, inside the wire, moonlight watching over the Soviet blast. The helmet basically was hiding everything but the hollows where the eyes should have been. He raised an arm, pointed south, toward the culvert where Ortiz had gone down, then turned, walking into the shattered Soviet bunker. I followed because Marines never learn. Inside, the air turned refrigerator cold. Moonlight lit fresh gouges in the concrete floor, like somebody had pried it open. Beneath, a stash wrapped in burlap. 6 more mines and a homemade charge wired to a fertilizer jug. The transmitter sat waiting. It was keyed to our patrol frequency. One wrong click, and Greyhound would have been a crater. EOD ripped it all out at sunrise. Aftermath. Command said it was Taliban using Soviet leftovers. Ortiz's death went down as bad luck. A plate in the wrong patch of sand. Neat, tidy. But no reports explain why the boot print faced in and why the air smelled like the sea. Why the radio spoke in a dead tongue. Or why every man who walked into that bunker felt the temperature crash. On the 3rd of October, the generator shack caught fire. Flames jumped the HESCO, chewed the bunker down to ash. We evacuated north and the Greyhound never got rebuilt. I tell myself it was stress or bad wiring, tricks of the dark. But when I dream, I smell diesel and brine. And I see Ortiz, standing on the deck of a ship no one sails anymore, waving me off with a grin, both legs gone. Well, if ghosts wear uniforms, some of them are still digging through Hellman's dust, searching for salt where no ocean belongs. And sometimes, if you're unlucky, they look up and notice you. Lieutenant Dan. The girl beneath the bed. I've lived with ghostly disturbances for really as long as I can remember, and at this point it feels almost ordinary. Growing up in a devout Muslim household, we often had scholars come by for ruqya, spiritual healing, and even numerological findings. Don't get me started on numerology. Most of the elders said our home carried a weight, something unclean and restless. I still recall how fights would flare up in the house for no reason at all, like someone was whispering venom into our ears. Objects vanished without explanation. Keys, cutlery, and sometimes entire sets of clothes. Once we found red streaks along the stairwell wall. It was as though somebody had dragged bloody fingers across it. And the scissors. Always the scissors. They would go missing, only for us to find torn fabrics later as if cut by invisible hands. Things quieted a little after my father's heart attack. Our family began praying more consistently, fasting more devoutly, hoping that discipline would bring peace. It helped, but the shadows never really left. When my father passed away, my younger brother moved into his room, and 2 nights later he burst into mine, pale and trembling, swearing that he had seen winged shadows flying near the ceiling. From then on, my mother and I made it a ritual to recite the Quran in that room every evening. One summer Ramadan, I had just finished suhoor, the pre-dawn meal, and I made ablution. Forgive me, because I do not know these terms. Or the language. I sat down with the Quran, but somewhere between the verses, sleep pulled me under. In that half-dreaming state, I saw her, a girl no older than 12, slip through the mesh door of my father's old room, as though it wasn't even there. I froze, utter paralyzed. My lips could barely form Allah's name, but I forced the words out. She looked at me calm and whispered, "Do not fear, I call upon Allah too. But you must know, beneath the bed you sit on, my family lives, and when you disturb it, we suffer." And then I heard the squeak of wheels. A child emerged from under the bed, circling the room on a rusted tricycle, its bell tinkling in the silence. And that moment is burned into me. It was too real and too sharp to dismiss as a dream. Some scholars tell me I have a gift, that I'm naturally open to both worlds. Others warn it might be a sickness of the mind. I don't know which is true, and all I know is that something lives beneath the surface of our world, and sometimes it looks straight back at me. And I hope to anything that's out there that numerology and psychics aren't always right. If so, I have about 1.5 years left. Stay tuned, I guess. Open for the other option. The Woman on the Road. A little over a month ago, my fiancé and I were heading to his place. He lives almost 2 hours away from me. I was the one driving, and for some reason the GPS took us a way that we'd never gone before, and well, I always keep it on. Even when I know the route, really, because I just get distracted easily. Except for my daily work drive, but anyway. This time it decided to lead us through some unfamiliar back roads. At the time, we had been having a nice talk about our engagement plans before he dozed off. The second I turned down this unlit gravel road, though, I felt wrong. Not anxious, not spooked, just wrong. I've always thought I was sensitive to paranormal stuff. Maybe because of what happened when I was younger. I technically died for a bit. But this wasn't like the usual heaviness I feel when something's near. This was different. We were surrounded by trees. No lights, no houses, nothing but dust and shadows. My fiancé woke up, looked around, and said that he felt weird too. Before he even mentioned anything, that road, it's never shown up on a GPS again. Once we got off of it, it felt lighter, but not normal, and something stayed with us. Exactly a week later, I was driving back alone after dropping him off. Mid-call with him, my phone cut out. Then all of the light in my car died. Dashboard, headlights, and everything. Not even my hazard lights worked. Then just as suddenly everything came back on like nothing happened. He told me later he'd felt something then, like a shift. In that same week, he finally saw the thing I'd been sensing since childhood. I'd given him vague descriptions before, but he described it back to me in detail. Way too much detail. But life went on, and I started getting my old fear of the dark again. Sometimes, electronics flickered, and I would just tell myself it was bad wiring or something wrong with the house. Then one night he confessed a dream. He was at the mall, but replayed that car ride when he'd fallen asleep. Except this time, Something tall and broken boned came running at him with its jaw unhinged, screaming. And that's when he finally admitted the truth about that gravel road. He had seen someone, a woman, classic horror cliché white dress, long black hair. And every time we rounded a corner, she was closer, and sometimes switching sides of the road until finally she appeared directly in front of the car. He swears that I drove straight through her, that at the corner of his eye, he saw her slumped in the back seat like a corpse. And I hadn't known this, but at the time, every time I turned to look at him, he told me, "Eyes on the road." Not because I was distracting him, because he didn't want me to notice her. I never told him this, but since the night the car died, I've been terrified to look in the rearview mirror, too. And last weekend sealed it. Like a very well-made piece of Tupperware, mind you. We were in the house sitting with my parents. We were watching Midnight Gospel. He thought his anxiety was just triggered by the episode on death. But later that night, while I was asleep on the couch, he woke to see a figure watching from the kitchen. He said it kept peeking around the corner like it was checking if he was still awake. And in my dream, that same night, I went into the kitchen to grab water, and I sprinted back for no reason. Not like me at all. We compared notes in the morning. My dream, his sighting, they both matched. And now, I don't know what's happening. My gut says this isn't just stress. But if it isn't, then what do we do? The water that wasn't there. This isn't something that just happened. It's a thread running through my life, stitched in strange intervals. My mother was the first to tell me about it. And back then, when we were talking about things that never quite fit into reason. When I was a child, we moved into this new house. The furniture hadn't arrived yet, and most of the utilities, like the gas and electricity, and even the tap water, we were still waiting for it to all be sort of just connected. And a family dispute rushed the move, so we slept on a mattress directly on the floor. Poor baby. My mother said that when we woke the next morning, the whole room was wet. Not damp, not humid, but soaked. As if the floor had become a shallow pond around us. She was working as a reporter at the time, had a fairly advanced camera for that period, and she swore she took pictures, but when she tried to develop the negatives, all she got was a blinding reflection on the floor, almost as like polished steel under harsh light. The rolls themselves were ruined, obviously. Years later, during my time in college, I stayed behind one night. That was while my roommates went out. The old house creaked like it had a life of its own, and the backyard was a wild mess of weeds and clover. And at about 2 a.m, I woke to the sound of rushing water, like a hidden river in the walls. Curious, I stepped out of bed, and my socks sank into the floor that should have been dry. When I began my medical specialty, it followed me again. I came home after a shift, and the carpet in my apartment was so heavy with water that it squelched under my steps. The weather reports insisted that there hadn't been rain for a month, and the building was practically new. No leaks, no pipes bursting, but the air smelled faintly metallic like wet coins. Later, during a rotation in Mexico City, I rented a room in a decaying old mansion. And that time, I thought I had an explanation, like leaks or broken pipe or bad maintenance. When I came home one evening, a cardboard box I'd left on the floor, along with a pile of clothes, were soaked through. The landlady, unbothered and vaguely annoyed, insisted no pipes had broken. "No water problem here," she said. I believed her less than I wanted to. Then now, most recently, I've just had my first child. Congratulations. My wife and I moved into a new house 3 months ago. Perfectly dry, perfectly modern. The first night the baby was home, we barely slept. And sometime around dawn, I saw it again. Water not dripping but emerging, spreading out of the mirror as though the glass itself were weeping. I grabbed my phone, but the camera froze. By the time the light was on, the floor was bone dry. My wife doesn't believe me. She won't let me take down the mirror, no matter what I've told her. But I can't help thinking it's not the house or the pipes or the weather, it's me. And I have no idea when the water will rise again. The Evening Visitor. So, after finishing my high school exams, I started tutoring at home to keep myself busy. My little classroom consisted of 3 teenage girls, my childhood friend's younger sister, who we're going to call M, nice choice, and 2 of her classmates. They usually came over in the evenings, straight after their math and science lessons at a coaching center just down the lane from my house. They weren't the most punctual students. Sometimes they skipped, but they always texted me first. Probably because they knew I didn't mind. I secretly enjoyed the unexpected free time. One evening, though, something strange happened. My father was unwell that day, and I was sitting beside him in his room. And from where I sat, the front gate was perfectly visible. At around 6 p.m., I heard it creak open. And when I glanced up, I saw M enter. She passed through the gate, walked along the path toward the study room, even glanced at me. Her expression wasn't cheerful like usual. It was oddly blank, almost heavy. Still, I just figured she was tired from the long day. Told my dad I'd be back in about an hour, grabbing my notes, and went to the tutoring room. But the room was empty. I checked outside, the gate was shut. The lane was quiet. Thought maybe she'd gone to fetch her friend, so I waited about 10 minutes. Then 15. No one came, and eventually I assumed it was another one of their bunking days, and I just shrugged it off. The next day, all 3 of them showed up. Casually, I asked Em why she had come yesterday only to vanish. She frowned, genuinely puzzled. "No, brother," she said. "I didn't come here at all. I had a fever, so I called my sister during class and went home with her." Her 2 friends nodded in agreement, and they bunked only because Em wasn't around. At first, I thought they were pulling some silly prank. But a few days later, her older sister dropped by, and I mentioned it as a joke. She looked at me strangely and confirmed the same story. Em had phoned her, and they had gone straight home from a coaching center. So who was it that walked through my gate? Who looked me straight in the eye? It was early evening, and the light was clear, and I wasn't tired, and I wasn't expecting her, and definitely wasn't hallucinating. And if it had been a prank, why didn't they ever bring it up again? To this day, I can't explain it. That quiet figure in the twilight, M's face and M's walk and M's serious eyes, they still linger in my memory. Wherever she was, she wanted to be seen. When the phone rings twice. So my neighbor, her name is Cindy, and my closest friend since middle school. They were killed by I didn't know him that well, but her ex-boyfriend was right on the sidewalk in front of her little brick house. Maybe it was because she'd been my best friend for so long, but I couldn't bring myself to delete her contact from my phone. Years slipped by. Every time I cleaned up my contacts, deleted old coworkers and people I barely remembered, numbers that no longer mattered. I'd hover over Cindy's name. I couldn't swipe it away. Deleting her felt like erasing someone bigger than a name. One gray evening, while scrolling for a coworker's number, my thumb passed over hers and the narrator had wicked deja vu. The phone rang once, twice, and she answered. For a second I couldn't breathe. Is that you? It's me, can you hear me? Hello? I said it's me again. She hung up and the narrator's deja vu got even stronger. I almost told her friends, but the thought of sounding like I'd completely lost it and the possibility of reopening everyone's grief kept me quiet. The next day I called again and she answered again. Same distant hello, almost like it was being told a second time. Like she was standing at the bottom of a well from a story told earlier. I called 8 maybe 10 times over the week. Eventually, the calls went straight to voicemail. Voicemail in the past, which was already full. So I kept texting and my thumbs kept getting all weird and red. And finally I told myself, one last try. My second last try. And she picked up and a soft, tense voice said, I don't know who this is. Please stop. You're scaring me. Yeah. The words hit like a punch. A sucker punch. Claire's final moments alive had been filled with fear of a man who wouldn't leave her alone. And now, for a second time, I'd become that voice in the dark. I wanted to apologize, but to do that, I'd have to dial again. Not the soap kind. Put the phone down, and I never pressed call. I didn't even press the subject. Still couldn't delete her, though. I still can't. I don't even think I know how. Weeks later, over dinner, our friend Margot mentioned Cindy. I asked if she still had their number, and she nodded, and I said, call it. I said that trying to sound casual. Call it. Margot gave me a puzzled look, but she dialed the number. She held the phone to her ear and waited and finally said, disconnected. What did you expect? I gave a thin laugh instead of a weighty one. I was hoping she might answer. That's kind of messed up, she said. We let the subject drop, and we never brought it up again. Haven't called since. I don't want to frighten her, because wherever she is... Oh, don't want to frighten her wherever she is. But every now and then, my phone lights up in the dark, and I still wish it was her name on the screen. Round 2. Grandpa in the Nightlight. Last Saturday night, my little boy, just a few months past 2, they were recovering from a mild stomach bug. And to keep watch after bedtime, I set up the video monitor so I could check for any sudden sickness. At around 11:30 p.m., the screen blinked awake, the soft blue light that means sound detected. At first, it was nothing unusual. Baby chatter like a jumble of half-words. But then, about 5 minutes later, I noticed he wasn't just mumbling. He was awake, eyes wide and chatting, to someone. He kept looking up toward the ceiling and pointing. The phrase I caught most clearly was a gentle, "Go sleep, go sleep." What unnerved me wasn't just his focus, it was that faint extra sound. I could have sworn I heard a deeper voice, low and calm, like a man quietly answering him. I told myself it was the late hours playing tricks, and my partner was brushing his teeth in the next room. Maybe it was just echoes. I let it go and eventually drifted off. Morning brought an impulse I can't quite explain. My grandfather passed away 5 years ago, long before my son was born. We were close, but I'd never shown my boy a single photo. Still, I fetched an old framed picture and casually asked, "Do you know who this is?" Without hesitation, he said, "Grandpa." I froze, thinking I misheard, and I asked again. Same small, certain voice. "Grandpa." "Where is he?" I asked. He looked upstairs. "Up there." I carried him up and asked again, and he toddled straight into his room, pointed at his crib and said, "He gone now." I stood there a little breathless. Tears welled, not from fear, but something warmer. Felt like a quiet assurance that my grandfather, whom my children will never meet in the ordinary way, still drifts nearby, watching, maybe even whispering good night when they need it most. The Boy Who Came Out of the Dark. When I was 15, I had a foster brother who was basically raised by my foster parents. The same age as me, same stubborn grin. We spent every free minute on the courts, shooting hoops until our legs ached and the sun sank. Going home after dark was the rule back then. You knew you'd earned it. One Saturday I left earlier than usual, baked and beat from a full day in the sun. My brother stayed out with his friends. He liked hanging out at their place, sometimes getting dropped off pretty late. His dad popped his head into my room that evening and said, casually, that my brother had called and was waiting for me at the park, and I figured he'd been there a while. So I dragged myself back out. The court was empty. The streetlight nearby gave the asphalt a weak glow, but the rest of the park fell into a kind of hungry shadow. I walked deeper in, calling his name, and every few steps a flock of birds would explode out of the grass. It was sharp, and there were surprised cries. Made the hair on my arms stand up, and the farther I went, the harder it was to see. Trees became one dark shape, the path a suggestion. I had that stupid, jittery thought that someone or something could slip up behind me. I wouldn't notice until it was too close. I doubled back and I hugged the road for a better view. I called his name twice more, louder this time. There was nothing. The air felt thick, like the night itself was holding its breath, and I decided to cut my losses and run home. But then someone stepped out of the shadows and waved, and it looked like him, and relief hit me. I started jogging toward the shade. As I closed the distance, it turned away and walked toward the tree line. I kept after it, with my eyes locked, and a few meters before it reached it, the figure simply vanished. I swear I felt my ribs stop for at least one beat, and I jumped and bolted. Full sprint, heart slamming in my throat all the way home without looking back. A few days later, after school, I came into an empty house, and my brother was at the park again. Something called my name from just outside my bedroom door, quiet like somebody playing hide and seek, and I froze. The voice called again, louder this time, and I don't know what possessed me, but I climbed out of my window and I left through the yard instead of opening that door. After that, I stopped being casual about the house. I'd crash at a friend's place until my parents came home. When I finally told my brother what I'd heard, he shrugged it off, skeptical, like brothers always are. Not long after, I was adopted and moved away. He stayed behind in that house. Now I'm 31, and when I asked him recently about those nights, he got quiet. He admitted in a half-joked, half-serious breath that weird things started happening after I left. He didn't want to give it a name and wouldn't feed it with words, but he said enough for me to know he believed it. The house had a presence, something that didn't like to be ignored. I can't decide if the scariest part was the thing that vanished in the park, or the part of me that still thinks I might hear my name called from the other side of a closed door. Either way, it's one of those memories that shows up uninvited, like a distant silhouette under a streetlight. Sorry, my voice is completely shot. I've been feeling not so great. In all ways one can consider. God help me. The foot at the threshold. This actually happened when I was 11. About 6 months earlier, we'd moved into a creaky old 2-story house in tiny Ohio. The kind of place where every floorboard has its opinion and layout matters, because that's what made the whole thing feel so huge and lonely that night. When you came in the front door, you saw the staircase. Little landing halfway up, and it turned left and continued to the second floor with a dozen stubbornly squeaky steps. At the top, my room was to the right, my older brother's room to the left, and a single bathroom sat dead ahead over the landing. On the first floor, my parents' room, which might once have been a parlor, was to the left, full of old glass-pane doors with a short hall that led around to the living room directly beneath the stairs. And off the living room was a big dining room, and past that the kitchen. That evening, Mom and Dad were out at the movies. And yet, it was just me and my brother, and it wasn't quite dark yet, though. We were parked in the living room watching whatever MTV was playing. He was sprawled in the recliner, and I was on the couch, thinking I could hear the house breathing. Then I had to pee badly. The idea of running up the stairwell alone made my stomach flip. I asked him to come with me. He laughed and called me a baby. I begged and he said, "Shut up." Finally, I made him promise not to hide and jump out at me. He threw a pillow at me like a peace treaty and mumbled a promise. I bolted up the stairs faster than my 11-year-old legs had any right to move. It still wasn't fully dark outside, which helped, and I slammed into the bathroom, shut the door, and hopped up on the seat. The door had no lock, which was great, but there was a 4-inch gap under it so you could see if anybody stood there. Halfway through, the stairs creaked. My heart kicked. I started scolding my brother through the door, telling him I'd tell Mom and Dad when they got back. I peered down at the gap and I froze. There were bare feet planted right in front of the door, as if whoever stood there had their forehead pressed to the wood. My stomach dropped. He'd forgotten about the gap, and he'd promised. Idiot. In a flash, I flushed, yanked the door open, and sprinted down the stairs, hoping to beat him to the living room, and I was small, but I was fast. I skidded to a stop in the doorway. He was still in the recliner, remote in his hand, looking like he'd never moved. My breath hitched. Then I looked down at his feet. Fuzzy slippers. He was wearing slippers. I hadn't seen him move, and panic flooded me. Someone's in the house. We bolted up, grabbed the aluminum baseball bat that we kept by the coat rack, and we searched every room until our legs burned. Basement, attic, closets. Nothing. No sign of anyone, no prints on the porch, no shadows in the hall. Just the same old house, creaking and indifferent. To this day, I still get a cold, sudden chill thinking about those bare feet in the threshold, and how close I came to running into something or someone that wasn't my brother. The toll and the silence. Truly, the most terrifying thing that ever happened to me, and I'd happily go the rest of my life without a repeat. I must have been 12, maybe 13. It was a humid summer night, and I woke to the sound like distant cathedral bells, only deeper, like something huge and iron and heavy tolling from far away. For a half-asleep moment, I tried to place it. I knew every creak and hum of my street and didn't have a bell tower. The resonance rolled through my bones and left me disoriented and creeping out of the comfortable blur of sleep into a very cold, clear fear. I tried to go back under the covers, but the sensation of being watched, it slapped me awake. Like the first time somebody broke into your private space and you suddenly realized you're not alone. It was a pressure behind my eyes and at the base of my skull. I peeked out and I saw something that felt wrong for any sane world. A smoky black mist pooled by my window, crawling along the molding and across the ceiling like ink trying to spread. It had no shape I could name. Then it pressed down. Not with hands, but with a weight that settled over my chest and squeezed the air right out of me. My throat closed tighter and tighter, and I could feel the panic. The scraping of breath that wouldn't come. It wasn't fingers on my neck, nothing physical, but the sensation was brutally real. I had been raised extremely Christian, and at the time, church was everything to me. My reflex was to pray, to force psalms and the Lord's Prayer and worship songs up through my mind like weapons. My mouth wouldn't work, and I tried to sing, and there was nothing. The entity, whatever it was, it seemed to silence me on purpose. That helpless, mute terror made me hysterical. I remember screaming without sound, and my limbs heavy and numb as if I was wrapped in some sort of lead. So I fought back the only way I could, by projecting the prayers inward with everything I had. I concentrated so hard on the words Psalm 23 looping in my head like a mantra. The pressure would ease when I held the thought, and the instant my focus slipped because I dared to hope the weight slammed back. Thought it went on for hours, and later I learned it was probably 30 to 40 minutes. And that's when it finally left. Ran to my mother's room soaked in sweat and crying and shaking. She let me sleep with her and told me the bell, like clashing I'd heard, was the sound of a spiritual force at war. Angels and demons bumping into each other. Back then, that made grim sense. And I'd told almost no one. Plenty of people shrug and call it a night terror, and maybe that fits the body's response. But whatever label you put on it, it was profound and razor-sharp for me. One that opened a door I can't unsee, and I don't care if you don't believe it. Nothing you say will convince me that it, at least what I was feeling, wasn't real. The doll in the quiet room. A year after Nana passed away, she left us 2 porcelain dolls. I got a brunette in a silver dress, fragile, eyes like polished glass. My sister took a freckled redhead in a navy frock. They sat on a high bookshelf collecting dust like small patient statues. And I've always been into the paranormal, so one late evening in 2023 I decided to test them. I downloaded like this EVP app. It was nothing fancy, just white noise and a digital spirit box. Placed my phone between the dolls, and the house was quiet except the old clock ticking. The moment I switched the app on, 2 thin female voices whispered together with a deeper male voice rumbling behind them. When asked a simple question, one of the women started to answer, but the man cut in, odd syllables that slipped between Latin and broken English. Everything fell silent. The woman returned, the hairs on my arm stood up, and I swallowed and asked, "Is anyone with these dolls or in this room? And if so, give a name." The male voice came through, clear and amused. "Lucifer." Then it laughed, a small, pleased sound like somebody enjoying a private joke. I told it wasn't welcome, and the laugh turned into a soft, cruel chuckle. I hit the app stop button before I could lift my hand away. 3 tiny voices, children's voices. They chimed together at one short, plaintive chorus. "Why?" That single word terrified me more than the name ever could. I closed the app and deleted it and shoved the dolls back on the shelf. Sometimes at night, I still wonder, did I close the door or did I wake something that was waiting? The window in the art wing. Yesterday, the high school was hosting an art fair. So naturally, we all went to watch our friends from band rehearse. It was me, a 15-year-old female, my boyfriend, a 15-year-old male, my friend A, a 15-year-old female, and G, a 15-year-old female. Everyone was 15. While the band practiced, we drifted to the back of the school, where a bunch of folding tables were set up. My boyfriend started to spiral when G pulled something out of her backpack. Not a taser this time, but a small stun baton she'd carried for anxiety. That'll work. She didn't use it, but it sent him into a panic attack anyway. And once he calmed down, A and G said they were heading off to grab something. I went to get a bottle of water. When I came back, my boyfriend looked shaken. He said he'd seen something with a painfully long, sort of stringy hair, like someone from a faded photograph peeking around the corner of the wing. He followed it at a distance until it led to a dead end, and there was nothing there. We turned toward a nearby window and froze. A pale, pressed face stared back at us from the glass, eyes too still. A and G came back and we told them. Both of them saw it too. G sprinted up to the window and shouted at it, and the face blinked once and vanished so fast my stomach dropped. A bolted off, and I don't know where she went, but G stayed behind, jeering at nothing, and then she started coughing. Not blood, but violently enough to scare us. Her hands trembled as she kept pounding on the glass. For the next few minutes, the window slammed of their own accord, and the lights in the corridor began to flicker. That long-haired silhouette darted between reflections like a broken film. G finally ran. We all split and went home. The weird weight of being watched clinging to us like damp cloths. This morning I checked on everyone. We're all exhausted in a way sleep doesn't explain. Our muscles ache like we ran a marathon. And none of us stayed out late. We were home by 11, in fact. Every one of us, except my boyfriend, had the same kind of dream. Someone very close died in an unbearably real way. My boyfriend's dream was different, and he was back in that hallway, and the long-haired thing stood just beyond the doorway staring at him. Then the window face whispered that it would come for him. The first figure looked like a blur, like a holy portrait, long hanging over his face, or long hair. It had a hollow, bonneted look of an old portrait, like a caretaker from a different century, and I don't buy coincidences. We feel watched, and we look pale and jittery. If it followed us home, I don't know, I'm just scared. Later, school staff checked the room, and the face had been pressed against, and it's an office. The teacher who uses it has been out for medical leave for weeks, and janitors haven't been in there. Only admins and counselors have access. My boyfriend and a counselor went to look, and the window was empty. No one can explain how the face appeared and who or what was watching us from the other side. The Lantern at Hollow Bay. my parents were dating in the early 90s. They sneaked off for a weekend at an old lakeside inn in Nova Scotia. The place was practically a time capsule. Peeling wallpaper, a creaky front porch, the kind of place that smelled faintly of varnish and earnest hospitality. They liked it for the same reason other people collect strange postcards. It had personality. On their last night, my mother woke from a dream she still describes like a physical thing. In the dream, a little girl stood before her, silent, eyes pleading. Her hair and dress were plastered to her skin, and if she just climbed out of the water. The girl didn't speak, but the urgency in her face landed in my mom's chest like a hand. My mother woke up with that pressure still there, then noticed my father wasn't beside her. She went looking and found him at the French doors that opened toward the lake. He'd already slipped his feet into shoes, standing barefoot in the threshold as he slipped his feet into shoes and then stood barefoot. Huh? When my mom called his name, he didn't answer, and he had to be gently shaken. My dad, who'd never sleepwalked before or since, blinked awake and mumbled about a vivid dream, one where he felt compelled to check the shoreline. They later joked it was synchronicity, and I always thought it sounded like something stranger. At checkout, they asked the innkeeper about the building's past. The woman behind the desk exchanged a look and told them the place had a reputation. Guests sometimes spoke of odd lights in the water and other unaccountable things. Locals called it Hollow Bay's phantom schooner, a pale light that drifted across the inlet at night, sometimes resolving into a faint outline of a boat and then simply vanishing as it drew near. I still wonder about the girl in my mother's dream. Was she a warning or a memory or someone who'd never quite found the shore? Either way, the lantern on Hollow Bay keeps its secrets. The house that kept its lights on. It was 2016, and my entire family, my mom, stepdad, and older sister, little brother, and little sister, we lived cramped into this old 2-story house. My cousins were there too. My aunt, a nightmare of a woman who used to disappear for days. Her mother and her 2 boys. There was one 2 years older than me, the other 2 years younger, and my sister's girlfriend, her friend, and that friend's mom, with this awful weeping skin condition that made her look like she was covered in burns. You've got a full roster of tension and bad decisions. No surprises that the place felt rotten. A bunch of tragic, petty things happened there that slowly tore everyone apart. The layout didn't help. A front living room, a back living room, and a tiny bedroom tacked onto the back living room. That was my room. The garage was connected right behind it, and that door was where we always heard the weird stuff. Old folks in the neighborhood used to whisper that a man had once killed his wife there. When my grandfather bought the place, there was even a dark stain on the floor. Nobody wanted to scrub out. And I still sleep with the TV on, and it is dumb. The white noise feels like home. This night, I was in the little back room. My aunt was crashed out on the couch in the back. I drift into a dream that loops like sleep paralysis, and I can see and I can feel and I can't move. And in the dream, my ceiling light's on, the TV is off. In the window is a patch of black, and there's a soft knock. My friend's mother, the woman with the scabbed skin, slides into my room and walks right up to the bed. She taps my shoulder and takes a step back and says in this disturbingly gentle voice, "Hey, time to get up." I'm frozen, and as she turns toward the garage door, these dark, lightning-like veins start scrolling up her neck toward her face. Her eyes go completely black, and she keeps whispering, "Get up," over and over like a broken record. Then I awake and the TV's on. Streetlight bleeds through the window. My lamp's off. I know I'm actually awake, but my body's still clamped down by this cold, stupid fear. I lie there for maybe 15 minutes, refusing to look toward the garage because I'm sure whatever's there will be the last thing I ever want to see. Then a scream rips through the house from the back living room. Blood-curdling animal. I crawl to the front of my bed and flip my light on and open the door. My aunt's on the couch, eyes wide flailing like something invisible has got her in some sort of a chokehold. "Auntie, what the hell are you doing?" I shout. She keeps thrashing until finally she snaps her head in my direction. A voice raw and panicked says, "They're touching me all over and I can't get them off me." Young coward that I was, I slammed the door and crawled back into bed. I didn't sleep much that night. That house kept giving us moments like that. Small, insane incidents that made sense only in nightmares. People say half the world brushes up against the paranormal, and the other half never does. And I don't know if my family tracks it or if we're just unlucky. I've moved around a lot. 20 houses by the time. Voices from the walls. Scratches without cause. These aren't just stories. They're warnings. Welcome to Paranormal M. And if you can for me, let me know what brought you here. Let me know what you want to see more of, or exactly what makes you tick about this channel. We'll do more of it. So, subscribe. The Night of the Vanishing Head. I grew up among tombstones. Maybe that's why, strange things keep finding me. I've been pronounced dead twice. Yeah, twice. Creepy stuff seems to follow me like a bad shadow. But let's start with a story that's on the easier to tell side. I was 12. My little brother was 10. We shared a small bedroom just off the living room in a creaky old house that sat across from a stretch of road where accidents weren't exactly rare. So, late one chilly night, we both jolted awake at the exact same time. No reason, just snap. Eyes were open. And for a while, we sat still, thinking maybe a crash had happened outside or something, like so many times before. But then came the sound, soft, deliberate tapping at her door. 4 taps, and then a sudden violent bang. Every hair in my arm stood straight up, and silence followed. It was so heavy it rang in my ears. It took what felt like hours to work up the nerve, but when I checked the clock, it was 4:07 a.m. And being the older one, I decided to open the door. I eased it open about an inch, and a sharp, icy gust rushed in. It was as if the night itself had been waiting to enter. In the dim light of the living room, we both saw him, an old man slumped in the rocking chair that usually sat empty by the window. His clothes were ragged. His hair was wild. The chair rocked back and forth in a slow, endless rhythm. He didn't move until he sensed us peeking. And then he looked up and his head snapped off like it had never been attached. It floated toward us with an impossible speed. We slammed the door so fast it rattled the frame. Instantly came a sound I'll never forget. A jagged, high-pitched cackle, followed by one more deafening bang. We stayed awake until sunrise, waiting for our parents to stir. They didn't believe a word until they saw the deep screwdriver like gouges scoured across her door. After that, Bibles and crosses began quietly appearing throughout the house, on shelves and on the mantel and tucked behind curtains. My parents really never admitted fear, let's say, but those silent protections told the truth. And that's honestly the least terrifying night I could tell you about. The Basement Curse. Growing up, my little brother and I, we had a talent for trouble. If there was something creepy to explore, we were already halfway there. And nothing in our old house was creepier than the basement. People could barely last 5 minutes down there. It always felt like someone or something was silently watching and waiting. That summer, our church handed out tiny Bibles, and we'd heard somewhere that reading scripture out loud could drive away ghosts. So naturally, we decided the best test was the basement. The moment we reached the door, though, it kind of stuck tight. It finally gave way only after we shoved with all of our weight, groaning like it hadn't moved in about 100 years. So down the steps we went. I opened my Bible. I began to read. I hadn't finished the second page when the sound started with heavy footsteps and low whispers like somebody pacing just behind us. We exchanged nervous grins. Surely, one of our older cousins was messing around. But when we turned to look, there was nothing, just the hum of the old furnace. Then, without warning, my little brother was yanked to the ground. His scream, it sliced through the stale air. I dropped my Bible, and I lunged for him, thinking he'd tripped, but I saw these 3 deep scratches across his back, and they were long and parallel, like an animal with claws had taken a swipe. Panicked, I did the worst thing possible. I shouted at the dark to leave us alone. The basement answered with a scream, shrill and inhuman. It was so loud it rattled the pipes. We bolted, and the door at the top slammed shut behind us with such force the hinges cracked. We never tried that experiment again. Even now at 25, I won't stay down there longer than a minute. The air seems to grow thick, and you can feel those invisible eyes. Whatever lives beneath that floorboard, well, doesn't seem to ever sleep. Is that me under there? The White One Returns. Late summer, leaning into hard autumn, well, the kind of evening where the air nips at your fingertips but the stars burn bright enough to map the sky without even having a flashlight. My little brother and I, we sprawled out on the faded trampoline behind the garage, letting the cool fabric press into our backs while we traced Orion and Cassiopeia overhead, which is also an awesome Japanese band. Neither of us spoke, and the silence felt like part of the night itself. Then came the sound, a shrill, frantic chorus. Our ducks this time, not the chickens. The duck pen sat a bit farther than the old chicken shed, about 30 yards off maybe. It's cobbled together from salvaged pallets and chicken wire. We'd gotten lazy about locking the gate lately, trusting the rural quiet a little bit too much. Well, that night we just hadn't bothered. Both of us propped up our elbows. Our eyes were straining toward the dark line of maples beyond the yard. And that's when something moved, something that didn't fit. It stood taller than the duck pen, a massive silhouette brushed in moonlight. Shaggy, luminous white hair seemed to ripple in the mist. It wasn't lumbering like a bear. It was having movements that I'd say were more sudden and mechanical, like a hunter's jerks and pauses. Long arms swung nearly to its knees, and its head tilted sharply in listening. With a single deliberate paw, it peeled the gate's wire back as though it were wet cardboard. One brave duck, our old drake, Pepper flapped forward with a burst of quacks and fury. A streak of mottled feathers, all bluster and loyalty. He never touched the thing. The creature caught him mid-flight, straight into its fall, bone pale. Without a flick of hesitation, snapped his neck in a single motion. The crack carried all the way to us. No. Sorry, I like ducks. Calm as a man hanging a coat, it bent the wire back into place, tucked Pepper's limp body beneath one arm, and vanished into the trees. No rush, no stumble, just purpose. Not a bear, not a person in a costume. And Michigan doesn't breed yetis. But we knew. An albino Bigfoot. 2 weeks later, curiosity dragged us to an abandoned hunting blind that we'd half forgotten in the pines. 20 feet up, the platform sagged, but it seemed to hold, and inside waited something deliberate, like a bedding of wet boughs. Pine boughs. There was plastic bags and stripped bark woven into a nest big enough for a black bear. And below at the foot of the ladder lay a grim offering. Bones and feathers, skulls clean smooth, and more than one headless carcass. Ducks, cats, and a fox maybe. The disappearances suddenly lined up like puzzle pieces, and wasn't random, it was him. The white one. And even now, when the moon goes high and the woods fall quiet, I sometimes feel the weight of eyes, pale and patient, just beyond the tree line. 10-second pause at peace for the lost duck. Rest in peace, duck. You're glorious. Shadows between waking and dream. For years, I've been caught in a strange twilight, part dream, part paralysis. It's where the borders of sleep feel thin and hostile. The visions come in shifting patterns like 3 dark rivers feeding the same sea. The unfinished exorcisms. I often find myself in houses I've never seen before. They're usually dim and echoing. Someone inside needs to be freed, or so I believe. I begin to pray, but the words seem to crumble in my throat, and the fear locks my jaw completely. And the person before me starts to contort, not into a monster, but into something almost worse, a human shape twisted with intent. Once when I faltered, a woman stepped out of a doorway. She looked almost ordinary and yet luminous. Her eyes sharp as glass. "You belong here," she said softly. "They don't. Send them back." And I woke up before I could move or speak. The hunters. Other nights I'm running. My pursuers are not beasts or demons. Only people with blank, calm faces. And they want me dead. Sometimes to kill or sometimes to eat. And their silence is worse than any roar. I sprint through alleys, abandoned train stations, and strange cities where the streetlights flicker like dying stars. No matter how far I run, I feel their breath on my neck. The weight in the room. And then there's the paralysis. I wake up, eyes open, but body stone heavy. A pressure seems to fill the air, thick and black and almost visible. Shapes lurk at the edges of the room, and I try to scream and nothing comes. Only the silent rhythm of prayer keeps me from sinking under the weight of it all. I was raised Catholic in name, but not practice. My family never prayed together, but secrets lived in the quiet corners. On my mother's side, aunts and cousins read cards, mixed powders, and whispered charms. Some ended in illness or poverty, like a pattern nobody could quite break. My mother and grandmother are still alive, two sharp minds with cruel edges. My mother smiles like a saint and cuts like a blade. She wears kindness as a disguise. Her moods swing from ice to fire. And one dream brought them back to me in a way I can't forget. They beckoned me into a narrow room where a man or something wearing a man's outline waited. His skin was pale gray-blue, and his eyelids fused shut as if welded. He pressed me down, not with strength, but with something deeper, like a spiritual gravity. I clawed at his face and I whispered, "Christ is with me, Christ is with me." But my voice, it seemed to dissolve into silence, and I woke with my heart hammering like a trapped bird. And my brothers dream too. They speak the words I can't finish. So for months, the nights went quiet. Maybe it was my cat, a small, stubborn sentinel, who kept kind of waking me to demand food even when the bowl was full. And somehow that simple interruption scattered the dark. But this morning, the pattern shifted again. I woke to a thin black river of ants pouring from a crack in the fourth floor floorboards. They were heading straight for the cat's untouched food. No plants, no open windows, no reason. The sight pulled me back to this time where it was like illness and nightmares first kind of braided themselves together. Now the dreams have returned, and with them a slow echo in my body, like something waiting patiently and unseen, just beyond the reach of the morning light. Hey, well, if the cat's not gonna eat it. The Pull of Room 314. I grew up in the thin air of Colorado, where third grade science meant a quick skim of the gold rush before we talked about igneous rocks. And one afternoon, my teacher mentioned Estes Park, and almost as an afterthought, the grand old Stanley Hotel, one of the first buildings in the valley. Something in me locked onto that name like a magnet. Every year, my family drove up to Estes for hiking and taffy. Yummy. And every year, we drove right past the Stanley. I'd crane my neck from the backseat, begging for a closer look, and my parents would brush it off with a casual, "It's supposed to be haunted, but it's just stories." I half believed them until middle school, when my sister started devouring The Shining, far too intense a book for a 12-year-old. But also a little bit badass. She'd read passages aloud and her eyes wide, and the one day she dropped the bomb. Stephen King's Nightmare Hotel was based on the Stanley. By high school, with unlimited internet at my fingertips, I was deep down the rabbit hole. I learned about King's blizzard-bound stay, the phantom piano music, and the infamous Room 217. So I rewatched Kubrick's Shining obsessively, even after I discovered, to my annoyance, that the movie wasn't filmed there. Then a revelation from my parents. They'd spent part of their honeymoon at the Stanley. My jaw practically hit the floor, and after years of shrugging, they finally admitted they'd checked out early because of odd noises and somebody watching us. But they insisted it wasn't ghosts, probably some pranksters or tweakers, they said. For my 21st birthday, they finally relented. 2 nights at the Stanley, plus a haunted tour, wrapped up like a late but perfect gift. Months later, I sped up the mountain with the shining soundtrack still ringing in my head, and the hotel loomed through the scaffolding. It was under renovation. But the moment I stepped inside, the scent of old wood and cold mountain air seemed to steal my breath. A man leaning by the doorway caught my audible gasp and grinned. Yeah, gets everyone. Check-in gave me room 314, directly above the novel's notorious room. Perfect. The wallpaper looked tired, the floor tilted just enough to feel wrong, and I roamed endless hallways and narrow staircases, never passing another guest, as if I'd slipped into a pocket of time. The night tour began in the music hall. The air thickened as soon as we crossed the threshold. Our guide handed us dum-dum lollipops to entice the spirits of children said to linger there. When my turn came, the candy suddenly shot out of my hand and skittered across the floor, and people behind me backed away fast with their eyes wide. Down in the basement, the guide spoke of two spirits, a former maid with a playful streak and a male presence said to hug certain visitors. As you entered the man's room, his chest seemed to constrict. An invisible weight clamped around me, tight enough that I couldn't speak. Only when the guide placed a steady hand on my shoulder did air rush back into my lungs. Later, as I sat in the lobby, I was scrolling through photos of an antique mirror with, faces seemed to be pressing from the inside of the glass. But anyway, the same man from the doorway reappeared, and snow had closed the road to Boulder. He asked if I knew any safe spots for the night, and still unsettled, I impulsively offered the spare side of my queen bed. We stayed up trading stories until exhaustion just kind of pulled us under. He left before dawn. His parting text chilled me more than the mountain air. Fun night. You were sweet. Kept rubbing my back and wrapping your arms around me. Well, I hadn't moved an inch. Back home, odd things seemed to follow. Soft knocks in empty rooms. A faint piano melody when I was alone. Friends witnessed flickers of movement over my shoulder. The feeling hasn't left. Something from that basement, whatever gripped me, may have decided it likes to travel. And I can't shake the suspicion that it started long before my 21st birthday. Maybe on my parents' honeymoon when Stanley first whispered my name. I know I shouldn't make any comments at the end of stories, but I know the guy who shot that scene at the end of the movie with the large vehicle running through the snow. Weird guy. The Hallway of March. It was a chilly evening in early March of 2018. I was about 13. I was living in my grandparents' house, a pretty quiet place. And that night I stayed up late. I was glued to my tablet watching videos about haunted houses and strange shadows. I do remember the uneasy thrill of it all, and little did I know that this night would mark a sharp divide in my life. The night that my grandfather passed away in his sleep. The days after his passing, they felt unreal. And, about 9 nights later, sitting in my room with the door half open, I'm watching some random clip, and that's when an odd sensation tugged at me. It was like somebody calling silently from the hallway. I turned, and there he was, my grandfather. Calm, almost ordinary, walking toward the bathroom across my door. He'd been gone for more than a week now, and the funeral was already behind us. So my heart froze. I remember staring until the sight dissolved. Then I bolted into the kitchen where my mother and grandmother sat. When I told them, we all just wept. It was the clearest, most direct encounter I've ever had. And after that, the house changed. My bedroom sat just above the basement, which used to be harmless until then. Footsteps began to echo from below at night. Boxes shuffled and chairs scraped. And this went on for months. Sleep became a struggle, and even stranger whenever I went into my grandparents' room to play video games on their TV. I would sometimes feel the bed sink beside me, the mattress sort of sighing under an invisible weight. And it was not subtle. And my mother did later admit that she had felt something similar. So moving on. One afternoon, while joking with Mom in the hallway, I just caught a dark silhouette standing in the kitchen doorway. It lingered for a heartbeat and it vanished. I stood frozen, staring at the empty space until Mom asked what was wrong. I told her, but she had no explanation. The months that followed were filled with fleeting shadows and slender shapes sliding across rooms, darting just out of reach. Once when I was home alone, the heavy iron gate at the entrance of our property swung wide open. I watched it from the window and I was paralyzed. My mom swore she had locked it tight before leaving. The strange happenings never stopped until we moved to another country. There, everything seemed to go quiet. But last year, when I returned to Romania with my boyfriend and we stayed in that same house with my grandmother, he confessed to feeling an oppressive, unhappy presence the entire day and he barely slept. I know how it sounds. Some will call it imagination. But the weight on the mattress and the footsteps and the cold certainty of seeing my grandfather that first week, those were not tricks of the mind. These moments remain solid and cold as the night air of that long-ago March. Sounds like my air conditioner is trying to take off from my roof. The hallway warning. I'm a 20-year-old woman, and a few nights ago, I had one of the clearest dreams I've ever experienced. And I almost never remember dreams. So this one, it seemed to feel different right from the start. It began inside my grandfather's house. I was curled up in my late grandmother's favorite recliner, the one with the faded blue cushion. On the carpet nearby lay Jasper, my grandfather's golden retriever, quietly dozing. My grandmother strolled past me and, jangling a set of car keys, and disappeared toward the garage. My grandfather followed, slipping on his worn leather jacket as he left. The house fell silent until Jasper suddenly sprang up with his hackles raised, staring down the hallway. A low growl was rumbling in his chest, and I stepped beside him and I peered into the dim corridor. At the far end, the attic hatchet seemed to loom. A prickle of dread slid down my spine when two long, inky black hands crawled around the edge of the opening, claws gleaming faintly as if something was climbing out. Jasper lunged forward, barking fiercely at the attic door. And then my grandfather returned through the back entrance, startled by the commotion. As he approached, the dark hand slid back into the ceiling. He checked his study and bedroom but found nothing. While he crouched to calm Jasper, a sudden streak of black, like a living shadow, shot from the attic straight into his chest. He staggered sideways, slamming against the hallway wall. I rushed to him, and his breathing was ragged, sweat beading onto his forehead. "I don't feel right," he said in a strained, almost growling voice. "I'm so angry." I wrapped an arm around him and guided him toward the garage. And just as we reached the door, my grandmother reappeared as if from nowhere, eyes wide with urgency. "We need to go now." And then everything went dark. And here's what unsettles me. My grandmother passed away nearly 5 years ago. Yet in this dream, she moved and spoke as if she had never left. And Jasper, my grandfather didn't even adopt him until 3 years after her death. I can't shake the feeling that she was warning me or warning us. Paranormal things have brushed our family before. Odd sounds, flickering lights, and that uneasy sense of somebody watching. Nothing dramatic, but always just enough to notice. Now my parents and I are living with my grandfather, and that vivid night keeps replaying in my mind. Was it just a dream or a message that we shouldn't ignore? Moon Vale. Back when I was about 16, Ben and I chose to walk home from the nearest village instead of catching the early bus. It was peak summer, one of those nights when the air feels endless, and a full moon seems to light the way for you. We took the path through the fields by the canal, a place that we all knew well. We'd built little fire pits there and shared cheap beers and swapped stories about ghosts and old suicides people whispered about. None of it ever really scared us. And this was before the world lived online and phones existed, but kind of barely. Down by that canal, you were truly on your own. The sky that night was flawless. No clouds, no light pollution, just the moon, enormous and bright. We were talking about nothing important, teasing Ben about his terrible luck with girls, when the world suddenly vanished. Darkness. Not dusk dark, not cloud dark. Utter blinding darkness. 1 second the moon filled her eyes, and the next everything, like the moon, the stars, the horizon, was all gone. It was as if somebody had thrown a giant black sheet over the sky. It lasted maybe 3 seconds. And then, just as suddenly, the light returned, sliding back like curtains pulled away. Ben swore loudly, his voice too sharp in the silence. What the hell was that? I could only stare. He muttered something about a huge bird, though we both knew no bird could cover the entire sky. We walked faster after that. Ben didn't want to talk. The next day when I asked again, he only said, "Just black, that's all I saw." I never came back to that canal after that. I didn't press him. Even for me, the place felt different. The full moons made the hairs on my neck rise. And I'm 42 now. Still live near those fields. I've returned many times in daylight, but never again at night. Whatever we saw, whatever Ben maybe didn't tell me, still waits somewhere in the dark sky of my memory. The Floating Clue Game. Hey folks, so this memory bubbled up again. One of those strange ones I never really unpacked. I once shared a version. It was like in a comment on a YouTuber's channel. But I figure since it's already floating around the internet, why not tell it properly here? I'm adding bits I remember more clearly now and changing a few details because, well, memory's tricky and fickle. When I was younger, I kept having these hyper-real dreams where I couldn't tell if I was asleep or awake. At first, they're just ordinary. I'd be doing normal stuff and brushing my teeth or walking to school or sitting at dinner. And then without a warning, a perfectly mundane scene would twist into something dark. I'd wake up locked in sleep paralysis with my heart hammering. I was certain something was in the room with me. But the strange part, the normal dreams always came first. And then in them, there was always something slightly wrong. Like a spoon balanced perfectly in midair, or my neighbor speaking with my grandmother's voice. And if I spotted the mistake and called it out, I'd snap awake into paralysis. That heavy presence lurking at the edge of my bed, if I missed the glitch, the next dream would be a nightmare. Eventually, I realized that it was a game, or maybe something told me that. Honestly, I really don't know which came first, the idea or the whisper. But either way, I started to play. I trained myself to notice every inconsistency, the clock jumping backwards or somebody wearing shoes that didn't match their outfit. A door that should creak that's staying silent. Anything that might mean dream instead of reality. Then I got overconfident. One night I'm drying dishes and I turned around and I saw a kitchen chair lazily floating upside down. And instead of panicking, I actually laughed. "Too obvious," I said. "You're slipping." Snap, awake. Black figure in the corner watching and waiting. And after that, the nightmares doubled down. If I failed to catch an error, they were worse and longer and sharper, filled with whispers I could almost understand but couldn't quite remember when I would wake up. I know I spoke with it sometimes, whatever it was. Its voice is like a word on the tip of my tongue, impossible to recall but impossible to forget. Did it explain the rules, or did I piece them together myself? That line is blurry even now. It eventually stopped. A string of life changes kind of pulled me away from the late-night demonology books I used to devour. The dreams faded. But I still wonder, was it just a tangle of lucid dreams and teenage nerves, or something far stranger? Or perhaps the late-night reading of demonology? What do you think? Was I just outsmarting my own brain, or playing a game I never fully understood? All I can say is, everybody doesn't own more than one pair of shoes, so you can't always match. A whisper on the wall. In late 2018, I learned that my grandmother, my father's mother, had been diagnosed with late-stage cancer. She was 81 and frail, and by then there was little anyone could do. That autumn, she had visited our home for a round of medical tests, quietly cheerful despite the weight of the news. On January 4th, 2019, when it was clear that the end was close, my father drove to my grandparents' house to sit with her in her final hours. I stayed home with my mother. That morning, I'd quarreled with Mom over something so small, like I can't even remember the reason now. Later, I left my room to ask her a question. I found her half reclined on the sofa. She was pale and trembling. She told me that while walking from the kitchen, she'd felt sudden heat in the hallway. As she put it, like a sheet of fire. And then stumbled and her phone had slid from her hand and she'd crawled along the cool tile to find it and she was trying to call a neighbor for help. Moments later, my father phoned and his voice was quiet but heavy. "She's gone." My grandmother had always treated my mother as the daughter that she never had, so I can't shake the feeling that Mom sensed the instant of her passing. That night, long after midnight, I lay awake thinking of her, and out of nowhere came a faint but sharp sound, the slow drag of a fingernail along my bedroom wall. Strangely, I felt no fear, only calm, as though I had been expecting it. When the sound ceased, I simply knew it was her. A final, gentle farewell. I had braced myself for grief, but never for this quiet, this uncanny message that love can send across the veil. The Night of Vanishing Hours. So one of my friends, let's call her Claire, 21-year-old female. They've always been the steady, goal-driven type, and, well, yesterday, though, something cracked open. She picked a fight with everyone at home over something that she'd never cared about. cash. Normally, Claire would debate politics or career paths, but money? It's not usually her style. Here's how it unfolded. Claire asked her parents for actual cash instead of using a digital transfer. They offered to buy her anything she needed, but no handouts. That tiny refusal seemed to kind of blow up into a sort of storm, like voices rose, and in a flash she threatened to skip her move to a major city for her next round of studies. And that's a dream that she'd been chasing for years now. Eventually, the shouting cooled. She went to her room and everyone exhaled, and then came the sound of hurried footsteps. Their parents found her on the rooftop clutching a pair of scissors, and her father barked, "How much money do you want?" And Claire, with her voice low, kind of answered like strangely, "Your daughter won't be alive for that." And yeah, she spoke in third person. Moments later, she collapsed and still weeping and answering questions faintly as though in a dream. What chilled me most in that fog is she whispered she hadn't gone upstairs at all. Someone, she said, had urged her to harm herself. And hours later, she woke with no memory of the fight, the demand for cash, or the threat to abandon school. Her recall stopped 5 or 6 hours before the evening unraveled. This isn't a family neglect story either, but just days ago they'd won a huge legal settlement. It was big enough to set everyone up comfortably. New laptops were already bought for her siblings, but Claire, she'd refused gifts saying that she needed nothing. No hidden injustice there. And I'm a skeptic, no belief in spirits or curses, and my gut tells me we're staring at a mental health crisis, not some evil energy. But the memory gaps in the third-person speech and the eerie conviction that somebody else guided her actions, those are a little bit hard to shake. So whatever it is, last night felt like a handful of hours simply vanished. The hour before dawn. When I was 11, my family took what I thought was just a cheerful winter trip to Boston. We were going there to see my Aunt Claire. And they had always been the warmest soul at every family gathering. I thought we were simply escaping the great January routine for a bit of fun. Only later did I realize the real truth. She was in the late stages of cancer, and we were there to say a quiet sort of goodbye. 2 days after we got back, something happened that still lives in my bones. Around 4:45 a.m., I jolted awake, and I was hanging in the darkness, there was this thing inches away from my face, and it looked like Claire's face. Except it was wrong somehow. Like a photo that had been stretched at the edges. There was a pulse of icy dread, and it was rushing through me, and my chest tightened so hard I thought I might choke. Then a sharp ache cut through my skull. I even felt a faint pressure on my skin, as if something unseen was brushing against me. Then just as suddenly it vanished, leaving me trembling in the quiet room. The next morning, my mom sat at the kitchen table. Her coffee was untouched. She told me Aunt Claire had slipped away peacefully in her sleep at around 4 a.m., less than an hour before I woke up. And even now, years later, I replay that pre-dawn moment. I was fully awake, and the air and the weight on my chest and the distorted face. They were all so real, it's impossible to chalk it up to it being a dream. And yet, I don't believe it was really her visiting me. If anything, it felt darker, like something else had borrowed her image. I keep wondering, was it some strange trick of the mind or something that science hasn't named yet? Has anyone else ever experienced a presence so vivid and immediate at the exact hour that somebody they loved passed away? I'd love to hear about it if you have, because that morning still refuses to let me go. Midnight visitors. I grew up with more than just childhood fears. From the time I could barely walk until I turned about 9, something unseen but very real shared my house. Sometimes it felt like a crowd, like 6, maybe 8 presences, each with its own way of making itself known. Night after night, a figure I called the Hat Man stood in the hallway. He never moved, never spoke, only watched. Once I woke to a chilling sight. A pale woman-shaped shadow hung upside down on the balcony railing, her hair drifting toward me before she shot straight into the night sky without a sound. The house spoke in other ways, too. Pots clanged in an empty kitchen. Wooden bunk beds bore 3 deep black gouges no amount of scrubbing could erase. Objects, like a heavy glass music box, would tumble onto my blanket with no one nearby. And then there was the touch. One evening while I sat reading, the faintest brush of an invisible fingertip grazed my hand. It was so gentle it made me shiver harder than any sudden bang ever could. Voices sometimes called my name from the backyard when I was alone. Bright flickers and darting shadows teased the edge of my vision. Cold spots pulsed through rooms and lights stuttered exactly 3 times as if on some sort of a cue. The worst moment came at 4 a.m. I opened my eyes to find this massive black silhouette kneeling on my chest. It fled the instant my fingers met its outline, crawling backward into the dark like smoke. These visitations seeped into me, and I grew quick-tempered and restless, almost as if the house itself was rewiring me. Relief only came when my older brother performed a determined cleansing with sage and a prayer. The silence afterward, it felt electric. For years, nothing happened. But quiet never meant gone. A few summers ago, a 3-kilogram elephant statue leapt from its shelf in the middle of the night, then proceeded to shatter on the floor. There were no tremors, there was no draft, just a crash and the echo of old memories. Looking back at it now, I believe I met a mixture of forces, a mischievous poltergeist or two, a wandering shadow figure, maybe something darker. Yet instead of breaking me, those years tempered me. I learned to stand firm and to guard my space. Now when the air chills or a hallway light flickers, I no longer panic. Whatever those midnight visitors were, they taught me how to face the unseen and how to remain unafraid. The Hour of Shadows. I have walked the crooked paths of the supernatural since 2008, chasing whispers of hidden knowledge. Over the years, I discovered a chilling truth. Evil rarely arrives in rags and smoke. It often wears the costume of light, of warmth, and of comfort. I once believed truth was an idea, a philosophy to be found by gathering fragments of different kinds of wisdom. Yet in every ritual and in every mantra and every shimmering enlightenment, I only spiraled into endless nights of paralysis and dread. Questions seemed to multiply like weeds, and clarity came in flickers, only to be swallowed again by the darkness. Then came that night. was close to 3 a.m., the black heart of the night, and when I woke, fully conscious but locked in my own body, I knew the weight of sleep paralysis well, but this was different altogether. The air itself seemed to throb with a hatred older than the world. All human malice I had ever known shrank to dust beside that presence. In the doorway, a figure gathered itself. A human outline woven from mist and void, moving with a speed and rhythm that defied the senses. A deep, staccato clicking filled the room, like the sound design of a nightmare. The shape glided toward me until it was inches from my face, an abyss of malice wrapped in a touch of darkness. I turned my head, desperate to escape its gaze, and the mattress beneath me seemed to ripple. Out of the fabric rose the face of someone I loved, only twisted, eyes alight with mockery and mouth stretched into a grin, his head joined to the writhing body of a serpent. Terror does not begin to name it. My mind scrambled for any sort of defense, and I tried silent affirmations and fragments of ancient prayers. Nothing hauled. Then a half-buried memory surfaced. Someone once spoke of a heavenly protector, Saint Michael. I called his name once, twice, 3 times, and instantly, like a cord snapped, I could move. The darkness shattered and the room was empty. In that moment, it rewrote my understanding of reality. New Age teachings had told me that power rests within. But in that crucible, my own strength meant nothing. A name, Michael, and had done what all my searching could not. I read about the Archangel afterward, commander of heaven's hosts, the warrior who cast down evil. And if Michael answers, what of Jesus, or King of the Angels? The scripture claims that when Jesus shed his blood at 3 p.m., the fate of every demon was sealed. Death itself was apparently defeated, and evil's time began to run out. And what is 3 a.m. but the mocking mirror of that hour? The farthest point from the light of the cross. Perhaps that's why so many are haunted then, and why whispers rise and shadows move. It's the last playground for spirits already condemned, desperate to drag wandering souls into other hopeless chase. 2,000 years ago, the victory was decided, and what remains to evil are really only echoes, the disguises, the lures of midnight. And now I know even a single breath of his name is enough to scatter the darkness. The Couch Companion. I spent about 2 years working in a sleepy little candle and vape boutique. It smelled like vanilla clouds and old incense. The shop barely had customers. No surprise, it shut down last spring. So most of my shifts were me on a cushy sofa crocheting scarves and binge-watching trashy reality TV. Now and then, overhead lights would flicker. The door chime would kind of tinkle as if somebody had stepped in. Sometimes the TV would stutter into static for a second. I chalked it up to bad wiring and cheap electronics, but gradually began to feel like someone was quietly sitting beside me. Not menacing, just keeping me company. And oddly enough, I didn't mind. It was almost comforting. It's like the shop had its own invisible regular. When the place just finally closed, my boss let me take home one of the big lounge couches. I didn't think twice about it. I also never said goodbye to my unseen colleague, because honestly, I was distracted. I had things happening but a month away, and life just felt like a runaway train. Months later, in my new apartment, the oddest things started happening. I'd catch shadowy shapes flickering at the edge of my vision, and normally my mind is pretty steady. If I do have a stray hallucination, it's fleeting and never visual. But these shadows carried a strange mix of nostalgia and gentle sadness. It felt like memory itself was visiting me. This morning it all sharpened. I was crocheting on that same couch, TV humming along. That's when I sensed eyes on me. My husband was reading across the room and our cat asleep on the rug, and still, every minute or two, I glimpsed what looked like the top of a head and the toe of a shoe. They were peeking around the doorway. And my cat, who usually ignores everything, sat up, ears forward, tail twitching like he saw it too. That's when the shop came rushing back. The empty afternoons, the soft presence I'd half imagined. Felt almost guilty for forgetting. So, half joking, half serious, I called out, "All right, if you're not my shop ghost, you need to leave. If you are my shop ghost, you can stay, just quit lurking and come sit like old times." I felt ridiculous. But a moment later, that familiar, gentle pressure on the couch returned, like somebody had settled beside me, and the shadow stopped. Was it really my silent coworker from the shop, tagging along with the couch, or just my brain weaving comfort out of loneliness? I can't say. I don't mind the idea of a polite, quiet ghost roommate, but what worries me more is the possibility of slipping into a delusion. So I keep up therapy. I light my weekly sage sticks, and I keep an open, if slightly skeptical mind. Either way, crochet is more fun with company, seen or unseen. The Hat in the Corner. I'm a fairly conservative Christian. I don't buy the idea that spirits of the dead roam our world. Scripture is pretty clear. When we die, we go where we're meant to await the final judgment. And still, there are things in heaven and earth beyond what our neat philosophies can explain. Strange energies, echoes of the past, maybe even something we don't have a name for. Whatever it is, our house seems to know it well. Our place is a century-old farmhouse, has stubborn, creaky floors and an attic that exhales dust like an old memory. And when we bought it about 12 years ago, a few antiques came with the deal. My wife and my mother-in-law, they were sorting through a battered oak trunk. That's when they found an old photograph of a solemn young couple. Behind the frame was a yellowed note, folded like a secret. It was a suicide letter, bleak and resigned. And after some quiet inquiries, tiny towns keep long memories, we learned that a son from the original family had indeed taken his own life here. Since then, flickers and half glimpses have been part of life. With 2 kids and a dog, there's plenty of movement to blame. But sometimes, the movements don't line up. Once, while turning into the hallway, I caught the definite swish of a tail, dog-sized and quick. But our dog was asleep in the other room, and my son, now 18, has described the same thing. A flick of fur vanishing just out of reach. Those stories almost make us laugh. Almost. Others are kind of harder to laugh about. One evening, twilight deepened while I sprawled on the couch with my phone. The house had settled into that soft hum of silence, and I felt someone enter the room behind me. The subtle pressure of space displaced. A shift in the air. From the heft of it, I imagined my son, tall and strong, standing there, maybe waiting to startle me. I turned with a half smile, and nothing. The doorway was empty. When I asked him later, he swore he hadn't left his room. Then came the night I won't forget. Just 3 weeks ago, shortly after my father passed away. I woke at 3:40 a.m. to find a figure gliding across the foot of my bed. Not a wall shadow. This was darker than dark, as though smoke had decided to become a person. It was man-shaped, and for a heartbeat I thought I saw the outline of a brimmed hat, like an old railway porter. A strange electric chill raced through me. Not cold air, but something under my skin. I lunged forward with a startled grunt, hands out to grab what had to be real. My arms cut through emptiness, and then it was gone. Bedroom door still latched shut. Since that night, I've slept with a teeny murmuring and a lamp burning low. It feels a little like surrender, and I don't like admitting that. But whatever crossed my room that morning wasn't a dream, and it wasn't just grief. There are more things moving in the quiet corners of this old house, especially than what I prepared to believe. And sometimes they wear a hat. The Red Phantom of Willow Street. I'd never had anything like this happen before, but I do remember my grandmother once telling me about a night when objects in her kitchen seemed to move on their very own accord. I laughed at the story back then, until yesterday. It started like any regular afternoon. I came back from a quick grocery run, set the bags down, gave the kitchen its usual scrub. Counters gleaming, everything in its place, or so I thought. Then I went to open a can of beans, and no can opener. Not in the top drawer, not in the junk drawer, not anywhere. I even texted my partner to check if they borrowed it. Nothing. I circled the kitchen again, scanning every possible spot. And suddenly it was just there, right in the middle of the counter. Perfectly centered and possible to overlook. And here's the part that made my stomach drop. It's a heavy, bright red opener, about as subtle as a fire truck. I had just wiped the counter spotless, and I know it wasn't there. A shiver shot through me so sharply it felt electric. Goosebumps on every inch of my skin. My heart hammered like I'd been startled awake, and I'm 33. I'm not easily spooked, but this was something else. Like a silent jolt from another reality. Is this what people mean by that glitch in the Matrix talk? A friendly ghost leaving a calling card? And for context, we live in a century-old building and it used to be a textile mill. Lots of history in these bricks. I've always joked that if any place had spirits, it would be here. But in 3 years, I've never felt anything like this. Well, until yesterday, when a bright red can opener decided to materialize out of nowhere. The house that kept breathing. When my girlfriend Emily moved into a quiet blue house with her best friend, we joked about how much it felt like a set from an old mystery film. But the basement was no joke. It still held boxes from previous tenants and some belongings of Emily's parents. They'd stayed there briefly before her, and the place carried a strange heaviness, like someone invisible was watching. One slow morning, while Emily and Claire were at work, my friend Luke and I were chatting about that basement. Half as a dare, we pressed our ears to the basement door. And that's when we froze. Soft, deliberate footsteps echoed from the bottom of the stairs. The house had sat empty for a week before Emily moved in. The neighborhood wasn't exactly the safest. So we swung the door open. Nothing. Just a cold draft and some dust. An hour later, as we sat above the basement in the living room, the weirdness deepened. Got up to grab my phone charger, but a sharp thud shook the floor beneath me, like something had struck it from below. Almost instantly, there came a slow knock on the basement door. We waited 20 tense minutes before going down. No one. Every window was sealed in cobwebs. Yet on a shelf sat a chipped ceramic mug that we'd never seen, its bottom coated like with something black and fuzzy. Luke, poking through a corner of old belongings, unearthed a black beanie marked with a hand-painted pentagram. We exchanged a look and silently agreed to leave it for another day. But the house didn't leave us alone. A week later, Claire moved out, said that she couldn't sleep well anymore. And that very night, the light switch at the top of the basement stairs began to flicker on by itself. And 2 mornings after, I heard my dad call my name from the kitchen. Except my dad lives 2 states away. Has never set foot in that house. The kitchen door sits directly beside the basement door. Last night was the most unnerving update yet. Emily was getting ready for bed and tried to turn off the hallway light by the switch in her room. Just wouldn't budge. She walked to the far end of the hallway to use the other switch. Her cat, usually calm, hissed at the first switch and bolted. As Emily reached for the second switch, she heard a crisp click. The switch by her bedroom flipped itself back on. Now Emily swears that she hears faint breathing near the door when the house goes silent. And that black beanie with the pentagram, well, it's no longer where we left it. The doll who wouldn't stay put. A few months back, my dog barked at something outside. My family, my dad, my mom, my 12-year-old sister, and 18-year-old me took a 7-day mountain trip. On the 6th day, while wandering through a sleepy village path, we stumbled across a crooked little shop with faded blue shutters and a squeaky sign. And the sign read, "Antiquities and Curiosities." Inside, the air smelled like cedar and rain-soaked stone. There were dusty clocks, chipped porcelain, and brass instruments that looked like they belonged on a pirate ship. But one thing refused to blend into the clutter: a small porcelain doll in a cracked glass case. Her hair was pale as frost. Her dress a strange mossy green. And something about her face, sweet yet faintly amused, pulled me in, and we bought her, and I don't know why. Fast forward about 2 months. So I have a corner in my room for figures and collectibles. They're strictly arranged and nobody dares move them. That's why it rattled me when I noticed the doll one morning lying face down on the shelf. I brushed it off, and maybe vibrations from the heater, possibly. A week later, she was perched on the TV cabinet, and another time balanced in front of the hallway mirror, and her reflection caught in the dark. Only I noticed, and at first I told myself it was nothing. Until 3 nights ago, I found her in the guest room, a place no one in the family even enters. So I asked around, and every single person swore they hadn't moved her. And then came yesterday around 7 a.m. Mom woke to find the doll lying beside her pillow, as though it had been quietly watching her sleep. Everyone was still dead asleep, and no one claimed responsibility. My little sister, who already spooks easily, went pale. She grabbed the doll and set it in front of a framed picture of our household deity, convinced that sacred company would keep it still. But this morning when I woke, she was not by the picture anymore. She was sitting on my desk, directly in front of my bed, facing me and staring. And here's what really unsettles me. At times, I feel a sudden prickling at the back of my neck, the unmistakable sense of eyes on me. When I turn toward the doll, her painted irises seem not quite fixed, like they've shifted by a fraction, just enough to follow. And we are a deeply religious family. We swore hand on scripture that none of us moved her, and I need you to believe that. Now I'm left wondering, Did we bring home more than an antique that day in the mountains? Or did the antique bring itself? The Quiet Visitor. Hi, I'm a woman in my mid-30s. I've been in healthcare since I was barely 17. My faith in Christ and in keeping a heart free of bitterness shapes how I live. I also carry a quiet certainty that there's more to this world than the eyes can measure. Realities we're not supposed to dissect or master, yet, well, they touch us all the same. I don't crave proof exactly, though. Over the years, life has shown me enough to know that something unseen is present. And last Thursday, for example, that presence made itself, well, felt in a way I can't quite brush aside. I've witnessed many strange moments, especially while sitting with those who are near death, and I've always stayed grounded, but my way of coping is simple. I hold space for people while I'm on duty, then I leave it on the uniform that stays behind in the laundry. That's how I stay whole. I've had odd incidents before, but I usually lock them away and pretend they never happened. And for a long time, I believed that worked, and now I'm wondering, was I really coping or just postponing a conversation with something persistent? That morning, my assignment was a one-on-one care with a resident battling dementia, deep anxiety, and vivid hallucinations. After a long while, she settled into a sort of rare calm. Her private room opened into a sleek white-tiled bathroom via a sliding frosted door, and from my chair I could see almost everything, except the far corner where the walk-in shower sat hidden behind a half wall. There were no windows, no vents big enough for a trick, and only one entrance, the door behind me. Neither of us moved. Then as the building hummed softly in mid-morning silence, the shower burst to life. I didn't gasp, I simply rose and I stepped in, turned the handle until the water stilled. My resident kept her fragile peace, and I kept mine, and I knew what I'd witnessed, but words felt unnecessary. When my shift ended and I changed in the locker room, I spoke softly to the empty air. Some things I do that, or rather sometimes. Today was good, but whoever or whatever needed to show up, thank you, and please stay here. You're not tied to me. Walking to my car, I wondered if that small prayer was enough. I'm no thrill seeker chasing the supernatural. I don't watch ghost shows or dabble in rituals, yet something about that gentle, almost polite disturbance. A faucet turned by unseen fingers. It lingers like a question I haven't answered. The House That Waits. When I was about 5 years old, my family had to leave our home for major repairs. We ended up renting a peculiar property shared with my uncle's family. On our side, it was me, a 5-year-old female, and my mom, a 28-year-old female, and my dad, a 36-year-old male. On the other side were my uncle, a 44-year-old male, and his wife, 43, and my cousin, a 6-year-old female. Both halves of the property were connected by a single, oddly shaped room that felt wrong. It was added on as an afterthought by somebody who didn't like straight lines. Despite sitting squarely in the heart of the city, the place felt removed from the world. The main door opened onto a gravel hill that sloped down to 2 old houses side by side, their tall windows staring blankly at the woods. The houses felt older than the street around them, as if they had been waiting there long before the city grew. From the first night, unease crept in. We heard slow footsteps pacing across the steep gable roof. A neighbor once called the police after spotting a shadowy figure by the woods, only to see it vanish without a trace. The officers found nothing. And we stayed there for almost 4 years, and in that time, each of us had our own encounters. My uncle once saw a shape glide through the hall, and months later my cousin described the same figure, even though he had never told her. My dad swore he felt somebody slip into bed beside him when he was home alone. But it was my mom who bore the worst of it. At first, she had vivid dreams, visions, events that would occur exactly an hour later. Then, when she was alone, picture frames would tumble from the walls with a deliberate thud, and things escalated. Never she left for more than a short errand, strange accidents found my father. He was once shoved so violently while exercising near the basement windows that he tumbled onto the gravel. Another time, he woke with raw scratches across his legs, back, and face. And then there was my baby brother. 2 years after we moved in, my mom gave birth to him. One afternoon, when he was about 6 months old, she lay next to him and drifted off. When she woke, he was gone. The crib was empty. The room was empty. She raced to my uncle's house, but no one was there, so breathless, she ran back and found him lying peacefully on the bed as if he had never left. The most unforgettable moment, it came when I was 7. My brother was just a year old. My mom, my brother, my visiting older cousin, and I were waiting in that crooked connecting room for my dad to pick us up. My brother sat calmly on the rug before a dresser with a large mirror. And without warning, the glass shattered. Not fell, but shattered in place, sending razor shards raining around him. Miraculously, he wasn't cut. Eventually, my mom sought help from a psychic. The woman told her the house was occupied by spirits. One of them had fallen in love with her, growing angry when she stayed away too long. She promised to calm the spirit, and for a while, life seemed to ease. The visions stopped, and my dad was no longer attacked. But the air in that house never grew light. It always felt aware, and now I'm 26 and I live back in that neighborhood. The gravel hill has been paved with asphalt and the woods have been cleared, replaced by neat rows of apartment blocks. And the house still stands, a stubborn relic pressed in by modern walls. I still dream of it, weekly, sometimes more. The dreams are vivid. It's like I've never left. I feel a quiet pull I can't explain, as if the house still knows me and waits. I don't know if I'll ever cross its threshold again, but I know it hasn't let me go. Echoes from the Attic. My mother fought for years to have a child, enduring more than 20 tubal miscarriages. So, one gray afternoon, she and my grandmother visited a quiet cemetery to tend family graves. Standing among the old stones, my mother whispered a plea into the cool air, asking any soul willing to come back to choose her as a mother. Driving home at dusk, they both saw 3 silent glowing orbs hovering over the tree line. Neither of them were believers in UFOs until that moment. Weeks later, against every medical prediction, she conceived me, this time in the uterus. And from birth, my life hummed with strangeness. The nursery TV hissed to life at night, once even switching from a church broadcast to a disturbing horror film no one had cued. When I was 2, my mother gently asked if I remembered heaven, and I answered. I came from a dark place, crying for my 3 children. She never stopped retelling that moment. Childhood was a theater of nightmares. I woke frozen, and there were shadowy figures circling my bed, unseen voices commanding me to look. Then once, a tall figure I called the devil promised that he'd see me soon. And at 4, I dreamed of a cruel man descending attic stairs, someone I somehow knew had hurt me before. Other nights I screamed as invisible pitchforks were piercing me. At 12, the dreams reached their peak. 2 pale girls, they were waited on, this blood-stained cot in the attic. They were forcing me to sign a paper in my own blood. I never forgot that taste of iron and fear. Years passed. I became a mother of 3. Then one night while visiting my mom's house, my oldest, barely 2, woke trembling. "Uncle Tenders is upstairs," she whispered, saying a man no one knew. He heard me with a fork in my head. She had never heard my stories. The house itself carries whispers of its past. The former owner, a Freemason, sold it decades ago. Yet his daughter kept circling the property, murmuring the Mother Mary prayer until her death. And growing up, over 15 friends refused sleepovers after hearing footsteps above us, watching toys slide across the attic floor, or finding sinks running with no one nearby. Even after moving and filling my new home with prayer, the presence lingers. Just last year, sleep paralysis pinned me again. A cold reminder that whatever waits in the dark attic corners never truly leaves, at least for me. The White Garden Pact. There's a girl at my school. We're going to call her Mara. People talk about her like she's some sort of an oracle. They burn herbs under the moon, and they read tarot cards and whisper about energetic gateways. Friends who've gone to see her swear she's a seer. They say the things that she predicts actually happen. I didn't buy it. Magic, omens, and spells, well, just smoke and mirrors to me. Then one afternoon, Mara cornered me after class, and we'd barely spoken before, so I was startled when she confessed that she liked me. I was careful with my words, and she really wasn't my type, and I told her so as gently as I could. She smiled faintly and said, "Friendship's fine." But soon I kept getting messages on Instagram, and at first friendly, and then unmistakably flirty, and I began to pull back, and that's when she sent me a long, trembling message about how she'd never loved anyone like this, and how she'd bind her soul to mine, if that's what it took. I replied firmly, "Friendship only, nothing more," and she pushed harder. Finally, I snapped and said, "There's no world where I'd want to be with you," and hours passed. And at 3 a.m., her next text came, "You'll regret speaking to me like that." I laughed it off, but that night something shifted. I couldn't sleep like a silent engine hummed underneath my skin, and at dawn I drifted off and dreamed. Everything was white, sky, ground, and air, except for a single lush garden of impossible flowers. Across it stood Mara, a white camellia tucked behind her ear, smiling sweetly, almost radiantly. I woke after 10 minutes, wide-eyed and uneasy, and it didn't stop. For the next 10 nights, the dream replayed exactly. White place, the garden with Mara smiling. And last night, though, the dream changed. I wasn't in a white garden anymore. I was in my own room. Mara lay beside me, and it was intimate and disarmingly real. I could feel every heartbeat and every breath. And through it all, she kept that same calm, luminous smile. I don't know what she's done or if this is just my mind betraying me, but I wake each day more hollow and sleepless, and deep down I can't shake the thought that maybe this isn't only a dream. Midnight Amen. My girlfriend and I share a tiny loft in downtown LA, a place that creaks like it has secrets. Long before I moved in, she warned me about odd happenings. Cups clinking in empty rooms, faint voices that sounded inside the apartment, objects vanishing only to reappear exactly where they belonged. She would half joke about somebody hiding here with her. And after I moved in, the weirdness mostly died down. Sometimes a fork would tumble off the counter of her Sometimes a fork would tumble off the counter, or her earrings would hide for a day. But it felt like old building quirks, nothing to lose sleep over. Until last night. Around 4 a.m., she nudges me awake. "I can't sleep," she whispered. "Something feels wrong." And I wrapped an arm around her and murmured that everything was fine, and drifted back to sleep. Later, she told me that minutes after I dozed off, a sharp clatter echoed from the kitchen. About 40 minutes later, I woke to what I thought was her breath warm against my ear, and a soft, urgent whisper. "Dear Lord, keep me safe on my journey to heaven. Amen." Half asleep, I chuckled, thinking that she was that spooked, and I mumbled, "Amen." Then I opened my eyes, only to find her turned away from me, breathing deep and steady. And that instantly froze me. A cold shiver raced down my spine. Someone had spoken inches from my ear. When she stirred, I told her that we need to burn sage the second the sun came up. Now, hours later, the apartment's quiet as I write this before heading to work. Nothing else has happened yet, but I can't shake the feeling that something else is living here with us, patient and unseen, waiting for the next whisper in the dark. Doug in the dark. This is a story of how my mother became certain that she gifted me something unholy, and how I'm still not sure she's wrong. Back in the mid-90s, my parents weren't your velvet-robed, candlelit LaVeyan types. They were more of the backyard bonfire, cheap wine, and questionable powders kind of Satanists. Their late-night rituals were half seance, half chaos, and mostly chemical. They claimed to see creatures crawling out of shadows, and faces flickering in the smoke. Maybe hallucination, maybe something worse. Who can tell with that cocktail in their veins? One night, after an especially heavy session, my mother had a dream that burned itself into her life. She was drowning in a pit of black fire when a figure of pure darkness reached for her. When their hands met, she felt her soul yanked out like a thread from cloth. Beyond death, beyond even nightmare. She woke gasping, convinced that she'd brushed against something eternal and cold. The dream stalked her for years. Even awake, she'd feel a weight in the room, a predator in the corner of her eye. Within weeks, she'd abandoned the rituals. A few years later, I arrived, born in a prison hospital where she'd turned to faith between court dates and steel doors. Brutal. And for a while, the presence faded, until I was 7. That's when the dream returned to her. One last time, and not long after, I began to see him. A tall, featureless silhouette lingering in my closet, behind trees, at the bend of the hallway. Always watching me and always still. It wasn't a great year for me. I'd survived a traumatic incident, and I was stuck with an abusive stepfather, and he had been diagnosed with reactive attachment disorder. And I was medicated, lonely and angry. And at first, Mom waved it off as my imagination. Then I gave him a name, Doug. Ridiculous, maybe, but felt right as I got used to his quiet company. I would tell her that Doug whispered to me or gave me instructions. And soon she said I was hurting her and my sisters. Things I can't remember. CPS showed up and their advice was keep me isolated. So my bedroom became a cell with an alarmed door. I remember crying to Doug in the dark because no one else would listen to me. I remember screaming that I hated her, and at the time I meant it. Eventually, she handed me to my dad, a man I barely knew. And Doug came along. But something shifted. At Dad's place, the blackouts and accusations stopped. Doug stayed silent, a shadow in the corner, until one year, around my 13th birthday, he simply left. I chalked it up to trauma and a mother unraveling. Maybe Doug was her excuse, or my subconscious conjuring a friend out of the loneliness. We eventually reconciled, and she owned up to the abuse and to giving me Doug, but she still swears that he was real. For years, I filed it under family madness until 2018. My sister and I out Doug one evening, and I teased, "Better be careful. Doug might pay you a visit," and she laughed and dared him out loud. And that night, she heard slow scratching at her door, and then a guttural growl. She opened it, to nothing. Cat asleep, house quiet. The next morning, she called me shaken. I laughed, but the sound got caught in my throat. So that's Doug. Maybe he was trauma in a trench coat. Maybe a shared hallucination. Or maybe in the half-lit world my mother once worshipped, something really did reach out and never quite let go. I still don't know which possibility is worse, honestly. Midnight Echoes. So last night, something bizarre happened. My boyfriend and I both dreamed of each other on the exact same night. And that's already strange because neither of us ever remembers our dreams. But these stuck, like they were stamped into our heads, and they felt loaded with meaning. In his dream, he was sitting alone on a quiet pier. That was as the sky turned violet with sunset. The lake was perfectly still, except for a soft ripple now and then. After that, a tall figure appeared, pure black, no face, no edges, just a silhouette that seemed to drink in the light. It sat beside him without a sound. At first, he thought it might be me, but when he turned, there was nothing human about it. The figure began speaking, but every word was a warped hum that he couldn't decode. He shifted down the pier and it slid closer. He tried to ignore it and it leaned in. When he willed himself to wake, his body wouldn't move. The figure's voice rose into a muffled scream like a radio trapped underwater. Finally, he snapped awake, heart pounding. He swears the presence felt exactly like me. Not in appearance, but in a strange persistence, as though my energy was stitched through it. Meanwhile, my dream had unfolded under an ancient oak tree. It was lit by a slow golden dusk. I was sitting on his lap face to face when the girl from high school wandered past and said something I didn't catch. I turned to glance at her, and when I looked back, tears were spilling down his cheeks, and I froze. He buried his face in my neck, trembling, and I just held him. And then without a word, he stood and began to walk away. I followed until we stepped into a vast, silent library. He never spoke again. I sat at the glowing computer screen and accidentally opened a strange file. A printer word to life, spitting out old photographs. Him as a child and a faded group picture with a man I knew instantly was his father. Never seen a real photo of him, though. It wasn't that he looked like an altered version of my boyfriend. It was pure, undeniable certainty. A friend from nowhere appeared at my side, glanced at the photo and murmured, "Yeah, they share the same eyes." We woke up miles apart, but with the same eerie sense of being visited with different places and different images. Yet the feeling was identical. Like some quiet force threaded through both dreams, humming the same secret neither of us can quite name. The Soldier on the Stairs. My stepmom has always been the no-nonsense type. Sharp, practical, and allergic to anything mystical. She's the kind of person who double-checks facts before believing them, which is why I'm about to share. Well, really makes what I'm about to share. It makes me pause every time I think of it. It was the early 1990s. My stepmom and my oldest stepbrother, then just a chubby-cheeked baby, were renting a room in a creaky old house outside Dayton, Ohio. It's not too far from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The house's owner, an older woman, lived downstairs. The place smelled faintly of cedar and some kind of old paint that probably had lead in it. One late afternoon, as the sun was burning down into an orange horizon, my stepmom sat on the warm carpet playing peekaboo with the baby. The TV hummed quietly in the background. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught movement on the staircase. She turned, and a young man in a faded olive green uniform was walking up the stairs, calm and steady. He met her eyes and gave a brief, almost courteous nod before continuing upwards. Nothing about him seemed threatening or strange, just ordinary. Assuming he was maybe the homeowner's grown son or maybe a new boarder, my stepmom barely gave it a second thought. Later, when the owner returned, my stepmom casually mentioned it. "Oh, your son stepped by earlier and he went upstairs. Maybe he's resting." The woman blinked. My children haven't lived here in decades. And that night, curiosity set in. Together, they dug through local records and family histories, and what surfaced was the kind of story you expect in an old letter, not in your living room. During the First World War, my grandmother once lived in that very house. Her beloved grandson, stationed at the early aviation field that would one day become Wright-Patterson. They were deployed to Europe just weeks after America entered the war. He never came home. Like thousands of others, he simply disappeared into the muddy chaos of the Western Front. Whether the official telegram ever reached his grandmother is lost to time. But neighbors, they whispered that she never believed he was gone. She spent her remaining years waiting for footsteps on that staircase. Eventually, a dusty black and white photo surfaced. The grandmother seated stiffly for the camera, and beside her, the young soldier. It was, my stepmom swears, the very man that she had seen that evening. Why was he still there? Well, my stepmom isn't sure. Maybe he was still searching for the grandmother who never stopped waiting, but maybe in some unexplainable way, he'd paused to watch over the tiny baby gurgling on the carpet that night. Given who she is, measured, skeptical, and incapable of embellishment, there's no reason to think she invented a word of it. And I thought of this story again today, after the quiet passing of an uncle and a week of wrestling with the fear of what waits beyond life. And strangely, remembering that soldier on the stairs makes it easier to breathe. Maybe, just maybe, there's something more than what we can see. The Ottawa Interview. It happened a few winters back. I was walking home from a late movie. Not exactly an alien abduction story, but the person I met, they felt just off. And for me to call someone weird, well, that's saying something. He was a few paces ahead of me, and we approached a quiet bookstore near the park. I heard him murmur something. I couldn't tell if it was me or Maybe it was just the chilly night air. His stride threw me off. Should I pass him? Should I hang back? We kind of just hovered in that strange in-between where you're not sure if a conversation has started or if you just kind of brushed against someone else's evening. But it did become a conversation. Only our walking positions were strange, almost choreographed. He kept me at an odd angle beside him, like he wanted me exactly there, and I'm no self-defense expert, but I can usually sense when someone's trying to corner me. This wasn't quite that, it was just peculiar. I can't recall every question he asked, but a few stuck. He wanted to know how much I knew about the end of the dinosaurs. I mentioned the Chicxulub crater in Mexico. The impact site scientists believe triggered the mass extinction. And he stopped and he was staring at me like I'd just revealed a classified code. Then he shifted topics. Had I ever heard of the Cold War bunker hidden outside of Ottawa? I had, actually. That answer earned me another long, unreadable look. By the time we'd covered 2 city blocks, he asked me to lower my glasses, and I obliged. He seemed to be studying my pupils as if he were calibrating some private measurement. Then, with the faintest smile, he said, "Goodbye. Perhaps we'll continue next time." Slipped across the street into the dark. And here's the thing, when someone interviews you, doctor, detective, whoever, they never ask questions just to fill silence. And I'm convinced this man wasn't either. Even now, years later, it feels like a walk and, well, less like a walk. More like I'd been screened. Maybe nothing supernatural happened, but his questions, dinosaurs, government bunkers, that quiet inspection of my eyes, still make the nights kind of feel slightly tilted, as if I brushed against something outside of the ordinary. Well, you sort of did. Some people are weird. The Man with the Blue Bicycle. My older brother is about 5 years ahead of me in age. When he was born, something peculiar began to happen. It started quietly, just soft moments that my parents first brushed off as baby quirks. He would suddenly clap and giggle while staring at an empty corner of the room, as if somebody unseen was entertaining him. At night, it got stranger. He often woke up laughing as though in mid-game. But when my parents checked on him, he was sound asleep. A few times they woke to his laughter echoing down the hallway, only to find him peacefully dreaming. As soon as he learned to speak, they asked who he was playing with. His answer never changed. The Man with the Blue Bicycle. My parents, a little uneasy now, still chalked it up to an imaginary friend. But my dad sometimes heard faint footsteps in the hallway, and once even the clear tinkle of a bicycle bell. By the time my brother turned 5, the nightly game stopped. The Man with the Blue Bicycle was never mentioned again. Then I was born. A few months before my brother's 5th birthday, the pattern began again. This time with me. I was too young to talk, but I'd laugh at nothing, babble to empty corners, and wake up in the dark as if a playmate had just left. My parents never told me about my brother's strange friend. And yet when I finally started speaking, I startled them. The Man with the Blue Bicycle plays with me. It continued until I turned 5, and then just like before, it ended without explanation. Years later, when my brother and I are swapping ghost stories with our parents, they finally told us everything. We had no idea that we'd both seen or imagined the exact same figure. The man, the blue bicycle, and the laughter. Even the timing of when it all stopped. Identical. You could dismiss it as a coincidence or childhood imagination, but sometimes late at night I can almost hear the faint ring of a bicycle bell. And I wonder, did he ever really leave? Midnight screams at the crossroads. 2 nights ago, right around that hazy stretch between 2 and 4 a.m., I, a 36-year-old bartender, finally came home after a long shift. My house was quiet, except for the soft shuffle of the kids waking up when I came in, and living with me are my 16-year-old son, my 13-year-old daughter, and my best friend's 13-year-old boy. I just call him my nephew. About 20 minutes after I'd settled in on the couch, earbuds in, music low, I heard something that made my heart skip. A scream, sharp and high like glass breaking in the dark. Cut right through the music. I yanked the earbuds out and I froze, and there was silence. Everyone else was in bed, and I told myself maybe it was hidden in the song, and I hit play again. But then another scream. This one seemed to echo inside the earbuds themselves. I pulled them out again, and there was nothing, not even a creak from the house. I finally convinced myself the music was messing with me. Went back to listening. Uneasy but too tired to move. I forgot about it until the next evening. My daughter quietly asked if I'd heard the 4 loud screams that came after I got home. 4. I'd only heard 2. She said each one sounded like a young girl and seemed to move closer, starting far down the street and ending near the 3-way crossroads just beyond her yard. By the 4th scream, she said her skin prickled with goosebumps. She prayed until the sound stopped. When I asked my son, he admitted he'd heard a single scream near his bedroom window, and to him, it sounded like an old woman in an argument. And since he was half asleep, he assumed it was a neighbor and just drifted off again. My nephew, asleep in the same room as my daughter, heard nothing. Neither did the neighbors, as far as we know. But what chills me most is the detail my daughter shared that I hadn't told her. The feeling that the sound moved, closing in with every cry. I can't shake the question. If the screams weren't in the music, and not everyone in the house heard them, what exactly moved through the night outside her home? And why did it stop only when somebody prayed? The camera caught it. A shape, a breath, a scream. But there was no one there, because at Paranormal M we share the footage the world forgot. Well, I suppose we just read about it, but anyway, subscribe to see it, if you want to. I mean, hear it. Phantom Infestation. It started with a sudden collapse of normal life. One Monday morning, my boss simply vanished. No paycheck, no notice, nothing. In Germany, of all places, where laws usually click like clockwork, the court still seemed to shrug at my claim, even though others in the same case got their money. Then the world tilted further. Despite a strong resume and a market that should have favored me, every job application vanished. Months passed by, and my confidence seemed to thin. By late winter, the oddities sharpened. Bedbugs appeared in my apartment in January, deep winter. That's while I was traveling in Italy. My girlfriend had just entered my life around then, and she swears that she's spotless. Yet the bugs showed up off-season, like an omen that refused logic. Or like possibly something else. Yet, when we finally moved in together, things only deepened. She was a bright, unstoppable 18-year-old, but within weeks her joints betrayed her. First one knee, then the other, and soon her whole body ached without cause. A brief recovery would fade into a new mystery pain like a looping curse. And then came the roaches. Our place is practically surgical. No crumbs, no overflowing trash. And yet those slick brown shadows, they slip across her counters. Other signs seem to pile up. Bathroom mirrors, they fog in random ghostly patches. A damp, moldy scent flares and disappears, and if exhaled by unseen lungs, it would seem at least, but she scrubs until the tiles gleam, using Mr. Clean most normally. The smell, it always seems to ambush us. I tore up the baseboards, I checked every seam. I found only spotless emptiness. We're both pretty tired, bone-deep tired. Not just sleepy, but drained. I tested a theory by spending 3 days in Hamburg. And there I slept like a child, and I woke pretty early. I worked hard. I partied late. I was buzzing with energy. The very day I returned home, the heaviness closed in again. One former tenant, a serious man with no talent for jokes, he admitted that he sometimes found objects in places he'd never left them. Another hinted at quote-unquote something in the apartment. And lately, my girlfriend wakes to faint knocks or the scrape of something shifting in the dark near the kitchen. And sometimes she swears a shadow moves when nothing should be moving. I started this story as a skeptic. I'm not so sure anymore. Maybe it's some slow, hidden infestation. Maybe something older and stranger, a parasite of the spirit feeding quietly on us both. Better than bedbugs. Painted shadows. I have a classmate who lives with borderline. Sorry, hitting too close to home for my life. I have a classmate who lives with borderline personality disorder, and once confided in me about her recurring hallucinations. She described seeing things that weren't there. Tiny flickers in the corner of her eye and strange faces in empty rooms. I remember thinking it was unsettling, but it felt like something far from my own reality until a few days ago. It began one quiet evening. I was making brigadeiros. Don't know what that is, but it sounds tasty. The mixture was pale and smooth, yet suddenly it glittered with tiny neon specks like confetti trapped in sugar. They blinked in and out of sight as if it were alive. And when I finished cooking, the colors were gone, as though my eyes had been telling stories my mind didn't want to hear. Later that same night, I caught sight of a shape near the hallway. A dark silhouette, almost human but off, and its head was perfectly round, its mouth stretched into a grin that didn't belong there. I froze, expecting fear, but instead I felt a deep unease, like something was quietly waiting. Earlier that day, I'd felt a sharp pressure on my arm, a prickling touch with the memory of nails, even though I was alone against the wall. Since then, every corner of my house seems to hum with presence, and shapes flicker at the edge of my vision, and sometimes they stretch tall, sometimes they curl low. The feeling's always the same, like being watched through a keyhole. And I don't drink and I don't use drugs, but I haven't slept in days at this point. My thoughts, they feel frayed, like a rope about to snap. Half of me's wondering, is this just exhaustion or stress and my mind turning shadows into monsters? The other half, the part raised on quiet church hymns and whispered prayers, suspects something stranger might be at play. I've considered speaking to my pastor, and I've also kind of bookmarked the number of a psychiatrist whose kindness that I think I trust. I don't know which door I'll really be knocking on first, because all I know is that house is never empty anymore, even when no one is home. And for anybody who's suffering with BPD, I will tell you that it's hard for both parties involved. The person trying to help and the person who hasn't. It's like living hell for everyone. So my love goes out for everybody on every side of it. Anywhere and everywhere. At any time. Whispers on the third floor. I've always been tuned into the strange and unseen. Cameras in the house catch shimmering orbs and once or twice the sharp outline of something that shouldn't be there. I've felt presences before, but last night was different. Started in the kitchen, and out of nowhere, a sudden heat bloomed, and it just blew like below my hip. It was like somebody smacked me with 3 fingers. Actually checked to see if I'd cut myself or something, and there's nothing, no mark, and no reason. Half joking and half nervous, I said out loud, "If anyone's here, show me." Instantly, a chill swept over me, exactly like the cold whisper of air-conditioned car seats. But this was inside and only behind me, head to toe. I left and came back a minute later. The same icy caress returned, faint but unmistakable. No windows open, no vents running, just cold. And that was only the beginning. Upstairs on the 3rd floor, that's where my little boy slept. I kept a camera on him so I could smoke outside without worrying, and around 8 my phone reconnected to Wi-Fi and I checked the feed. My heart skipped. His small toddler bed, where he almost never sleeps, it had a laundry bag perched on top of it, and as I watched, the bag rolled off the bed, deliberate and slow, like somebody had nudged it. Stranger still, my son, who usually sleeps until at least 10, was suddenly awake. He was standing on his tiny mattress facing the wall, fingertips reaching high like he was greeting something invisible. He hadn't done that in months. So I hurried up and I coaxed him back into my bed, and because the emotion alerts were going wild, I turned the camera sensors off. We settled in. Then he began waving. Not at me, but at something else, and I whispered again, "Are there any spirits here?" The bed shook. Not a soft tremor, a real heavy jolt like somebody climbed on, and for a frozen heartbeat I couldn't even breathe. Then a weight pressed into my thigh hard. I thought maybe someone downstairs had dropped something heavy, but no pressure. It was too specific and too close. Even now as I write this, the same spot tingles like a warning. I entered the night in tears, stumbling downstairs and nearly hyperventilating. I know that I invited it with my words, but I didn't know, or not really, what might answer. And now I can't shake the feeling that something answered back. Midnight Visitor. It began as a strangely cozy dream. Family Thanksgiving that felt warm and loud, laughter, plates clinking, old friends dropping by, and everybody catching up in that hazy dream sort of way. But then the scene darkened. My parents stood in a shadowed corner, whispering urgently. I stepped closer, and without a word my father handed me a heavy wooden bat. "Go help her," my mother breathed. On the floor, there lay a little girl that I didn't know, writhing and screaming. I pulled her back, heart hammering, and that's when it appeared, a small, shadowy creature. It was no bigger than a cat, but fast and vicious. It leapt at me, snapping sharp teeth and clawing at my arms. I swung the bat wildly, missing half the time, panic rising in me. And all the while, in my head, the Lord's Prayer kept looping. It was unbidden and desperate. I'm no longer a believer, but terror has a way of digging up old prayers. Then, shift. Suddenly, I'm in my real bedroom, in the same position I'd fallen asleep in, and for a breath I thought I'd woken up. My cat lay curled beside me, blinking calmly. Shaking, I reached for my phone to text my friend, the one I sometimes investigate strange things with. But before I could even type, something unseen scuttled up the bed, fast, heavy, and invisible. I froze as claws, or something like claws, scratched across the blanket, and I screamed. But the sound stuck in my throat. The thing pounced, biting and dragging at my arms and shoulders, and I tried to dial my friend. I was shouting for help, and my body just refused. Every muscle locked, and my vision dimmed at the edges. And then, like a snapped cord, I just woke up, like really woke, I think. And for a few awful moments I still couldn't move, and the phantom weight was pressing me down, and every heartbeat felt like pushing through wet cement. Finally, though, with a monumental effort, I grabbed my phone and I stayed awake until the room felt solid again. And the next morning I cleansed the room with sage and salt. And later I told my friend everything. They said it might be stress, or maybe the old scars of religious fears. Maybe just sleep paralysis, or maybe something else. Still not sure which answer frightens me more. The bowl that blinked back. Back in 2020, something happened that I buried so deep I almost convinced myself it was a dream. I never told a soul until this week. It's when a friend casually shared a spooky memory of theirs. And that conversation cracked open the vault, and here I am typing this out because my late-night search for similar experiences turned up absolutely nothing. No stories, no folklore, no Reddit threads. Thank God. Just me and this memory. It started on a rainy afternoon. I'm sitting cross-legged on the dining room floor, absently watching my reflection in a large, clear glass salad bowl balanced on a cardboard box. The light from the small lamp behind me made my reflection look like a dark, soft-edged silhouette in a curved surface. And something about it held me, like I was staring at a living photograph. I shifted slightly, testing the shadow, and my mirrored figure followed, of course, until it didn't. And at first, I just tried to blame the weather. Maybe the tree outside was swaying, causing a trick of the light, so got up, checked the window. No breeze, no movement, and the street beyond was still as a painting. So I sat back down, and this time determined to stay perfectly motionless. And then, unmistakably, my shadow in the bowl twitched. Not a flicker of light, an actual deliberate motion, a tilt of the head, slow raise of both arms. I froze, breath shallow, my real arm stayed rooted to my sides. But the figure in the bowl finished its own slow, graceful stretch and tilted forward as if peering at me. The room was quiet enough to hear the hum of the refrigerator, and I waited and counted heartbeats. My shadow lowered its arms and tilted its head the other way, almost curiously. The spell broke when a neighbor's car door slammed outside. I jolted as my reflection snapped back to perfect mimicry, as if nothing had ever happened. I've replayed that minute thousands of times. Just been looking for a logical explanation, like sleep deprivation or optical illusions or some weird refraction thing. But nothing fits the absolute stillness of the room and the deliberate way my shadow moved. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I was wide awake sitting upright, and, well, for years I kept the secret because who'd believe it? But here I am wondering if someone somewhere has this kind of moment when their own reflection stopped being theirs, and when it decided to move first, and if the voice that comes after is AI or is me pitched up. I don't know either. The visitor at 4 a.m. It was around 4, and that's when I finally surrendered to the couch, half asleep and ready to drift away. And just as my eyes closed, a sudden cold draft brushed across my face. My first thought was immediate and uneasy. It was like something's here. And I've always been strangely sensitive to these things. Paranormal currents that most people would never notice. I stayed perfectly still. I was hoping it would pass. And then I felt a presence standing, like right next to me. It was silent, but it was heavy, like an invisible figure was breathing in my space. Fear locked me in place, and I kept my eyes shut because whatever this was, I was not ready to see it. And then it happened. Without warning, my body and my being separated. I wasn't floating through space. It was stranger than that. My physical self stayed in the couch, but I was beside it, like layered apart. A deafening sound filled my head, a mix of shattering glass and magnetic waves, buzzing like an electrical storm inside both my ears. Something or someone took my right hand, and I didn't move it, but it felt like it was rising, almost as if it were weightless. Panic flared, obviously, and I forced the arm back down, even though physically it never seemed to leave the couch. And then the voice came, and it was inside my head and low and mechanical, yet not fully robotic. "Where is a church?" it asked. At first, I barely understood what it was saying, and then the question repeated deeper and colder. "Where is a church?" The sound was eerily like those ghost hunting recordings where spirits speak through static. And almost without thinking, I raised my arm again and pointed toward a church I know several streets away. "Thanks," the voice said. Simple and final. Instantly, the buzzing stopped and the presence was gone. And just like that, I snapped back into my body. And for a long minute, I lay there, stunned with my heart hammering, and I crossed myself, which is odd for somebody who doesn't really believe, before daring to open my eyes. This wasn't a dream. I know the soft edges of sleep. This was nothing like that. Lately, strange things have been happening more often. Shadowed figures in corners and flickers at the edge of the vision, and I've been dabbling in tarot these past months. Sometimes I wonder if it's all connected. Most nights I tell myself it's just imagination, but not this time. Later on, I told my brother, and he admitted he'd been feeling a strange tingling in his own body around the same hour. Just can't shake that thought that something passed through my living room that night, something that needed directions. And now it knows the way, at least. Echoes of a Silent Link. I don't usually spill things like this, but I just woke up shaking and, I just need to get this out. Since I was a kid, I carried what feels like a strange private superpower. Whenever I think about someone, really think about them, it's like a quiet signal goes out. Sooner or later they call, text, or drop a random "You just popped into my head" message. It's happened too many times for me to shrug off. Oh my God, my foot is asleep. When I first suspected it was real, I tried to break it, and I picked somebody who, by all logic, was gone from my life. My childhood friend, Omar. We lost touch back in grade school. More than 10 years, and I didn't know his number, where he lived. There's nothing, just his name and the blur of an old photo in my mind, and pins and needles in my foot. I sat there one night, focused on him for a few minutes, and then went to bed. But by the next evening, my phone buzzed. Facebook notification. Guess who messaged? Omar. Omar out of nowhere. He wrote that he'd been randomly thinking of me and tracked me down. Turns out he's been living in Lisbon and has a wife and 2 kids. And a dozen other details that barely matter here, except that he found me. It kept happening, different people, different ways, and if I wanted to get closer to somebody, say a girl I just met, I'd let my thoughts circle around her like a quiet orbit, and days later she'd reach out. And when we'd talk, she'd confess something like, "I couldn't stop thinking about you. Had to see you again to figure out why." Then came tonight, about half an hour ago. I was dreaming of an old college friend, one I haven't spoken to in forever, and in the dream he was right there with his lips moving but words muffled. I started awake and, startled awake to the sound of my phone because it was ringing, not buzzing this time, and his name was lighting up my screen. I didn't pick up, I just couldn't. I just stared and felt the room tilt. I'm not bragging, I'm honestly rattled, and I don't know if this is some strange pattern of coincidences or if there's something real, like something invisible, threading my thoughts to theirs. And right now, I'm not sure which idea scares me more. The Midnight Bell and the Vanishing Kisses. This is a story passed down from my dad. So, a few edges you could say might be fuzzy because it's 30-something years of that and it can kind of do a thing to a memory. But here it goes anyway. It all began right after I came home from a hospital. A coworker of Dad's had gifted him a large factory-sealed glass jar of Hershey's Kisses. They were silver and purple foils and they were glinting like treasure to me at the time. Knowing his own sweet tooth, Dad stashed the jar at the very top shelf of his bookcase. A spot so high that even Mom would have needed a step stool to reach it, and this will matter later, so trust me. Within days of my arrival, strange nights happen. Like at random hours, never the same twice, a soft, delicate bell would ring from somewhere in the room where I slept. And if I spent the night in my parents' room, the bell sounded there, and if I stayed with Grandma or my aunt, the bell migrated too. Everyone eventually heard it, and at first they blamed exhaustion or postpartum nerves. Maybe a draft shaking something loose. But the bell kept ringing. Weeks later, Dad, ever the neat freak, was rearranging his shelves when he seemed to freeze. The candy jar wasn't as full as before, not a single foil wrapper was laying around, and the factory seal seemed to still be intact. The jar itself looked untouched and perfectly aligned on the shelf, and the bell and the disappearing chocolates kept pace. When we moved upstairs to a sunnier apartment, the nightly chime followed as though it had packed its own ghostly suitcase. The chocolates kept dwindling, and then as abruptly as it began, it ended. No one can quite agree when, but Mom insists it stopped when I was about 6 months old. Dad swears it coincided with the passing of a distant relative, a reclusive great-uncle with a fondness for bells and sweets, whose story deserves a whole other telling. They've asked friends and family for decades, but no one has heard of anything like it. A tiny midnight bell that follows a newborn while a sealed jar of chocolate quietly empties itself. To this day, we wonder, was it a family spirit checking in, or a trick of the memory, or something stranger that visits the very young? Or somebody like me when I was a kid that can take off the factory seal, eat the candy, and put the factory seal back on. Guilty of that. The Intercom House. I want to tell you about something that still lingers in my mind. Not because it was terrifying, but because it felt strangely personal. This happened years ago, in the late 70s, the house that my brother and I was renting for a while. The place came with an old intercom system, and there was a main panel in the kitchen, little speakers in every room. By the time we moved in, it was mostly broken, but every now and then, faint sounds and static and distant whispers like odd clickings they'd slip through. At first it was small oddities, slow, deliberate footsteps in the upstairs hallway. The wooden floors were so creaky that you could tell the difference between a house settling groan and a real step. Sometimes a cupboard door in the kitchen would just give a sudden metallic rattle, and every so often we'd catch what sounded like faint voices. Never through the speakers, but somewhere inside the house itself. Things shifted after our parents left town unexpectedly for a long legal mess. That left my brother and me to keep the house running on our own. And that's when the voice came. One morning, while we're getting ready, my brother's brushing his teeth upstairs, me making coffee downstairs. I heard a man's voice, and it was calm and clear, and it called out, "Hey, Rowan." That's my brother's name. A second later, Rowan thundered down the stairs, swearing he'd just heard me call him. But I hadn't said a thing, just kind of strange. And after that, quiet greetings would sometimes drift from the corner of a room like a soft hello. Almost conversational, but not quite. Never felt threatening, more like somebody politely checking in. We ended up giving him a name, Gavin. Somehow it seemed to fit. Gaz never slammed doors or sent chills down our spines, but he did linger. A presence, and almost like he wanted us to know that we weren't alone in a rough patch. But we did eventually move out, and I've lived in plenty of places since, but nothing has ever been that same quiet, watchful sort of atmosphere. So thanks for letting me share it, and I don't want to talk about it that much, but if you've ever met a spirit that felt more curious than cruel, I'd love to hear your story too. The Midnight Veil. I live in Eastern Europe along a lazy river famous for party rafts and wooden decks that you can rent for 20 or 30 people to float, drink, and laugh until sunrise. And by chance, my house is just a short walk from that stretch of water. First brush. One warm night, we gathered to toast a friend's soon-to-arrive baby. Everyone was happily drunk except me and a girl who couldn't drink because of her meds. When the snacks and beer began to run out, the two of us volunteered to drive the 5 miles to a late-night shop. The ride back was pretty quiet, except for her funny story about her cat's obsession with laundry. Then something cut the night in half. A dark, human-shaped blur leapt across the road, 2 faint amber points like eyes glimmering for an instant. "Did you see that?" I blurted. She didn't even pause her story. "I did," she admitted after about a breath or two. I'm not pretending nothing happened because I'd rather not scream right now. It wasn't a trick of headlights or imagination. The figure actually moved, and possibly fast. A living shadow that vaulted the road and vanished toward the river. Second glimpse. Months passed and the memory softened, till my mother needed late-night company for her doctor-prescribed walk. The moonlight was unusually sharp and silvering the farmland paths behind our houses. Pawsey the dog padded behind us. Little on the nose. Out of there stands a lone peach tree, oddly alive in a sea of tilled soil. And from behind it, something darted. No footsteps, no rustle, just a swift slide, as if a computer cursor had been dragged across a black screen. Pawsey froze, and my mother gasped. We're turning back, and she said it was with sudden steel, and we don't do midnight walks anymore. Final vigil. Curiosity, of course, is stubborn. One clear night I returned, this time alone except for Pawsey. The stars burned like cold fire, and the world was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. We waited in perfect stillness for 15 long minutes. Just as my thoughts began to wander, it came. The shadows zigzagged between the peach tree and the distant bush and the fence line. And now I could tell it was human height, and it was brown tinged in the moonlight, and it was gliding without legs. Faint eye spots gleamed where a head should be. It never approached, never threatened. It was like if it had wanted harm, well, I would have been helpless. But instead, it simply vanished into darker fields, as if retreating to its hidden home. And my dog has a lot of those prescriptions for walks. Sometimes I think they're forged. The house that won't stay quiet. I guess you could call this an encounter, but to me it feels more like a long confession. One that's been brewing for years. Our family home has always been strange. 3 floors, we live in the middle one. Bottom floor has been empty since I was little. And the top floor went silent after 2018. From my earliest memories, doors opened or closed with slow, deliberate movements. Nothing like the slam or draft. Just a steady, purposeful motion that no breeze could explain. I heard odd creaks and soft, misplaced sounds. But I only truly began noticing them around 2014 or 15. And being born in 2006, I'd been too young to care until then. The first real fright. The first time the house really scared me was around 2016. My great-grandfather had lived on the ground floor until he died in 2012. I only met him once, but I can't seem to forget it for the life of me. Peeked through a window and I found him staring back at me with an expression I can only describe as pure hatred. My parents and he had legal disputes, and maybe that explains it, but the gaze seemed to burn into me. Years later, after his death, we renovated the ground floor. We moved all of me and my brother's Lego sets down there, and I loved building late into the evening, but that particular night something felt off. The hallway door was open and the living room doorless loomed beyond. I kept glancing over my shoulder. At one point, I thought I caught a flicker of movement and then a soft sound behind me. When I turned, I saw this dark figure running through the hallway. It was quick and human-shaped and impossible. It was already nighttime, but no streetlight shined into that space. I was sitting still. It couldn't have been my own shadow, in other words. To this day, I can't reason it away. And for the next 2 or 3 years, I refused to go downstairs after 6 p.m. The hammering above. A mini story from the same guy. For a while, things quieted, if you could call slow-moving doors and unexplained knocks quiet. Then 2018 came, and my great-uncle who lived upstairs passed away. He'd been difficult, a late-night tinkerer who hammered and fixed his battered bicycle at odd hours. He lost his old motorbike long before he died. Not long after his funeral, I lay in bed one night and I heard it like hammering and the shuffle of somebody working above me. Out of pure habit, I thought, great, he's at it again. Then I remembered he was dead. And the realization hit so hard I almost screamed. It wasn't a one-off. The sound kept visiting. It was faint but undeniable. For nearly 2 years before fading for good, that is. The present unease. I kept telling myself I was imagining things. Maybe even needing therapy. I'm an atheist, a science-first kind of person. I want a logical answer, but nothing seems to fit. And now it's 2025, and 2 things push me to write this. First, I need to get it out, and talking to my mom is useless, and after every death she's marched around with incense sticks convinced the house is haunted. Secondly, the feeling is back. This time on her own second floor, and the air here has grown heavy again. That same prickling dread I felt the night I saw the hallway shadow has returned, and it's hard to describe how wrong it feels to be uneasy in your own home. Maybe nothing will happen, but maybe something will. And for now, I keep living here and listening and waiting and wondering if the house will ever stay quiet. Fire in the closets. I grew up in a house that was split right down the middle. My mom was a full-on believer in everything supernatural and spiritual, while my dad leaned halfway into atheism and dry jokes, and let's just say it made for some, colorful dinner conversations. From 2012 to 17, I was basically raised by the internet. Debate groups full of fiery atheists and equally fiery believers, they were sort of my playground. I'd watch endless videos of paranormal evidence, and every comment section would scream fake or photoshopped, and I shrugged and I moved on. And then 2020 arrived. A neighbor friend, we're going to call him Kareem, started acting strangely. We used to share memes and late-night snacks and half-baked business ideas, but suddenly he was distant. For a whole week, he brushed me off with excuses like we had a fire at home, and that's a pretty big excuse. I assumed it to be a stove mishap or bad wiring, and I'm not the kind of guy who leaps into rescue mode anyway, so I just left it alone. But a few days later, he mentioned another quote-unquote loss, and something in his voice made me press harder. Finally, he blurted out, "There's black magic on my house." I kind of laughed because I'd heard the phrase 100 times online, but here, when somebody actually knew, well, that was strange. He swore that there were no gas leaks and no faulty wiring. He said jinns were behind it. I told him, "Okay, call me next time something happens, and I'll bring my eyes and my phone." Don't think this is in America. Moving on, but 2 nights later my phone buzzed. I got there, and look, I'm still not sure what I walked into. Every closet door was scarred with this deep, smoky, burn mark looking thing, like the wood had caught fire from inside of it. Clothes were shredded and hanging from the ceiling fan, stuffed into the toilet, even wedged between wall cracks. The house had looked as if somebody had thrown a silent war party while we were out. I filmed everything on Snapchat. Excuse me, my voice broke. Snapchat. I still have the clips. No demons posed for the camera that night, but at least what I saw, it didn't seem to add up, and I tried to stay skeptical, and maybe Kareem trashed the place himself. Perhaps, but why? It was a rented house, and insurance wouldn't cover supernatural vandalism. Bad insurance company. And those burns, they're clean, and they were black rings that looked as if heat had bloomed from the core of the wood. It didn't match any fire I'd ever seen. Kareem's family, which was 7 or 18 people, well, they moved out soon after. And an imam advised them to relocate, saying the house had been, quote-unquote, and italicized, claimed. They found a new place, and for a moment of relief, they cooked a big welcome meal. Then Kareem's sister ran upstairs to grab something and found the entire meal, which are pots and plates and everything. It was all dumped neatly across a bed that she'd left empty minutes earlier. That was the last law. And today, I stand somewhere between my mom's faith and my dad's skepticism, but I tend to lean far closer to her side than I ever imagined. Maybe the Jinn didn't show themselves because they knew I'd have my camera ready. Maybe they wait until no one's looking. Whatever the reason, I can't laugh it off anymore. Science explains a lot, but that night in Kareem's house, well, science hasn't caught up yet. The knocks between worlds. For nearly 3 months, I've been trapped in a strange war between sleep and waking. At first, it was occasional sleep paralysis, but the past 2 months have been a labyrinth of dreams within dreams, sometimes 3 layers deep, till I can barely tell where night ends and morning begins. The first descent. It began one ordinary night as I drifted off, and somewhere between thought and darkness, I heard deliberate footsteps in my room. I brushed it off as imagination, but the dream that followed was too sharp to ignore. I was back to my room, and, well, except half of it had kind of melted into a dense black fog. A heavy, electric dread pressed on my chest, and I tried to whisper a prayer, but my voice tangled and blurred, and each word was dissolving. Then I was jerked awake, or so I thought. My body was stone. None of this sounds like what it is, and it's a tall, shifting shadow actually looming beside the bed, and it was silent as I held my breath. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream, and time became a stretched-out eternity until I finally broke free with my heart hammering while this whole thing was happening. The next time is the voice at the window. Weeks later, I made the mistake of sleeping with my window cracked open, and the night air felt pretty alive, like it was watching. I told myself it was nothing, and I slipped under only to jolt awake to a deep thud. Paralysis pinned me again, and this time moonlight spilled across the floor like a pale stage light. And a low, unfamiliar man's voice floated in from the darkness. "Why are you just lying there? I can see you." And panic was clawing at me. I willed my arms to move and my throat to shout, and there was nothing. A silhouette leaned into the window frame. The second I wrestled free, relief barely formed before I collapsed back into sleep and snapped into my paralysis again. The figure now stood inches from my face. My skin burned as if near an invisible fire, and over I repeated in my mind, I reject this presence until the pressure finally cracked. I shot awake for real this time. The little girl. One night, the darkness changed its rules. Instead of shapeless shadows, I dreamt somebody whispered that a spirit had latched onto me. And when I stirred, paralysis took hold. And this time, a small girl in a faded gray dress rested a cold hand on my arm. Their movements were agonizingly slow. She leaned closer, and I tore free and stumbled out of bed. And when I glanced back, she was crouched on the window ledge like a silent acrobat. Their eyes were locked on mine, and I fled downstairs, and I found my family gathered in a strange sort of stillness. My brother cradled a baby whose stare felt ancient. Sorry. On the grill sizzled something, but not food, but uprooted plants and scraps of metal. My mother beckoned me to the car, and when I peered inside, blackness swallowed everything, and I woke again paralyzed. A shadow was peering from the closet. The proof that I didn't want. So shaking, I turned on the light and I grabbed my phone. I left a voice recording app running. 2 clean, separate knocks played back, both captured from the direction of the window. No one else in the house had stirred, and the dogs hadn't barked. And now every night feels like a negotiation with something unseen. Maybe it's only my mind, but maybe not. And when darkness falls and the walls settle, I can still hear soft and patient the knocks between worlds. The woman at the window. Ever since I can remember, odd things have followed me like a quiet shadow. My family came from an old country farm where superstition was a second language. Ghost stories weren't just stories, they were all warnings. And one summer, my cousin was almost pulled into something we couldn't see. She sat by the window, chattering with a quote-unquote girl outside that no one else could see. My uncle rushed in, yanked her back, and hid her beneath a quilt. Later that night, I glimpsed that same pale figure at my own window. Long black hair seemed to brush against the glass. I buried my face in my mother's chest, too terrified to even scream. The strange visits, they never really stopped. Friends seem to hate staying over because doors creak when they shouldn't, and lights flicker and the air feels heavy as if it's waiting. But my dreams, they're the worst part. There's even the same woman. Dark hair seems to hang like a curtain and eyes that are basically swallowing the light. And sometimes she whispers in a language I don't understand. Sometimes she presses her hands to my throat until I jolt awake gasping, but when I quote-unquote wake, I'm still in the exact spot where she's there, as though I was only blinking. Once I felt a palm on the back of my head, forcing my face into the pillow. And the only thing that saved me was the absurd thought that this is such a dumb way to die. And for a while, things calmed down after I rearranged my room. I pulled the bed away from the window and the door, but lately, the dreams had turned ritualistic and disturbingly intimate. Once, she slithered across the floor while I was bound, and her cold fingers were tracing my neck and her breath like winter air. At another time, she cornered me in a dream bookstore, but her mouth was opening wider than in any human I've seen. And it was revealing this endless tongue. I wake up weak and slouched and my shoulders heavy as if she's still riding them. And my best friend half-jokingly suggested that maybe a curse is at work here. Something old and tangled in my family's past. My father's wild youth just kind of whispered rumors of witches, which doesn't seem to help me. And I don't know what scares me more, the thought that she isn't real and it's all in my mind, or the possibility that she is, and she's not finished with me. The Night of Two Shadows. It was one of those nights that never really leave you. I was 18 or 19, and now I'm 34, and both of my great-grandparents have already passed away. I'd gone to stay at my best friend Clara's house for the weekend. That night I dreamed I was back in my great-grandparents' old farmhouse. It's long since been sold. The dream, it seemed to feel razor sharp, like every creak of the floorboard had been waiting for me, and I turned toward the oak kitchen table, and, well, there he was. My great-grandfather, hunched slightly as if caught mid-story. My chest clenched, and I thought, don't blink. Instinct still won, and when my eyes opened again, he was gone. And sitting in his place was my mother, smiling softly. "What's wrong, Pebble?" Her name for me when I was small, which implies you can float. I woke with a start, and I decided I needed the bathroom, and Clara's room was in the attic then, by the way. And as I leaned out of bed, she suddenly shot upright, and something she'd never done in all these years I'd known her. She grabbed my wrist and murmured, "Don't go." "Why?" I whispered. A sleepy frown. "I don't know." And she sank back into her pillow. I stepped into the dim hallway, and at the top of the stairs I froze, because below stood a massive black hound with burning amber eyes and teeth so white they seemed to glow. Yet oddly, no fear rose in me. I just descended calmly. By the time I reached the bottom, the creature dissolved like mist, and there sat only Casey, Clara's sweet little collie, tail thumping against the floor, and I smiled, greeting her, and went to the bathroom. Later, drifting toward sleep again, I heard Clara's half-brother yelling at Casey. The dog liked to nap right in the hallway, and tripping anybody passing by the way, so I thought nothing of it, and I just closed my eyes. Morning shattered quiet. Excuse me. Clara's sobs, they pulled me awake, and Casey had suffered violent convulsions in the night and choked on her food. She was gone before sunrise. Still stunned, I left for my routine blood test. Back then, I was on weekly injections that required constant monitoring, and at the clinic, as soon as the nurse slid the needle in, a sudden weakness swept through me. My vision was swimming, and I'd never fainted before. They pressed a cold back to my neck and handed me orange juice. And then the part that still pins me is when I turned my head, I saw my grandfather, the son of the great-grandfather from my dream, standing in the doorway, calm and almost expectantly. "You okay?" he asked, and I kind of managed to yes back at him. But inside, I wasn't sure. 2 visits from the other side in a single night, one fading with a blink and the other arriving just in time, left me wondering where dreams end and something deeper begins. Whisper at the window. A couple of months ago, I was live streaming a late-night spooky video watch party with my chat. My setup sits right next to a big old window that I usually leave uncovered during the day, so I can spy on my neighbor's golden retriever doing his evening laps. Alrighty then. But that night, the sky was moonless and heavy. I had my gaming headset clamped over my ears when a sharp thud exploded right next to me. I ripped the headphones off and called out, "Hello, anyone there?" There was nothing, just the low hum of my PC fans. I told my chat to hang on while I did a full lap around the house. Not a single thing out of place, no fallen books, no mischievous cat. And feeling uneasy but a little silly, I returned to my desk and, well, as I approached, my eyes caught something that didn't belong. At the top edge of the glass was a single smeared handprint. 4 unnervingly long fingers reached downward as if frozen mid-climb. My heart stuttered and the stream was still running. Chat was scrolling with question marks, and what happened? I sat back down, trying to laugh it off, like, okay, weird, but I'm fine, but let's keep watching. I hit play and I pulled the headset on again. That's when the sound changed. There was 3 taps, and then they were soft and fleshy taps, and they were deliberate. It was right against the glass, inches from my head. Not nails, but skin. I really couldn't make myself look. My voice trembled as I told the chat that I basically had to end early. And as I said goodbye, another violent bang cracked through the room. I killed the stream, grabbed my phone, and bolted upstairs to my husband. We sat in bed while he wrapped an arm around me and said it was probably just the wind, tree branch, or something else ordinary. When we heard it, a drawn-out, almost human howl outside our second-story window. We turned off the air conditioner to listen. The sound lingered, and there's like this sort of wailing and echoing, and then slowly it drifted farther into the dark, until silence swallowed the house again. To this day, I keep that window locked tight, and the blinds closed. The Masked Whisper of Helvetia. Last weekend, my family and I took a small detour into Helvetia, which could be pronounced Helvetia, I don't really know. It's a quiet, timeless village tucked into the West Virginia hills. Lunch was at the town's famous all-in-one diner, part post office, part general store, part Fastnacht Mask Museum. It felt like stepping into a living postcard, except the air inside carried something heavier than nostalgia. The service moved at a glacial pace, so my son and I wandered toward the back of the diner. The screen door let in a soft autumn breeze, creaking faintly as it shifted. He peppered me with questions about the strange masks and the old bottles lining the shelves. Then, from my right, came the soft shuffle of approaching footsteps. Assuming somebody wanted a closer look at the displays, I instinctively just kind of stepped aside, turning with a polite smile. No one, just a thin slice of light through the doorway and the smell of wooden coffee. The space beside me was utterly empty, as if the sound itself had dissolved into the air. Normally, I'm the skeptical type, and ghost stories amuse me, but I've always filed them under interesting folklore. I once toured the Waverly Hills Sanatorium, camera in hand, waiting for the cliched cold spots and phantom whispers, but there was never anything. Apart from a moment in the blacked-out ward where I swear something unseen wanted me gone, but that's another story. My wife, on the other hand, lives on the other end of the spectrum. She senses things. And this time, before I even shared my little encounter, she leaned across the sticky diner table and said the place felt heavy on her chest, the way it does when we watch a truly chilling film. Adding to the oddness, our friend's daughter kept tugging at her father's sleeve, pleading to wait outside because, as she put it, the masks are staring. Later that evening, curiosity won. My wife pulled out her phone and fell into a Helvetia rabbit hole. Turns out, stories of ghostly figures and sudden footsteps at that very diner are a local legend. There's threads on Reddit that read like echoes of what we'd experienced. Specters glimpsed in the corner of an eye, a presence felt but never seen. Skeptic that I am, I still don't have an airtight explanation. Maybe old floorboards and imagination, maybe something older. All I know is that Helvetia holds its history close. So close you might feel it breathing beside you, even when no one is there. The Whispering House. It was January 22nd, 2003. I just moved into my late grandmother's house, a quiet gray stone place with long, shadowed hallways and a smell of old wood. 3 days had passed since her funeral, and according to her will, the house now belonged to me. I brought my 2 dogs with me for company, and that's when things began to feel off. The dogs would stand at the end of the hallway with their ears perked, staring into the darkness as if somebody were there. And one rainy afternoon, while I was alone downstairs, I suddenly heard the faint sound of 2 people talking in the living room. The voices weren't discussing anything real, just strings of random whispered words, and I froze and I called my dad, who apparently came over and stayed the night, but the whispers never came back that evening. 3 years later, life had changed. I was a parent now. My little boy, only 2 years old, never liked the house. He slept on the top floor, but often woke up crying. And one winter night I heard him sobbing and hurried upstairs. His crib stood empty, and then I remembered he was with my girlfriend for the night, and my skin went cold. I turned to leave, trying to rationalize it, and it was like maybe exhaustion. And that's when I felt a breath on my ear and heard soft whispering. And that was enough. I grabbed the dogs, ran to the car, and drove away without looking back. Stayed at my mother's for nearly a week before returning, and the house just felt wrong. It's as if it had been emptied of its soul. You know that hollow stillness when you come home from a long trip? It was kind of like that, but, well, way heavier. The next night, my girlfriend invited a few friends over, and she loved ghost stories, and I wasn't there at the time. 3 hours later, she texted me kind of frantic. Like the house was on fire. They'd lit candles in the bed for atmosphere, and somehow the blankets caught. By the time firefighters arrived, everything was gone. Everything except one thing. An old painting my grandmother adored, showing a little boy crying. And it survived untouched, no scorched marks, not even a hint of smoke damage. Years passed, and I dug into the painting's history and discovered unsettling details. Every house it had ever hung in had burned down, and the painting would always survive. Now in 2025, my son's 21 and swears he remembers that house was, well, he's only 2, but he suggested that he remembered it vividly. He moved into an old Victorian rental and claims he hears whispering at night, but still don't know what haunted my grandmother's house. But we know this, the whispers didn't end when the house burned and they followed somewhere else. Maybe the painting, or maybe us, and sometimes when I close my eyes, I still feel that breath against my ear. The quiet war in the hallway. Before my stepmother passed away, I used to see 2 presences inside her house. A soft, glowing woman in white and a shifting black figure that never quite held a shape. The woman felt like a gentle sigh, a quiet comfort. The dark thing never touched me, but later I learned it hadn't been so gentle with her. And I was born in Anchorage, Alaska. But the word home was always temporary. My father's Air Force career meant constant moving, and basically moving base to base, year to year, and well, by the time I could spell my own name, we'd already traded snow for the heavy humid nights of a Carolina summer at the Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. After my parents divorced, I stayed with Dad. And within a year, he remarried. My stepmother, Mary Ann, had a body that seemed too delicate for the world. A thin plastic tube disappeared beneath her collarbone, a permanent reminder that her strength was borrowed. That was when the house began to feel alive, and the first night I saw her, well, the lady in white, it was around 2 a.m. At the time, I'd crept downstairs for a drink, and I was kind of padding past the quiet hum of the fridge. I was halfway up the staircase, and a figure drifted from my room toward my sister's. A faint glow followed her like the last night before dawn. There were no words, no sounds, just a presence so calm it almost hushed the air itself. I wanted to scream, but I didn't, because something told me that she wasn't there to harm me. The next morning, Dad brushed it off as a simple dream, and I almost believed him. Almost. Weeks later, she came again, gliding past my door as if she belonged to the house more than we did, and each visit left the hallway scented with something faintly floral and old. Sort of like pages of a forgotten book. Then we moved to Texas. For months, and there was silence. Until one night I woke to a pressure in the room, like the air itself had weight to it. And at the foot of my bed stood a shape. It was blacker than the dark around it, and it was tall. It had edges that were writhing like smoke, but never fading. No glow, no scent, only an oppressive stillness. It lingered until I blinked, then melted into nothing. From that night onward, the pattern changed, and sometimes a lady in white, sometimes the shadow, but never both. As Marianne's health declined, the black figure became bolder, and I'd catch it in the doorways. A silhouette that refused to leave, as if waiting for some sort of permission. And she died when I was 8, and with her, both apparitions seemed to vanish. Years later, my sister confessed that she'd seen them too. The pale guardian and the restless shadow. First in Carolina, then in Texas. And our father, when pressed, admitted that the black shape had haunted Marianne long before he had met her. He spoke quietly of unseen, blows. Of nights when he woke gasping with bruises no one could explain. The lady in white, he believed, wasn't there for us at all. She was there for Marianne. I sometimes wonder if that dark thing fed on her weakening body, growing stronger as she grew frailer. Maybe it wasn't sickness alone that claimed her. Maybe the shadow was patient. A predator in no rush, waiting until her quiet protector could no longer hold the line. And my sister, by the way, still lives in that Texas house. She says the halls have stayed silent ever since. Shadows under Hilltop Drive. Back in the booming 1980s, Hilltop Drive wasn't just another subdivision sprouting up like mushrooms after rain. Under the neatly drawn plats and cheerful model homes, a darker story stirred. The builders, chasing profits, flattened an old cemetery to make room for dream houses. Bodies were supposed to be moved, but the job was pretty rushed and messy and incomplete. Hollywood eventually caught the scent. Grave Secrets, Legacy of Hilltop Drive hit the screen. It was based on the eerie truth that bones sometimes rest poorly. Fast forward to 2019, and my family stumbled on what felt like our dream house, tucked just one block inside the same neighborhood. And we already knew the local folklore, like whispers of sickness and strange sounds, financial ruin, and that haunted earlier residents, but we reasoned that living near the edge of the development, away from the infamous center, might keep us safe. Pretty classic rookie logic. A month after we unpacked boxes and reality crept in, we learned that the house, where remains were literally unearthed, was only half a mile away. Worse, the dense woods across from us still hid toppled headstones. A few Newport neighbors even filmed proof and posted it on the Newport Crosby ghost page. My heart sank watching those videos. Silent markers, sort of leaning in the shadows like the dead were still taking attendance. Then the story tightened its grip. When my kids started school, I befriended a longtime resident, and she remembered the man who once cataloged those graves, at least before relocating them. He'd passed on, of course, taking his secrets with him. But she added a chilling detail, because before we moved in, her own son had poked around her yard, searching for a long-lost headstone. She pointed to a spot near the lamppost, and I told her, half joking, that I could stay, that it could stay buried. Time skipped again to now, and activity inside her house, is strange knocks and cold drafts. It's only increased. Why? Because developers moved in across the street, and bulldozers cleared the woods in weeks, faster than permits could possibly appear. No sign of careful exhumations and no respectful reburials. 1 month the forest stood, the next bare ground stretched where graves once laid. Our slightly crooked but lovable home feels charged like the earth itself remembers. Maybe those restless spirits never left Hilltop Drive. They just maybe are waiting for somebody to finally listen. The Whispering Figurine. I was a freshman in college in the fall of 2019, still adjusting to dorm life and late-night cafeteria runs. My girlfriend at the time, which we're going to call her Lex, lived in the dorm suite right next to mine. Just a single brick wall separated our rooms, and her suite held 4 girls. Lex and her roommate, Lauren, on one side, and 2 others, Anna and Candace, on the other. Anna had just returned from a trip to Chile. It's with her family, and they were carrying stories, souvenirs, and, as it turned out, something else. One night, Anna unveiled what she called a gift for the room. A tall, carved wooden figurine of a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat. It looked old and handcrafted with strange markings I couldn't place. Anna claimed it brought good energy, but warned in a serious tone, "Don't mock or touch it. Bad things follow disrespect." And I was 18, so naturally I brushed against it on purpose. I was joking as I knocked it lightly from the windowsill. Lex and Lauren gasped, but I laughed it off. A few nights passed, and Candace, the other bilingual roommate, they overheard Anna on the phone with her parents. And her Spanish was quick and sharp, but Candace caught enough to translate later. "They touch it, they'll pay." And that's when things started to feel different, because whenever I stayed over in Lex's room, I found my eyes drawn to the figurine. It was like a magnetic pull, and subtle but insistent. I told myself it was just in my head. Then small oddities began. One evening in the campus library, the lights flickered in a slow, deliberate rhythm. I chalked it up to closing time, but the feeling of being watched stuck with me. A few mornings later, Lex texted me in a panic, "Come here now." When I arrived, I saw deep black scratches gouged into the white brick wall near the windowsill. They weren't random scuffs, they were claw-like marks, and nobody had heard a sound overnight. That evening, I came armed with holy water from the campus chapel. I placed a small Bible by the window. It was half joke, half insurance, and I stayed over. Around 3 a.m., I woke up, or at least I thought I did, and the room was unnervingly still. At the foot of the bed, something shifted. A translucent shape, tall and faceless like air shimmering over hot pavement, and it drifted forward. I tried to scream, but my voice locked in my throat, and Lex didn't stir. The figure lingered for a breathless few seconds, then simply dissolved. By morning, Lex and Lauren swore they hadn't woken once, and I told them everything. They stared, pale but unconvinced. Campus clergy came the next day. Priests sprinkled holy water, chanting prayers that echoed strangely in the small room, and Anna silently collected the figurine and took it elsewhere. After that, the scratching stopped. The heavy feeling lifted, and I never saw the figure again. Years later, even as I write this, that night stays sharp in my memory, in the stillness and the cold in my chest and the way the air bent around something I could barely comprehend. Whatever it wasn't just in my head. The Night Visitor. For years, a single shadow has stalked my sleep, and last night it leaned so close I could feel his breath. And it began back when I boarded at my grandmother's house in the province. The first time I woke to a tall, pitch-black figure bending over me, was pressing on my chest. My heart was racing, and I phoned my mom before dawn, stammering through what felt like a nightmare too real to dismiss. Before that, my bad dreams were harmless. Strange images of a stone angel slowly turning its head. And only twice. But after the shadow came, the pattern changed. Each time I drifted into deep exhaustion, the same scene replayed with unnerving precision. And over months, I stopped asking if it would come and started wondering only when. I used to think nightmares were rare. I could count them in one hand, and I've lost track now. And for a long time, I never told anyone. When I finally confided my cousin and aunt one rainy evening, their startled faces told me it wasn't as ordinary as I'd convinced myself. And that very night, it escalated. Not 5 minutes after sleeping, the darkness thickened, and there he was, and he was closer, and he was louder. The room seemed to vibrate with his voice like a furious roar in a language I couldn't place. My chest was constricting, and I tried to sleep, but I was wiggling my toes to wake up from the paralysis, and nothing was breaking the spell. I forced my eyes open. My vision snapped to the ceiling, but my limbs stayed heavy as stone. Each time, my eyelids fluttered shut, and he was back, now only inches away, with his eyes burning with a red glint I'd never seen before. I begged God under my breath, and then faintly, my cousin's alarm chimed from the next room. That small sound ripped through the nightmare like light through glass. I shot awake gasping. As I told her everything, the overhead light flickered, once, twice, like a warning I still can't explain. And even now as I write this, I know that it isn't gone. He's only waiting for the next time exhaustion wins. Midnight Visitor. This happened about 2 months back. And even now it feels like a dream that keeps slipping through my fingers. I remember jerking awake in a pure panic. No groggy stress, just instant adrenaline. Something was watching me. If I had to describe it, the closest thing would be like, imagine the forest demon from Smiling Friends, only leaner and darker. Its skin wasn't really skin, but more like tree bark stretched over shadows. I'm not sure if I remember it clearly or if I'm remembering the memory of it. But it stood there, motionless, grinning like it knew exactly what it was going to do to me. So I scrambled for my phone to hit the flashlight. But of course, I fumbled like the idiot who dies first in a horror movie, and the phone clattered to the floor. My brain was pure static, and I half rolled, half fell out of bed, dragging my blanket with me. Eyes locked on the thing. My legs, they refused to cooperate, and I just knelt there on the floor, trembling and shouting at it to stop over and over. And then the door banged open. My dad rushed in, flipping the switch. The room flooded with yellow light. Empty. And just me, tangled in a blanket heap, gasping. He asked if I was okay, in words I barely heard because I couldn't stop staring at the corner where it had been. The part that still freaks me out is before I even screamed, my dad said he heard a noise. Not footsteps, something like a low wail or deep growl. He even tried to imitate it, and it wasn't quite an animal and wasn't quite human. I haven't seen it since, but strange things like this, they followed me all my life. Usually it's subtle, cold spots and whispers and occasional shadows where no shadows belong. But nothing like this. And unlike those stories where people are frozen with fear, I could move. Sometimes I wonder if I'd stayed calm if I'd just watched. Would something else have happened? The Hollowed Echo. I have a dear friend who whispers that she wants to end her life. She tells me she cries every night and that sleep flees from her like a frightened bird. And at first I thought she was simply crushed by sadness. But then she said something stranger. She wakes up screaming, sometimes on a train or in the middle of a busy street, and her voice is never quite her own. She began therapy weeks ago, so I asked her when her next appointment was, which she replied tomorrow. We kept texting and her words spilling out like dark water. And then she told me something that chilled me. There's a hollow inside her chest, a pain that isn't her pain. She cries over grief that isn't hers. I froze and I said, "Do you mean something spiritual or something dark?" I asked. She hesitated and said, "I don't know." And that's when everything I thought I understood cracked, because months of messages suddenly felt like riddles. I told her, almost pleading, "Don't share this part with the therapist. We need something deeper. We need God. And I'm terrified for her. She's fragile and frightened, and now I see that she may never have been talking about mere depression. What if she's being haunted, or worse, possessed by something unseen? She's fought the silent war for 4 years now with no one to confide in, fearing she'd be dismissed as being crazy. I know the world will call it illness and doctors will evaluate and label, but I believe that she's not insane because something evil presses in on her, and I just can't let it win. I pray for her every night, but prayers feel small against this shadow. She needs help, but not the kind that writes prescriptions. We need somebody who knows the hidden battles, a true spiritual guide, maybe a gifted investigator of the unseen, before that darkness convinces her to end a life that isn't entirely hers anymore. So, if you read this, pray with me. The Bobby Pin Messenger. Just as the title promises, my family, being my mom, my dad, and my 19-year-old brother and me, a 23-year-old female, we seem to share our home with what we call the Bobby Pin Messenger. We've never called in a medium, never caught anything on camera, and we have zero quote-unquote proof that would convince a skeptic. But to us, she's as real as a creak in an old floorboard, almost like a playful, unseen grandmother keeping watch. Here's a small series of accounts. I call this one a house with a whisper. I grew up in a roomy Victorian on a bustling street built in 1863 and listed as a local landmark. We never labeled it haunted, but definitely had moods. Sometimes the attic light, a dial that he had to twist, would be glowing when we would run errands, and other times we'd watch a phantom drip bead on the ceiling. A phantom drip bead on the ceiling, without a single pipe leak in sight. Old town records confirmed a woman died there long ago, though the details kind of faded with time. The mystery of the bobby pins. Here's the strange part. Nobody in our house wears bobby pins, ever. Yet every so often one would appear, and usually on a dresser or on a staircase, tucked behind a sofa, and we just shifted. Not after parties, not after guests, always inside our private spaces. And over time we noticed a pattern. These pins only showed up before a big family change. Once, Dad found one on the tiled floor of his nearly all-male office bathroom, just days before a sudden layoff notice arrived. No coworkers claimed it. Another time we discovered a pin in the morning. It was a morning that we had won a surprise radio giveaway, an all-expenses trip to Vancouver. At the hotel pool, Dad scooped up towels for us, and we were the only swimmers. And that's when we returned to dry off, and there was a single bobby pin resting neatly on a folded sort of towel pile. It's like it had been waiting for us, following us everywhere. The pattern never stopped. And years later, when my parents were house hunting, Dad spotted a long pin on the hardwood of the place that we now call home. And oddly enough, that tiny bit of metal felt like a green light to buy. College brought my own encounters. The first day I moved into the dorms, a pin sat squarely on my bare mattress. And after a tough year, I decided to withdraw, only to find one taped to my door on the last day of classes. Nobody knew this family quirk, and it sent chills through me. Yet I did eventually return. I changed my major and I graduated. And every single dorm I lived in gifted me at least one more bobby pin. Even on commencement day, one waited quietly near my cap and gown. A sign or just coincidence? Well, this week I walked to work after a promising job interview with my nerves going crazy. And there it was, a bobby pin on the sidewalk, gleaming like a quiet wink from the universe. Maybe it's just not coincidence, or maybe our spectral grandmother is still nudging us toward life's next chapter, but either way, when I see that tiny black curve of metal, I can't help but smile. The bobby pin messenger is still with us. The Little Room at Hawthorne Lane. When I was 5, my parents moved us into a 1920s semi-detached house on Hawthorne Lane, a quiet tree-lined street in a suburban Birmingham. My baby sister had just turned 1, and at first nothing about the house seemed remarkable, until I started making friends with people no one else could see. I named them, bracing myself for this, Ida and Udamamawi. Names far too peculiar for a child to invent. Udamanawi. I mostly played with them in the attic and the laundry room, in the two darkest corners of the house. And then, just as suddenly as they'd appeared, they'd vanished when I was about 7. Everyone decided it was just a phase, and I tried to believe that too. By 9, the nights turned strange. I'd wake frozen. My eyes would be wide open. I'd be unable to move while something heavy seemed to press down on my chest. The old lamp and record player in the lounge began switching on and off when no one else was home. Shadows pooled in the corner of the room where the light never reached. And I learned only years later that a previous owner had ended his life in that very space. My bedroom at the back of the house, overlooking a long garden with a cherry tree and an old air-raid shelter, was the worst. Objects I carefully placed each night, my hairbrush, the TV remote, they were somewhere else by the morning. The door, which dragged against the carpet, wouldn't shut on its own. I'd feel the duvet being slowly tugged away as I lay there, holding it tightly. The desk slid, stiff and hard to move, and would suddenly drop with a bang. One stormy night in my teens, everything erupted at once. First, a crash loud enough to wake the household. Then the loft hatch, heavy and awkward, flung itself open. And moments later, the smoke alarm shrieked, though there was no smoke. And at dawn, we learned my great-grandmother had passed away overnight, and I still wonder if she chose that frightening way to say goodbye. When I left for university at 18, Mom began sleeping in my old room. She'd spent years telling me I had an overactive imagination. But years later, she quietly admitted she never felt at ease there and could never sleep with the door shut. The final twist came in mid-2000s, the day before my parents sold the house. And as Mom tidied the front garden, an elderly woman paused and spoke. She remembered playing there in the 1920s. It's back when it was just a field and open countryside. Her childhood friend, one of the first children to live in her house, had eaten wild berries from those fields and died in her sleep. In the small back bedroom, which is, my bedroom, And even now, decades later, I sometimes drive past the house on Hawthorne Lane. The cherry tree still stands, and the attic window seems to watch the street. I can't help but feel that the little girl who never woke is still there, quietly keeping the room she once called her own, and probably should have gotten for the cherries on the cherry tree. The knock in the hallway. It began with a knock. One quiet Thursday night, my boyfriend's laughter. Why did I say laughter? My boyfriend's daughter, Lily, was upstairs in her room with the door closed. From the sliver of light beneath the door, she saw a shadow glide past, and then came a knock. Not a random tap, but his knock. The exact rhythm my boyfriend always uses. 3 quick, and then a pause. Only he wasn't upstairs. He and I both are on the couch downstairs talking about our weekend plans. So we tried to laugh it off, and maybe she imagined it, and maybe the house creaked just right. But then came the second time. Again, Lily was in her room while we sat downstairs. My boyfriend suddenly glimpsed someone, a dark figure with Lily's build, turning the corner toward the basement door. They were certain it was her. He called her name, and there was silence. Assuming she was teasing him, he followed, calling louder as he descended the steps. The basement lights were already on, and every corner checked, and there was no one. When he finally came back up, puzzled, Lily came walking out from her room upstairs where she had been the whole time. We tried to forget it until a few nights ago. It was past midnight, and I lay in bed with our 16-month-old daughter asleep beside me. My boyfriend had just stepped back into the room when he froze, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw what looked like a child, small and quick. They darted across the floor and slipped behind the dresser. But our baby was still curled beside me, breathing deeply and completely asleep. I've never seen anything myself. Still, there have been other strange flickers. Doors closing on their own and a whisper of footsteps on the stairs. Always when my boyfriend or Lily are alone. So we keep a Bible open to the Lord's Prayer in every bedroom now. It doesn't stop the house from settling at night, and it doesn't stop the knocking. The Blue Glass Intruder. When it was the summer of 2002, when I, a restless teen, spent a week with my family at a friend's coastal retreat in the Yallingup, Western Australia. I'm sure I screwed that up. Yallingup. The house was a sun-bleached fisherman's shack perched on old timber stilts, just a short stroll from a quiet beach. And inside it was all pretty much an open plan, with the kitchen, dining table, couch, TV corner sort of blending into one breezy space. A few years earlier, they'd added a long sleep-out room with enough single beds for a small army of cousins. The first night, though, I flat out refused to sleep in that attached room. It wasn't directly connected to the main house, and something about the dark silence outside set off every alarm bell in my young brain. Instead, I claimed the living room couch, no more than a few paces from where my parents were sleeping. Just after midnight, the house was quiet, and I lay awake with my eyes stuck on the tiny square kitchen window. And that's when it happened. Out of the window pane itself, through the glass, slid a figure, a lean, human-shaped silhouette glowing in soft electric blue. It looked like somebody wearing a translucent morph suit of light, completely noiseless. My body locked with a fear so sharp it felt physical. I couldn't call out, I couldn't even twitch. The figure stepped from the kitchen counter, began to drift around the room. It tilted its head at the framed photos. It examined a pot on the stove. And then it paused at the bookshelf as though browsing. Nothing it touched moved. Not even the hot dog sitting in the old water on the stove. It was like watching curiosity itself in motion. Eventually it glided toward me. My heart was going a bit crazy, and I lowered my eyelids just enough to see through thin lashes, pretending to sleep. The figure crouched by the coffee table, ghostly hands sifting through a neat stack of board games, yet the boxes stayed perfectly still. Then, with a sudden swivel, it leaned over me until its faceless face hovered inches from mine, and the air around me felt charged and humming. I couldn't bear it. I snapped my eyes shut and forced out a strangled, drawn-out cry, screaming for my mom. The effect was instant. The figure shot upright and swept across the floor in a single liquid motion. The front door, which I knew was deadlocked, it swung inward with a sharp bang, and the security screen sprang outward at the very same moment. And then silence. Seconds later, my mom appeared, bleary and frowning, insisting the wind must have done it. Though I caught a flicker of doubt in her eyes, and I spent the rest of the night wedged between my parents, sleep, and a distant dream. Years later, I returned to that house and slept there without incident, and still the image of that glowing blue visitor had never left me. Maybe it was a curious spirit. Maybe it was something stranger. Some people say such paralysis means it was feeding on my energy. Maybe. All I know is it came through solid glass, and it was real enough to make every hair in my body stand on end. And yes, even those hairs. Seats that stay empty. I was born inside of a storm. My father wasn't just angry. He was a hurricane of addictions and cruelty. Our walls shook with shouting, and the silence afterwards was worse. He had a way of making words bruise, like, "You're nothing to me," and he'd spit, "And everything you wear is because of me, don't forget it." And when I stumbled on a school exam, he punched my mother instead. At 12, I knelt on the cold floor with tears soaking my sleeves, begging him to stop, and I just threatened everything I could, and he chuckled with his eyes flat. "They'll call it family business or I'll pay them. What will you do, little girl?" And my child mind believed him. Survival became my only language. Other wounds came from elsewhere. Strangers and quote-unquote family friends who crossed lines, leaving confusion and shame that rewired how I saw men and really trust in general. And when I was 19, he died. Freedom didn't feel like freedom, and I became the adult overnight. I was feeding my mother's fragile moods. I was caring for my little brother and managing an aging grandmother whose daily rituals were iron laws. I basically couldn't afford to fall apart, and I had to work non-stop serving everyone around me. Appreciation never really arrived, and, well, I started working right out of high school. Never stopped. Even through the pandemic, while the world slowed down, I kept stacking jobs and added more studies. Rent and groceries and tuition, and every dollar had evaporated into necessity. Money never even felt like mine. In 2022, my grandmother passed away, and by May of 2023, I moved to New York City for a master's degree. A move that was as much escape as education. Between 2018 and 2023, I had one serious relationship, my first real love. I poured everything into it, and he drained it dry financially and took all of my money and all my trust, and when it ended, he passed my number around like a dare. Then harassment followed. A man even came to my door, and that kind of betrayal kind of hardens you until stone feels safer than flesh. Still, I kept going, and I've never seen a healthy marriage, never known a safe male figure, and I've been really earning that since I was 15. Now here I am, in New York. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't party. I work and I study, and no friends yet. Graduation's December 2025, and for the first time, the money I will make will stay mine. No debts, no loans. And yet something small cracked me today. On the bus after work, every seat with a man stayed filled. 5 women stood, an elderly couple kind of swaying with the turns. An older black woman clutched the rail. Not one man moved. And a few days ago, an elderly gentleman had offered me a seat. I had smiled all the way home. It made me wonder again. Why do so many men harm and laws stay weak? Why does empathy feel like a rare mineral, and why this life? And for me, if there's a God, if karma's real, what if all the women crushed by violence? Were we all guilty of something impossible? I don't want children, I don't dream of anything, and I won't risk recycling pain. I've had a handful of experiences, and somebody who I'd been with later admitted to being asexual. I forget what that means. I'm 26 and finishing a master's soon and holding a good job, and I have brown hazel eyes. I'm 10 kilos over some chart, but finally breathing, and I don't eat meat. I don't numb myself with alcohol or smoke. So tell me, am I overreacting, or am I simply finally feeling the weight of life that I've carried like armor for decades? A woman vanished in the woods, and the searchers heard crying from far underground. Paranormal M went back years later. Subscribe to find out what we discovered. The Ghost on the Swing. Last week, I took my little sister to a quiet park a few blocks from home. A place we almost never visit. On Tuesday, everything felt normal. But when we went back Thursday night, around 10 p.m., the air, it felt different. The park was completely empty, except for us. As soon as we stepped onto the playground, we noticed something strange. 2 swings were moving. No breeze, no children running off. Just 2 empty swings. They were swaying like invisible hands were pushing them. We tried to laugh it off, maybe it was the wind, but the swings kept going. Eventually, we shrugged and played elsewhere. A few minutes later, when the swings finally slowed, my sister ran over and hopped on. I stood right next to her when she suddenly shouted, "Stop swinging me so hard, ghost." And the word ghost hit all of us like a cold splash. We froze. My mom grabbed her hand and we left the park in a hurry. Back home, I casually asked my sister what she had meant. Without a trace of fear, she said that she'd seen a very serious little girl ghost near the swings. We told ourselves it was her imagination, but this afternoon we went back. Sunlight, not moonlight. And after a while, my sister quietly said, "She's here again." She pointed straight at the same pair of swings. My dad asked where exactly. "Right there," she whispered. The swings were perfectly still, yet the air felt heavy, like something unseen was watching. That was enough. We left fast and haven't gone near that park since. I can't shake the memory of those swings moving on their own the first night. At first, it was only odd. The second time, it felt wrong, like the quiet itself was alive. Even my mom admitted she felt that same icy shiver. We don't plan to visit that park again. Some places, it seems, keep their own company. The Seat of White Light. It was a quiet Tuesday noon. It's when my friend and I ducked into regal Midtown. We went for an early matinee. Hardly anybody goes to the movies at lunchtime, which is exactly why we went. No chatter, no long lines. Just us and a bucket of popcorn. We grabbed our usual spot, back row dead center. I hate craning my neck at the screen. While the ads flickered before the previews, something caught our eyes. 2 rows ahead, slightly left of center, one seat glowed. Not projector reflection glowed, radiated. The entire chair from headrest to cushion. It shimmered in a clean, icy white, like it had been wrapped in light itself. No spillover to the floor, no gentle fade to the neighboring seats. Just a solitary beacon in a sea of darkness. Naturally, we tried to figure it out. Maybe the projector's beam was hitting it at some freak angle. We crept closer, casting our bodies in front of it to block the light. Nothing. The glow never wavered. We leaned over it, stretched out our arms, even climbed carefully onto the armrests. Still perfect, unbroken white, as if the seat wasn't reflecting light at all, but producing it. I laughed nervously, because, well, maybe some hidden LED stunt. But there were no wires, no electronics, just the same dull fabric every theater chair has. I half joked it looked like somebody had shrink-wrapped the seat in pure light. Eventually, the movie began. I kept sneaking glances during the opening scenes. The seat still gleamed, stubborn and silent. But the film, it drew us in, and the glowing chair faded into the back of my mind. When the credits rolled, we both instinctively looked. The glow was gone. The theater was still dark. The overhead lights hadn't come on yet, but the seat was now just an ordinary patch of faded upholstery. No trace of what we'd seen. Walking out into the bright afternoon sun, it felt almost ridiculous to feel uneasy. It wasn't a haunted house or a midnight show, yet even now neither of us can explain how one seat for 2 full hours could shine like a phantom, and then simply stop. The Rocking Chair's Warning. Back in the hazy early 2010s, when reality TV still felt half real, I caught an episode of Celebrity Ghost Stories, or something with the same eerie flavor. The story, it stuck to me, like silly putty on a newspaper. A man had brought an old farmhouse for himself, well, he didn't bring one, he bought one. He did that for himself and his little girl. And during the closing, the realtor gave an almost casual warning. "There's a ghost here. She's kind and loves the rocking chair in the parlor. Don't mind her." Sure enough, the chair left behind by the former owner, it rocked now and then on its own. At first it was charming. The unseen tenant seemed oddly protective of the daughter. If the TV slipped onto a late-night thriller, click, it shut off. If a window stayed cracked on a cold evening, it somehow slammed shut. Years passed. The daughter grew into a teenager with headphones and a heavy homework load. And one quiet evening, while studying in front of the TV, the screen flickered to black, then lit up with an unsettling image. A lonely roadside tree wrapped in flowers, candles, and photographs. No caption, no sound, just that tree in the hush of a vigil. Weeks later, she began to meet friends for a late drive. Her dad, usually firm, said no. And he couldn't explain it, he just felt it. And that night, every one of those friends died in a drunk driving crash. The next day, trembling, she visited the accident site. It was the tree, same angle, same crooked branch she'd seen on the TV. The father, shaken to his core, carried the creaky rocking chair to the curb before sunrise, and from that day forward, the house fell silent. Epilogue. The episode may have blended other midnight tales into my memory. A famous actress whose carefully blessed mansion went quiet, until a housekeeper tossed out the charms, and on the very flight she took that day, the plane simply vanished. Or maybe the one of my mother who never woke from cosmetic surgery, but the rocking chair remains the spine of it. A quiet, benevolent ghost who saved a life, then vanished with the chair, as if her mission had been completed and ended. The fourth floor shadow. Last autumn, my wife and I spent our honeymoon in St. Augustine. We checked into the grand old Casa Monica Hotel. The place felt like stepping back in time. Ornate chandeliers, velvet armchairs, and the works. Exactly the kind of timeless romance we wanted. But our room, room 311, it had other plans. It started small, the bathroom light flicked on by itself. Once, maybe faulty wiring, but it kept happening. Then the faucet began running without a sound, but just turning. And by the third night, we were on edge. That evening, something leapt literally off the nightstand. A hairbrush shot across the room like it had been swatted. No sliding, no wobble, just airborne. We stared at each other, our hearts were hammering. Later, I stepped out to get ice from the fourth floor, telling myself I needed the break. The corridor outside our room was silent, almost padded, like the air itself was heavy. When the elevator opened, a chill ran down my spine, though the hotel's heating hissed everywhere else. The fourth floor felt wrong. The hallway smelt faintly of old roses and something metallic like iron. The air pressed to my skin. When I found the ice room, the temperature flipped. It was stifling, like walking into a sealed attic at noon. The machine sat dead, humming with a low, useless vibration. Turning back, I saw the elevator doors slide open on their own. I stepped inside, jabbing the lobby button, and then the door closed like a mantra. As the door inched together, movement caught my eye. A shadow, human-shaped but thinner than a person, had glided across the hallway. Then it doubled back, and again it didn't walk. It floated, smooth and unhurried, as if like pacing a pattern older than the hotel itself, it seemed. The doors shut with a soft click. And back in room 311, the faucet dripped once. Just once. We didn't sleep much. Casa Monica doesn't list 311 anymore, it seems. Seems like it should list it on ghost tours, so if you go, enjoy the charm. But when night falls, maybe skip the fourth floor. Where the forest whispers end. I come from the quiet heart of Western Europe, a place where ghost stories are rare as winter roses. Our villages tell of fairy folk hiding in mossy hollows, and of creatures who dance in moonlit glades, but not of spirits lingering after death. Here, the dead are simply gone, folded into silence and soil. Even our oldest castles, their stones blackened with centuries of storms. They're seen as noble ruins rather than haunted halls. The cemetery gates creak only from rust, not restless souls. Yet I've always been curious. I've devoured late-night videos of candlelit seances. I've read about mediums who claim to call the departed back with a single breath of Latin, or maybe a tap on the table. Strangely, most of these stories come from faraway English-speaking worlds like Britain and America, where haunted inns and whispering staircases are almost ordinary. It makes me wonder, is it belief that breeds ghosts? Perhaps where people imagine an afterlife as a lingering half-light, where a soul might pause before heaven or hell, the door for spirit stays open there. Here where I am, our elders are brisk and practical. What dies, dies. No lingering, no in-between, just the deep, dark nothing. And so our places rarely disappear. Forest paths remain merely paths. Ruined abbeys stay empty. No one warns of echoes in the bell towers or footsteps by the river. When the wind sings through the fir trees, we call it weather, not a wandering soul. But sometimes, just sometimes, when the mist pools low and the pines lean in close, I wonder if we've simply forgotten how to listen. Perhaps the fairy folk and the spirits are the same ancient neighbors wearing different names. Perhaps our ghosts never left. We just stopped believing that they were there. That lines up to me. The Pine Messenger. 3 weeks since my father passed. I drifted into a dream last night that felt almost ordinary at first. He was there, sitting beside me on the couch. He was calm, as if nothing had ever changed. I barely blinked until my mom appeared, smiling softly. "Isn't this wonderful?" she said. And suddenly the air shifted. Something in me whispered that it wasn't right. This isn't real. It doesn't even feel like a dream, but you're not really here, are you? Blink, and he was older now, the frailer version from late last year. You're not real. Are you listening to me? Have you been hearing me when I talk to you? You know, outside of dreams. No, he said quietly. Another blank, and he was weaker still, the way he looked just weeks ago. Are you okay at least? I asked. Yes. Another blank, and now he was the still figure from the hospital bed. I held my breath and I blinked again. This time he wasn't there at all. In his place stood a tall pine tree, sharp green needles catching invisible sunlight, the scent of forest so vivid I could almost taste it. Why a pine tree, such a strangely specific thing? But then I remembered, he loved camping, adored fishing trips, and his favorite retreat was a hidden park he called the Pine Way. And that's when I knew it. It wasn't just a dream. Somehow in that quiet evergreen shape, he was telling me he'd found his place. The house between waking and burning. It began a few months ago, a night that should have been nothing more than a movie in sleep. My boyfriend and I just finished a chilling thriller, something I usually love. I'm the type who laughs through horror. But that night, the darkness pressed differently. In the first dream, I sat beside a close friend, pregnant in life and in the dream, as she sped a trembling car along a cliffside road so thin it seemed to barely exist. She wasn't angry at me, but something unseen had her jaw tight and eyes cold. The tires screamed. The car lunged. And we plunged. I jerked awake, so I thought. The bedroom was calm, moonlight soft. Turned to tell my boyfriend about the nightmare. And he turned too, but silent. Without a word, he reached and pulled me close, and I said, "Stop, I'm scared." But he kept coming. His silence grew heavier than any shout. When I began to cry, he looked straight into me and smiled. A smile I had never seen on a human face. The realization hit like cold water. I was still inside the dream. I prayed. I don't know why, just an instinct. And at first whispered words. Like I woke again, but into a stranger terror, one of paralysis. Eyes open, breath shallow, body locked. The room looked exactly as it should, yet every shadow whispered wrongness. I prayed harder, and then this voice spoke beside me. But it wasn't his voice. It called me by names I won't repeat. It felt endless until finally, I truly woke and I was sobbing. My phone read 3:38 a.m. We blamed the movie. For a while, that explanation held. Then came the second night. He didn't touch me in the dream this time. He simply crouched on the window ledge, head cocked at an impossible angle, making low animal noises, and I said aloud, "You are not him. This is a dream." Instantly, the paralysis slammed down again. I could barely move a finger to squeeze his real arm until he woke. Terror, sharper than before. The last time was worse. 2 nights before I write this, I slept alone. The heat woke me up first, a blistering summer noon inside an air-conditioned room. I tried to push the blanket aside, but my skin felt as if it were melting. I staggered, or I thought I did. I tried to go back to bed, and that's when I felt arms, heavy and human, lock around my hips. The rest is hard to write. We can fill in the blanks. When I kicked, teeth seemed to sink into me. Not a pinch, not a bite. I clawed at a face I couldn't see, but I could feel them. I could feel the nose and the lips and the eyelashes and warm skin. And the harder I fought, the deeper this bite. I don't know how I escaped. I woke drenched and trembling and humiliatingly wet with fear. The spot where it bit still throbbed through the day. When I showered that evening, a dark mark remained. Since then, even daylight feels fragile. I don't know if my mind is staging cruel plays or if something else shares the dark with me. But every night, as the clock drifts toward 3:38, I find myself praying before I even close my eyes. Midnight in room 314. I wonder if anybody else has had something truly strange happen at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore. Because a few months back, I stayed overnight in the pediatric wing with my 14-year-old son after his knee surgery. We had a private room, just the two of us, and the door was closed and everything was quiet. I was sleeping on the pull-out chair next to his bed, when around 3:30 a.m. I felt a sharp poke on my upper arm. At first, I thought I dreamed it, but then it came again, clear as day. My son was snoring softly, completely still. No one else was in this room. Then came the part I just can't explain. A heavy pressure slammed onto my chest, like a sandbag dropped from nowhere. I could hardly draw a breath, and panic flared, but something inside me snapped to anger. I began silently reciting the Lord's Prayer. But Before I even reached the end, the weight lifted as sudden as it had fallen. I lay there frozen, my heart hammering, until a small scream slipped out and woke my son. I told him I'd just had a bad dream and forced a smile. The next night wasn't quite so dramatic, though I was plagued by a string of unsettling dreams. We were discharged the following morning. Only after we got home, when the house finally felt normal again, did my son quietly admit he'd been having nightmares the entire time we were there. And they stopped the very first night we came back. Sure, it could have been painkillers or hospital stress, but the timing still gives me chills. Has anyone else ever felt something uninvited walking the halls of John Hopkins in the middle of the night? The Billboard Phantom. When I was 16, I worked late shifts at a fried chicken joint. It was off a quiet 2-lane road. The place sat in a squat brick building that had once been a cozy family diner. It was tied to the roadside inn next door. Locals said the inn's founder adored that diner, never forgave himself when it folded and was sold to a franchise. One damp autumn morning, the opening crew arrived to find a sight they'd never forget. The motel owner hanging from a billboard just beyond her back lot, framed by a pale sunrise. After that, nothing in our kitchen felt ordinary again. It began subtly. Warmer doors would snap open and shut on their own. Click, dunk, click, dunk. Even when no one was nearby. And some nights, when only the manager and a lone closer were left, the sound seemed to carry through the empty prep room like a metronome for ghosts. Soon, the biscuit trays joined in. Oh yeah. At first, they merely tipped and clattered to the floor, but within days they started sailing clear across the kitchen, as if flung by invisible hands. And more than one of us saw it happen midair. One night after closing, the whole crew collapsed into the dining room for a breather, and above us hung a promo rack of souvenir cups. Without warning, something struck it with a sharp slap. Cups rained down behind a half wall, but when we hurried over, they weren't scattered. They were all perfectly upright, like someone had arranged them one by one. And that was the moment Tyler, our loudest cook, lost his nerve. "Screw you, ghost," he yelled and bolted for the fryer station. A coin no one has ever found. Really where it came from, it seemed to whip across the room and pinged him on the back of the head, and every single one of us saw it. My last night sealed the decision to quit. I just finished scrubbing the sinks. I was rolling the trash into the alley door when the rinse hose snapped alive. It sprayed full blast into my face and wouldn't stop. It was as though someone with an unseen force had their foot on the pedal. When it finally sputtered out, silence filled the kitchen like a held breath. I wheeled the garbage outside, clocked out, and never came back. To this day, when I drive past that fated motel and its leaning billboard, I swear I catch the faint echo of metal doors softly click-dunking in the dark. The Long-Faced Guest. I should begin with this. People have died on the property where I live. And my house sits on old Pennsylvania grounds, just a few minutes from Gettysburg. And the air sometimes feels occupied. 2 nights ago, I had a sleepover with my sister W and friends A and L, W's friend S, and my younger cousin J and O. They're quite a bit younger than the rest of us, so they mostly watch from the sidelines. As midnight came and went, we pulled out a favorite card game. One Night Ultimate Werewolf. I've played it countless times without incident. The rules are simple. Each player gets a secret role. Some are werewolves, some are villagers. Others have special powers that let them spy or swap cards in the dark. After a brief round of closed eyes and whispered instructions, everyone debates and votes to catch the werewolf. Harmless fun, until it wasn't. And at first everything ran normally, but then we noticed that cards kept landing in the wrong places. Roles that should have changed didn't. Stranger still, 3 of us, me, A, and L, kept ending up in the same roles again and again. Insomniac, seer, and drunk. Statistically impossible. One time I began as the lone werewolf. I peeked at the center cards and I saw the insomniac there. Yet when the round ended, my card had become the insomniac, and the werewolf was now in the center. We suspected a prank, of course, but no one confessed. So we played on, uneasily. J and O eventually dozed off, removing them as suspects. Still, the impossible swaps continued and card shifting as if moved by unseen hands. Finally, we set the deck aside, but curiosity clawed at us, and after some nervous chatter outside, we returned and began again. That's when the night turned sharp. A card called the Tanner vanished mid-game. We searched every inch of carpet and couch. Nothing. We restarted only to hear thuds on the floor during a round. One heavy right where the card lay, and a softer one between A and L. A cold draft followed, enough to wake O crying. We entered the game and boxed it. We left it in another room. Morning brought no relief. Jay opened the box and found the Tanner card sitting on top face up. And later, after I meticulously stacked the deck and logged the order, we left the room for an hour. When we returned, the seer card lay face up on top. No one had entered. And by daylight we tested it again, even moving to W's darkened bedroom. The phenomena persisted, roles defying logic, cards rearranging themselves. Finally, we switched off the lights, using only L's phone flashlight. And that's when the real horror began. L suddenly whispered that she could see A's face, or rather couldn't. She could only see mine faintly. She leaned forward, squinting, and then recoiled. "It's not your face," she said. A turned to look and screamed. They described a figure superimposed over me. A man with a long, gaunt face, a sharp nose, and beady eyes. No bangs. He had a slow, crooked smile, and I sat frozen while they insisted it grew closer each time we darkened the room. And at one point, Elle sketched what she saw in the dim light, only to drop the pencil with a gasp, asking if I was smiling when I wasn't. We turned the lights on, and never turned them off again, and we have not played that game since. Somewhere in that house, a long-faced guest still waits for nightfall. At least that's the feeling I get. The Woman on County Road 19. It was just past 3 in the morning. It's when I started the long drive back to the city. The night was cold and strangely still. I was on a 26-mile rural stretch. 2 lanes of cracked asphalt bordered by dark fields and tree lines that seemed to lean in on the road itself. The city's distant glow floated in the horizon like a faint ember. 5 miles from home, I caught sight of something odd ahead. A sedan sat motionless in the right lane, hazard light off, but headlights blazing. As I slowed, the beams revealed something that made my stomach drop. A human figure sprawled across the asphalt. A woman lay there as though every bone had been taken from her. She wasn't twisted like somebody with broken limbs. She was folded in a way I can barely describe. I'll give it a try, though. Imagine a pile of clothes dropped from a height that's the closest I can really come from. Like her hair fanned across the road perfectly still in the cold night air. No blood, no torn fabric, just wrong. A couple stood beside the car, their breath faint clouds in the chill. The man lingered at the edge of the light, silent and rigid. The woman was on her phone, murmuring something I assumed to be 911. She met my eyes only once and said calmly, almost too calmly, "You can keep going." There was no panic, no frantic waving. It was as if they had been expecting me to stop and to leave. I hesitated, but the strangeness in her voice made me obey. So I eased past them, the sound of gravel under my tires unnervingly loud. A few miles later, an ambulance sped in the opposite direction, lights strobing through the black fields. For days, I scoured local news sites and there was nothing. No accidents reports. No woman found on Country Road. It was as if the night had swallowed the event whole. I've replayed it endlessly. If they'd hit her, the car should have shown damage. It gleamed spotless under those headlights. Even if she had wandered out there on foot, how could her body end up like that? No visible trauma, no blood. And sometimes I wonder if I actually saw what I think I saw. Other nights I remember the wife's calm, almost rehearsed words, and the way the man never once looked up. And I know I did. It's been months, but the image of that shape on the road, the impossible way a body can look when nothing adds up, hasn't left me. Moonlight Stranger. Before I start, let me set the scene. I live in Canada, and if you've ever heard Native American stories, you'll know that skinwalkers are a big deal here. Everyone I've talked to around our family's rural property has their own eerie encounters, similar enough to mine that it still gives me chills. Here's what happened. Our family owns a piece of land a few hours outside of the city, quiet and remote. And late one autumn night, about midnight, the full moon was unbelievably bright. It lit up the field so clearly, I could see far beyond what was normal for that hour. My dad was inside the old farmhouse that we were fixing up, leaving me outside to breathe in the crisp night air. And then, from the forest about 300 feet away, there came a strange, drawn-out cry. It sounded like something wounded. I told myself it was just a coyote. There are plenty of those around here. 5 minutes passed. I was fiddling with my phone when I sensed something. I turned, and there it was. A white dog stood barely 10 feet away. Its coat glowed in the moonlight, but something about it felt wrong, and at first I blamed my tired eyes. I love dogs. I ducked into her small camper to grab a couple of treats. I keep them there for my own pup. I stepped closer, and I greeted it softly. The animal did not move. There was no wagging tail, no shifting paws, just stillness. When I looked closer, the unease sharpened. Its eyes were almost human, round, watchful, unsettling. I offered a treat. It didn't even blink. And suddenly its head jerked toward the woods where the city cry had come from. Then back to me. It repeated that motion, forest, me, forest, 4 times, like it was caught in some silent signal I couldn't hear. Then it locked eyes with me for so long, like a cold 5 seconds, bolted straight toward the dark tree line. Heart racing, I dashed back into the camper. I grabbed my dad's shotgun, kept watching through the window, and for a moment, I thought I saw a shape moving between the trees, but the shadow swallowed it before I could be sure. Could it have been a wandering farm dog? Well, maybe. But everything about it, the human-like eyes, the unnatural calm, the perfectly timed cry in the woods felt too precise and too strange. When I later shared the story, neighbors told me of similar encounters. They were convinced that they were skinwalkers. I can't prove what I saw. Maybe it was nothing more than a coincidence. But under that glaring moonlight, it felt like something far older was watching me. Dream on the Edge of Dawn. Let me set the stage. My family's relationship with my aunt, my father's brother's wife, it's been broken for years, fractured beyond repair. And it began long before I was even aware of the politics. But things erupted after tragedy struck. Her eldest son died during the COVID wave. That's when the property war began. Police complaints, death threats against my father. And for context, the house at the heart of it all was paid for by my father back in the 2000s. But the loan was taken out under his brother's name. On paper, it was never ours, and my father kept quiet for years, trying to be the honorable one. But when they moved to sell, he finally stepped in, and 2021 turned into a battlefield. The last time I saw that side of the family was March 17th, 2021. I was still technically a kid, but already used to the emotional blackmail that had shadowed me since I was small. None of us had fondness left for them. Fast forward, and my father, despite all the bitterness, secretly stayed in touch with his niece, his late brother's daughter. He'd record conversations and then delete them, unaware of the recently deleted folder on his phone. I'd listen and learn what they really thought of us, how they gossiped about my health, my mom, and everything. I confronted him once. I laid out what I knew. After that, he got more careful and started clearing even the recently deleted folder. Yesterday evening, I casually asked him, "Have you spoken to anyone in the last couple of days?" He said no, and I believed him. Then I told him about a dream I'd had. In the dream, he had invited his niece and nephew over while Mom was away. I confronted her about the things she'd said behind her backs. She apologized. Then came a strange turn. She said, "Dimple has scratches on her neck and chest." Dimple is my cousin, her younger sister. That's a weird name. In the dream, I asked, "Her child is already 5. How could this happen?" I woke up unsettled. Like just last month, something in our extended family died in an incident of domestic violence. So for a moment, I wondered, was my dream some sort of warning? I must ask my father if Dimple was okay, but stopped myself. We don't talk to them. The only updates we ever get come from that niece. Then came the dawn. At 5:45 a.m., my father's phone rang. It was her. Dimple had passed away during the night. I froze and my heart hammered. My anxiety was rising like a tide. I had barely slept, and now this. And here's the strangest part. I wasn't close to Dimple. Not really. But unlike her sisters, who've caused their share of pain, she had never wronged me, my sister or my mother. She'd always been kind in the few encounters that we shared. And now I sit here, numb. Was that pure coincidence, a quiet intuition, or something else entirely? I don't know. All I know is that sometimes the distance between the world of dreams and the world of waking life is far thinner than we want to believe. The twin in the hallway. I kept this to myself for years, partly because speaking it aloud felt like tempting something I didn't want to name, but here it is. Maybe someone else has a clue. It started in early 2022, when my mom and I took a short trip to Savannah, Georgia. Not New Orleans this time, though the city had the same heavy, restless air that makes you feel watched. Because you very well might be, from my experience. My mom loves anything haunted, so she dragged me to a candlelit ghost walk. She dragged me to old cemeteries and a strange place called the House of Shadows Museum. Halfway through that museum, right when the exhibit shifted from elegant funerary history to grim displays about infamous murders, my stomach turned inside out. The walls tilted and my skin went cold. I barely made it outside before throwing up. On the walk back, something clung to me. That's the only way I can describe it. You know, when someone's right behind you, almost touching the back of your neck, and every nerve knows it. That feeling. The rest of the trip was wrong. Our hotel door unlocked itself more than once while we tried to sleep. I had misplaced a whole sketchbook I'd carried for years and it never turned up. Mom's credit card disappeared, only to slide back into her wallet after we'd gotten home. We even drove past a fresh triple car crash where rescue lights still hadn't arrived. Mom said something had hitched a ride, and she talked to the air in the car the whole way back, giving whatever it was a name. Oh, I don't remember it, but promising that it could ride along if it left when we reached home. I didn't believe her, not really. Until we got back. That night around 3 a.m., I got up to use the bathroom. My room opened to a hallway facing the living room where my mom was sleeping on the fold-out couch. The bathroom door was just to my right. Moonlight and the soft blue of the TV filled the house. I noticed Mom sitting upright in the couch, hunched and wild-haired, staring at a cold fireplace. I whisper-called her name. There was no answer, so I called louder. Slowly, her head turned toward me, but the rest of her didn't move. Then the bathroom door to my right opened, and my mom stepped out, rubbing her eyes. "What's wrong? I'm in here," she said. I snapped my head back to the couch. Empty. Since that night, the double hasn't left quietly. Sometimes it knocks on my door or calls me by my nickname, a nickname only my mother uses, which is Bug. Friends have heard it, and only old friends refused to video chat if my door was open. She would swear she would catch glimpses of somebody who almost looked like Mom drifting past. When we moved to a 2-story house, the voice began calling from the base of the stairs late at night, waking my real mom, even though she never remembered why she'd been stirred, which is, well... Aside from that, it never once used my actual name. It would only call me Bug. 2 years and another moved silent for now. but I still feel, at least some nights, that breath of presence just behind my neck waiting. The hotel called Father. Last night I tumbled into one of those sprawling cinematic dreams where every door opens to a stranger scene. It began in a creaky old hotel. It's a hotel where my family, parents, and uncle and aunt, my younger cousin, and my fading grandmother shared a single room. Animals padded in and out like they owned the place. Cats on the windowsill, a couple of dogs under the beds, and inexplicably, a goat that wandered through as if checking in for the night. Awesome. The bathroom rebelled early. My mom went to unclog the toilet and triumphantly fished out a small turtle slick in muck. Nobody seemed shocked. And the hotel itself was a shapeshifter. Each day it reinvented itself as a different horror set. First, a smoky murder mystery parlor. Then a web-strung nightmare of spiders. I told a staff member I was terrified of spiders, and they all laughed. Irritated, I found myself scrolling through articles about whether dismissing someone's irrational phobia violated human rights. Apparently it might. In a corner shop attached to the lobby, I noticed a packet of gummy bears floating in some glowing liquid. The label promised that they were laced with a psychedelic something. I ate one, naturally. Instantly, I was behind the wheel. No, the handlebars of a bicycle pulling a shopping cart full of beer. The bottles shattered one by one, the sound crisp and echoing. I had been playing a trucking simulator for a minute before, and now I was apparently hauling cargo through the streets in my mind. At a lonely bus stop under a bridge, I met a tattooed boy and his cheerful father, who casually offered me a joint. Only then did I remember I was high. The night deepened. I wandered into a petrol station with a glass of rum in my hand while an overhead tannoy grew more menacing, warning that I would set myself on fire if I didn't leave. The voice swelled until it seemed to press onto my ribs. At one point, I ducked under a car. I looked around. Sure, I was in Maastricht. Can't say that correctly. Maastricht. Oh. A place that sounds very German in Holland. Maastricht. Though nothing quite matched. Later, I nearly walked into a stranger's house that looked exactly like the hotel. Children darted about, and one of them trailing me with endless questions until another lured him away. I woke briefly with my heart pounding. Then I fell back into sleep. And this time, I was seated at a diner with my family. I was having dinner, and I knew it was a dream because the air buzzed with that lucidity. I asked my mother where we were. Everybody lowered their menus at once, and their faces suddenly unreadable. "In Father," she said. "Where?" "The town where your grandfather's father came from." Her words hung like smoke, because my grandfather's father was Irish, but there's no Irish town called Father. And then I woke for real. My grandmother, who had been fading in the dream, passed away the same day. All my dreams usually unfold in a familiar imaginary city stitched together from places I've lived. But this one felt different. Its own country of symbols, animals arriving uninvited, turtles emerging from the dark, warnings in the air. A hotel that shifts from murder to spiders to something unnamed. A hotel called Father. I used to have dreams about giant grasshoppers. It doesn't sound scary till you see them. Unrelated, sorry. The house that followed me. When I was between 5 and 7, my parents, my older brother, and I lived in a rented house that seemed stitched together from nightmares. Every night, shapes walked the halls, shadows that weren't quite shadows. They weren't just patches of darkness. They stood upright, like people without faces, almost solid with limbs and the faint suggestion of eyes. My brother and I, being children, we treated it like a strange game, chasing the silhouettes, until they melted into the dark outline of a door frame and vanished. It might sound like the fever dream of an overactive imagination, except my brother swore that he saw them too. Years later, when I brought it up, my mother admitted that she sometimes glimpsed small gnome-like figures moving quickly in corners. My dad only muttered something about seeing things once or twice, but his tone said more than his words. My brother, grown and embarrassed, denied everything, but I remember the way he clung to me back then. He absolutely saw them. From ages 4 to 7, something else began visiting me at night, something far worse. I can only describe it as a creature I'd much later recognized in the Alien vs. Predator films, though I'd never heard of those movies at the time. The first night I caught a glimpse of it, I froze still, and after that I never dared look again. But I knew when it was coming. I'd pull the blanket over my head with my heart hammering. Then it would creep in, and I could feel its breath through the covers, heavy and cold, like it was tasting my fear. And for years after we moved, more than a decade, I still slept cocooned beneath my blanket, face covered. It's a reflex I can't quite shake. Sometimes I tried to escape by sleeping in my parents' room, but their room had its own menace. On the wall hung an old black eagle plaque, left behind by previous tenants, and at night it seemed to unhook itself and become a crow, circling in the room in slow, deliberate arcs. Whether it was real or a dream, I can't say, but I remember its beating wings and the sound of air moving. The house itself had a way of infecting others. We moved about 20 miles away, but each Halloween, we returned to trick-or-treat in our old neighborhood, and every time new tenants lived there, and every family's story ended pretty badly. The first couple we met, they seemed normal enough, but a year later, they'd split amid whispered fights and restraining orders. The next renters, they got caught stealing the landlord's appliances, one of them ending up in jail. It was like the house wanted chaos and kept calling new victims. For a long time, the haunting stopped. By 17, high school had replaced fear with routine, until the day that I saw her. She appeared in the hallway like somebody out of a dream you don't want to remember. A pretty girl at first glance, but something shifted like the closer she was coming. A subtle limp, a blank face, and around her, though invisible, a darkness I could feel, the same oppressive wrongness as the creature from my childhood. I forced myself to shrug it off. Weeks later, a friend who loved anything dark and strange told me about a quiet girl in her art class who drew disturbing pictures. She showed me sketches, figures with too many eyes or twisted bodies, all of them in impossible shapes. Before I could think, I asked, "Is this Ashley's?" And I didn't even know anyone by that name. She blinked, kind of surprised. "Yeah, how did you know?" Soon after, Ashley erupted during lunch. Witnesses said she climbed onto a cafeteria table and screamed, "I'm gonna rip your fucking guts out," before lunging at another student. Principal intervened, but Ashley never came back. Whew. Yeah. Even now I wonder, did the house follow me through her, or was it all a coincidence? Or does something dark, something that once stood breathing over my bed, still wander, waiting for another doorway to slip through? The Ice Cream Fairy. Ferry, which is a shame. Last summer, my 11-year-old Cavalier Spaniel passed away. He was my shadow, my couch buddy, and my best food critic. Until then, I'd never had anything remotely supernatural happen to me. Yet after his death, I found myself aching to see him again. Just once, out of raw, restless grief. I read online about people who'd hear phantom paws on the stairs or would catch glimpses of glowing fur. And strangely, nothing like that ever happened to me. No scratch at the door, no soft bark in the night. In time, I decided, it fit his nature. My boy wasn't complicated. He was sunshine wrapped in fur, loving and spectacularly clueless. I can relate to that. If I hid a treat under a napkin in plain sight, he'd sniff the carpet for 10 minutes, and then he'd give up with a wag. A soul that guileless, I thought, wouldn't linger. He'd head straight for heaven, never turn around or think. But then, months later, there came a dream as sharp and solid as waking life. I stood on the upper level of a vast wooden ferry. Though roofed like an old ballroom, every archway opened to salt eye and pale sky. I'd never felt such a calm, full happiness. It wasn't simply that I was at peace. It was as if the place itself was peace made real. That sounds nice. Outside, gold sand stretched on forever. Tiny figures strolled along the shore under pastel parasols. And on the decks around me, people chatted over tall drinks, dressed like a 1950s holiday postcard. Sailor stripes, braid skirts, summer hats. The low murmur of laughter drifted like music. By the railing stood a man at an ice cream cart, striped apron, white cap. He smiled with a quiet recognition, as if he'd been expecting me. I walked over and I asked the question. I'd been living on my chest for months. Could I see him? The vendor's eyes warmed. "You may not come," he said. "He's busy with the children." Before I could answer, a small blur bounded into the cart, ears flying, tail wagging. My spaniel. He hadn't spotted me at first, nose twitching toward the ocean of parasols. Then his head jerked around and those big brown eyes went comically wide. He launched himself at me in one joyous leap, and I caught him, buried my face into his fur, soft and real. And in that perfect moment, the world faded. I woke with his warmth still in my arms. How dare you make me feel? Midnight Frost. Now, I know this won't win any horror awards, and it might read like every other late-night ghost story out there. Still, it was strange enough to stick with me, so here goes nothing. I worked the overnight shift at a lonely little gas station off the county highway. And after midnight, it's nothing but the steady hum of drink coolers and the occasional creak of ice chests outside. One slow Tuesday, about 2:45 a.m., I was lining up snap bags on the shelf. Snack bags, excuse me. That's when 3 sharp knocks tapped on the glass door. Not a bang, just crisp, deliberate knocks. I figured it was a trucker who'd missed the rest stop, or maybe some kid looking for a ride. But when I turned, the doorway was empty. I stepped outside to check anyway. The parking lot had laid wide and flat under a thin crust of frost. No cars, no footprints, not even the faint trail of an animal. I chalked it up to a branch brushing the door, and I went back in, locking it more out of habit than worry. Roughly 20 minutes later, the same 3 knocks sounded, exact rhythm, same spot on the glass, and this time I stayed put, my eyes fixed on the door, and that's when I saw it. On the inside of the pane, exactly where the sound had come from, was the print of a small hand, perfect and sharp and pale against the cold glass. It wasn't mine. Too small, too precise. And when I touched the glass, it was still icy, as though the night itself had reached in. Still thinking about ice cream. The quiet river beyond. In 2008, my aunt married a man who quickly became more like an older brother than an uncle. He spoiled me with kindness, remembered every small wish I ever mentioned, and always had a joke ready when I felt that life was heavy. Then in 2015, he passed away suddenly, in a way so astonishing and strange that it deserved its own telling someday. For a while after, I only met him in faint, forgettable dreams. But one night, during a season when I was drowning in hopelessness and dark thoughts, he returned, vivid and present. In the dream, he looked at me gently and asked, "Do you want to come with me?" I shook my head. He smiled and said he just wanted to show me where he now lived, and I agreed just to take a look. So we walked through what felt like a dark, endless tunnel. And yet it really wasn't frightening. At the far end, light poured in, but not from any sun. The sky itself seemed to glow. There were tall trees stripped of leaves, their silhouettes calm and dignified, and a perfectly clear river flowing over pebbles and silver fish. The air was almost still and almost sacred. I felt peaceful and uneasy all at once, and after a while, I told him I wanted to go back, and he nodded and I woke up. Months later, I dreamed of him again, and this time he sat together with me and we were beside that quiet river again. He said only this: "Here is home for me now." And then, as before, he brought me back. Years rolled by, and on a road trip with a friend, I met a stranger with scars and stitches running across his arms and neck. And over coffee, he told me of a terrible accident that left him in a coma. And then he described the place that he'd gone. A world with no sun, yet full of light. Bare trees, like something I can't even describe. And a clear stream alive with fish and stones. The only difference is he had seen a white, faceless figure watching from the shore, and I was stunned. How could 2 lives, one asleep, one suspended between life and death, cross paths in the same unseen landscape? Still can't name what that place is. Maybe it's a threshold, or maybe a promise, or maybe something beyond words. What do you think that river really is? We all got a name for that. Nice knowing there's fish, though, and rocks aren't alive. the black shape beyond the pines. It must have been about 6 summers back when I signed up for a military-style camp. It was a place hidden somewhere deep in Lithuania's pine-choked nowhere. The place was gorgeous. Tall, dark trees as far as you could see. The air sharp with resin. Our daily grind was standard. Dawn wake-ups, flagpole ceremonies, endless drills. Nothing special. Then came hiking day. We stuffed our packs and headed out with one of the counselors, trudging through forest trails for what felt like forever. Probably 3 hours until he stopped and grinned. "All right," he said. "This is home for tonight." Wait, tonight? Nobody had mentioned an overnight in the woods. But there we were, suddenly tasked with building shelters from branches and moss. While we sweated over makeshift huts, the counselor got creative, I guess you could call it. First, he pulled an animal jawbone out of the dirt. Then he lashed it to a stick with twine. It was kind of shaman style. Next came a rain-soaked frog, skewered with a knife and tied to the grisly staff like some woodland totem. Creepy as hell, but mesmerizing nonetheless. By sunset, the forest dimmed to a shadowy blue. We tried to spark a fire using a ferro rod and a knife, striking till our wrists ached. Everything was just too damp. There was no flame. So me and 2 friends, we volunteered to find drier wood. So we wandered maybe 7 minutes before spotting a lone birch in a little clearing. Almost too perfect, like a painting half remembered. We tugged and snapped at its limbs for 10 long minutes until a noise froze us. Sharp cracking of branches, somewhere deeper in the dark. We swung our 1-week flashlight toward the sound and saw it. A black shape, massive, hunched on 4 limbs. 3 meters tall at least. The light barely touched it. So at first it seemed like a dense shadow, a trick of tired eyes, until it shifted. One long limb slid forward with deliberate weight. Instinct took over. We bolted. Don't think I've ever run that fast. Back at camp, we tumbled into the circles breathless, blurting out something into the woods. No one believed us. A group of older kids grabbed the light to check, but minutes later they came sprinting back, pale and wide-eyed themselves. That's because they'd seen it too. Our counselor, still holding his nightmare staff, finally told us to pack. No fire, no food, just a hard 2-hour march through pitch-black forest, every step echoing with the thought of something being behind us. We reached camp huts well past midnight. Nobody in our cabin sleeping, so could it have been a shadow or a moose or pure exhaustion? Maybe, but even now when I walk alone in the forest, I sometimes remember that clearing and the black shape that leaned toward us. I'm always asking myself if it's a moose or pure exhaustion. Midnight on Clay Road. I'll dive right in. I'm from southern Mississippi. About 12 years back, my fiancée, her buddy, and I moved into a small trailer tucked deep off Red Clay Road outside of Florence. The place sat on a quiet horse ranch. Just one neighbor sort of way down the gravel stretch. My fiancée found it through a Craigslist ad that almost felt too good to be true. 8,000 red flags raised. And for a while, it was too good. Peaceful nights, crickets singing, the faint smell of hay. And then things started getting wrong. First, it was the blankets. We'd be asleep and feel the quilt slowly sliding down, inch by inch, until the cold woke us and we yanked it back. And then on mornings when the guys left early for work and I went back to sleep, the house would come alive. Twice I was jolted awake by a deafening slap against the marble-top nightstand beside my head, so hard the air puffed my hair upward. Nothing was there, but I swear it was meant to wake me. One morning, it went further. I felt someone spooning me from behind, arms wrapped around my arms, legs tangled with mine, the warmth of a body and the soft press of a kiss on my cheek. I murmured my fiancé's name. I turned over with a sleepy smile. I faced nothing but the cool, empty sheets. I hate that. Every single night, Every single night, at exactly 3 a.m., the front door thundered like somebody trying to break it down. My fiancé would creep up and fling it open mid-bang, only to meet the still, star-pale porch. The pounding stopped the instant the door swung wide. One Friday, we decided to stay up and catch the culprit, gaming in the living room until almost 3. Suddenly, I heard a faint hiss of water. The washing machine, empty, was running, though you had to pull a stubborn metal lever to start the water because we could process that. The door began again. The door banging. We charged to the entryway, flung it open, and nothing. Silence so heavy it felt like a weight. The worst came on a humid, cicada-loud evening, when the air itself seemed to split open. A man and a woman's voice just started roaring from nowhere, and it was vicious and raw. "I hate you. You'll regret this." I circled the trailer, barefoot in the dirt, searching. Not a soul. Back inside, the shouting was somehow louder, like the walls themselves were screaming. No TV, no radio, only us there. The moment we left, the nightmare ended. We've lived in 3 different places since. Never a single unexplainable sound. But I still think about that trailer on Red Clay Road, about the invisible hands that pulled our blankets, the breath on my cheek, and the door that banged only when no one was there. Some nights I wonder if that lonely horse ranch holds a story older and darker than we dared to learn. And every now and then, I still wake up at 3 a.m., my heart hammering, listening for the knock that isn't there. The forest that breathed hunger. It was late September 2016, my 3rd year of college, and for 7 nights straight, my friend Bada and I had been sneaking into the Buli Batayari forest after dark, chasing the kind of thrill that makes you forget exams and sleep. Most nights were still, haunted by silence but harmless. But that first night, that night never left me. Bada's bike hummed along the dirt trail until he suddenly slammed on the brakes. His face hardened. "Want to see a dead body?" he asked, his voice low like he was daring in the dark to answer. I got a half laugh. "Hard pass, thanks." "Too late," he said, turning the handlebars so the headlight cut through a thicket of crooked trees. There it was, a man face down in the dust, his limbs bent as if somebody had forgotten how a human should fold. I edged closer and I nudged him with my shoe, waiting for a breath, a twitch or anything. Nothing. The stillness was so absolute it felt like the forest was holding its breath with him. I told myself he was just some drunk passed out cold, and I needed that story to be true. We left for our usual hangout spot. We roped a few friends into coming back to see the dead guy. But when we returned minutes later, he was gone. All that remained were long, dragging tracks leading deeper into the trees. Maybe his buddy carried him off, I muttered, forcing logic into the space where fear lived. But something inside me whispered a harder truth. The nights after, they sort of unraveled into a nightmare of small impossibilities. Shadows that didn't match their owners, voices that vanished when chased. And by the fourth night, no more bodies appeared. That should have been a relief, but it wasn't. So one evening, we gathered around a fire with 2 other wandering groups. Laughter and smoke rising like we could out-joke the forest. And that's when I heard it. Faint rustling, circling us in a perfect ring. Too deliberate to be wind, too patient to be an animal. The sound tightened its loop until it drowned everything else out. Then absolute silence. 2 minutes, maybe more. My pulse became the only noise. When it came back, it wasn't a circle. It was everywhere at once. Branches snapped in impossible directions. The trees themselves seemed to lean closer. My body froze under a pressure I can only call predatory. It was the sensation of a hand almost touching the back of your neck, only colder and older and hungrier. Then something or someone, or maybe not someone at all, it brushed the air behind me, and I swear I felt its intent, heavy and sharp as teeth. Instinct broke the spell. I bolted for the bike and yelled at Bada to head for the Bangali Sahib Gurudwara, the only safe place I could name, and a difficult name to pronounce. But the eerie part is every other group ran too, as if chased by the same invisible hunger. And later, when asked why, each described the same suffocating presence, the same phantom breath of their necks. That was the last time I stepped inside Buli Batiyari. Some forests don't just hold secrets, they feed on them. Static between worlds. It all unfolded in barely half of an hour. 1 minute my living room was quiet. The next, my sound bar became something else. More like a ghost box from late-night paranormal shows. At first, it hissed and pulsed with garbled metallic chatter. Then, as if telling me, the noise stretched into warped fragments of music, speeding up and slowing down. Out of curiosity, I whispered, "Slow down." And it did. Faster. And again it obeyed. After the music dissolved, a strange collage of overlapping voices came through. News snippets about poisoned reservoirs, government cover-ups, shifting weather systems. Then silence. The first clear words it chose were almost casual. "See ya." I froze with my heart pounding. But wonder outweighed the fear, and moments later it spoke my name. What followed felt impossibly intimate. They recalled half-forgotten moments, childhood dreams I never wrote down, odd coincidences I never confessed to anyone. The voice said it had always been near and watching and guarding. When asked how we were speaking, he replied simply, "Frequency." "Where are you?" I asked. "Fourth dimension." We'd traded questions and answers for a while, though some had ignored, like why or how. And the conversation darkened near the end. Bad ones everywhere. Don't look in their eyes. Government always watching. Finally, I go now. Silence again, heavy and absolute. Since that night, I keep replaying everything, trying to puncture the mystery. Maybe somebody hacked the speaker, but who could weave together such a private thing like those memories? Things even my family wouldn't know. And for what purpose? Just to issue warnings laced with comfort. It felt like an intense lucid trip, like waking from a vivid dream only to realize the world hasn't changed, except that now it has. And the question that lingers isn't what happened, but whether the voice will ever return again. Rover in the afterlight. My family's always been different. Some of us can sense lies the instant they're told. Others glimpse spirits, catch flickers of the future, or feel a room's energy shift like a sudden draft. My own knack is subtle. I feel vibrations and moods in a place the moment I step inside. Sometimes I even get flashes of what's to come. But my most unusual gift is the one I never expected. My spirit dog. Let's call him Rover to be simple. I call him my spirit because he's behaving like a real dog, playful and curious and aware of change, rather than a mere ghost or echo. He followed me when I moved apartments, padding faithfully across thresholds no living creature could cross. 3 years ago, the earthly Rover left this world, and he'd been with me for over 20 years now. And one quiet afternoon, his spleen ruptured from a hidden tumor. We rushed him through emergency surgery, and he survived this splenectomy. Even wagged his tail for me. But 6 days later at home, his heart finally just gave out. And everyone says their dog is special, and Rover truly was. He'd appeared in my life like a small miracle, abandoned in a busy part of town. Yet somehow he found me at midnight as if guided, and our bond was instant and unshakable. He ignored most people, even trainers. But one word had it for me, and he obeyed. He barked at things I couldn't see, especially at night, sending chills through me, and he mistrusted strangers instinctively, especially men. But even some women earned a wary growl. Eventually, I found a roommate, one Rover actually liked. And during night walks, the roommate often looked uneasy. When asked why, he admitted he could see spirits and other entities. Some, he said, had never been human at all. Most were harmless, little flickers of mischief. But sometimes, especially when Rover barked into the darkness, he glimpsed tall, shadowy figures with white faces and burning red eyes. And those were not harmless. He also claimed these things were drawn to me, especially in the quiet of the night. I hadn't mentioned my family's gifts, so my calm reaction startled him. I simply said, "Good to know," went back to my Netflix. After Rover passed, I could still sense him. I'd hear phantom toenails clicking across the linoleum, or I'd feel a warm weight on the bed. One evening, my roommate told me that he'd seen Rover cross over, but not as an old, frail dog. He described a young, healthy Rover, wearing a shiny new collar marked with silver paw prints. A week later, while building a memorial photo album, I showed him pictures of Rover as a young pup. He paled, pointed at the collar in one blurry shot and whispered, "That's it." Curious, I dug through an old shoebox. I pulled out the real collar, silver paw prints and all. He just nodded, still pale. Another week passed before I felt something stranger. At night, my arms and legs tingled as if it brushed by like a faint current. I joked about restless limb syndrome over dinner. My roommate looked at me and asked, "Do you feel it right now?" And when I said yes, he smiled softly. "That's not a syndrome," he said. "That's Rover. He's curled up on your lap." So maybe my dog never really left. Maybe he chose to stay. A loyal guardian padding just beyond the veil. Proof that love in its purest form doesn't die. It only changes its shape. The knitted clown that wouldn't stay put. So here's one for the "this can't be real" file. Because I was about 10, maybe 11. My little sister was around 8, and our cousins, who we practically lived with every weekend, came home one Saturday. They came with the weirdest thrift store find imaginable. A life-sized knitted clown. Yeah, exactly the kind of thing you'd not want in your house. From day one, the clown started breaking all the rules of normal toys. Our cousins would leave it propped neatly on a chair in their room, only to wake up and find it lounging on the kitchen counter or watching TV on the couch. And at first, everybody blamed each other. Someone's moving it as a joke. But nobody ever admitted to anything, and it kept happening. A few months later, we had a sleepover there. And by that time, the clown had gone from creepy decoration to absolute nightmare fuel. We decided brilliantly that, we thought, to lock it outside in the wooden shed. Their dad had used that place for garden tools. We double-latched the door and even checked twice. Next morning, it's sitting calmly in the living room like it owned the place. Our uncle finally said, "Enough," hauled the thing into the back of his pickup, pulling a dump run that afternoon. Good plan, right? Not quite. As later that day, the four of us were tearing around the back field on our mini ATVs, and we stopped for a drink, and that's when we saw it. The clown. Running. Not falling over, not blowing in the wind, running upright like a person through the tall grass about 50 meters away. We froze, and nobody even screamed. We just watched with our hearts hammering. 10 seconds later, it melted into the weeds, and it was gone. We kind of just sprinted to the adults. The truck bed was empty. No clown. Everyone searched the field. Nothing. No tracks, no torn yard, no clue. And that was the last time anybody ever saw it. So to this day, when we bring it up, we'll get that same chill. Sounds like a campfire story, I know, but we were there. Death's breathing. When I was about 7, I camped out on the floor of my mother's bedroom on the second floor of our creaky old house. I can't recall exactly why. Maybe I was pretending to be an explorer. Maybe I just wanted the comfort of hearing her breathing nearby. My blanket was spread right in front of her bed, and unluckily, directly in front of the closet door. It was closed, of course. Closets at night feel like they're holding their breath, so moving on. Sometime past midnight, I drifted in what I thought was a dream. Something was brushing my shoulder. Then it pressed down, a firm squeeze, followed by 2 cold hands. They were settling on my wrist. I couldn't move, and it's a nightmare, I told myself. Just wake up. But then I heard it, the sound of breathing, slow and ragged with those eerie stops between gasps. And years later, as a hospice nurse, I'd learned the name. I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong. Shane Stokes. Back then, I only knew it as the sound of something dying right next to me. The air against my ears shifted as if someone had exhaled a whisper against my skin. Panic finally snapped me free. I shot up and screamed for my mother, and she was instantly awake, pulling me into her arms and rushing us downstairs without a single question. Downstairs, while I sobbed, she told my father something that froze me harder than a cold hand's had. She said she'd been dreaming that she was watching me sleep when the closet door had creaked open. Out stepped a shape that she can only call a black skeleton. It slid to the floor beside me and lay down. I blurted out my own story, how something had held me and breathed into my ear. No one went back upstairs that night. The next morning, sunlight spilling in like nothing had happened, I crept upstairs for my favorite stuffed rabbit. The closet door stood wide open, and even now, my parents still live in that house. And even now again, every time I dream of it, the hallway smells faintly of dust and breath, and the closet door is never quite closed. The doorway that waited. Last winter, I, a 31-year-old female, I worked a short stint in the environmental services department of a busy city hospital. Basically housekeeping with a lot of bleach and a little bit of mystery. After a couple of months, I got a regular route on the step-down ICU. Some rooms had cameras. They were streaming to the nurses' station. Mostly the ones tucked out of direct sight. My job was a mix of the everyday and the eerie. Wiped down occupied rooms, tidy nurses' stations, freshen up doctors' cubbies, scrub public bathrooms, and when somebody was discharged, deep clean their room until it looked like nobody'd ever drawn a breath in there. One gray morning, I was assigned a full clean on a monitored room that was at the far end of the hall, just around a bend from the main station. After an hour of mopping and disinfecting, I stepped out, glanced at the monitor screen, and I froze. Someone tall, motionless, stood in the doorway that I had just walked out of. My heart slammed. I doubled back immediately. Empty. Not just the room, but the neighboring one too. Anyone leaving would have had to pass me. Yet when I checked the feed again, the doorway was blank. I told myself it was a camera glitch, and I forced my day back into its routine rhythm. A week later, the room got a new occupant. An elderly woman, pale and gentle, with the kind of faraway eyes that seemed to see two places at once. Went in to introduce myself, start the daily cleaning. The curtains were drawn, leaving the room kind of softly dim. As I dusted near her bed, she asked in a thin voice, "How many of us are here?" I hesitated. "Just you and me. Why, do you see someone else?" She gave a faint, puzzled smile. "Oh, perhaps not." I reassured her, pointing to the card by the bed. "If you need anything at all, press the button. They can page me." Still uneasy, I slipped around the corner to the monitor. The feed was ordinary, bed, curtain, nothing more. But that prickle at the back of my neck stayed. And after that, I made a quiet habit of passing that room several times a day. And I never again saw a figure in the doorway. But sometimes when I walked past, I caught myself slowing, as if something or someone was still waiting just out of view. Signals in the dark. My brother was diagnosed with HIV back in the late 80s. and for more than 20 years we lived with the quiet certainty that the disease would eventually take him. He never hid from that truth. Instead, he leaned into the mystery of what comes after. He read books about the afterlife, collected little charms, even kept an old Ouija board in his closet. He would joke, half serious, that once he passed he'd find a way to prove he was still around. Well, he outlasted every doctor's guess, but eventually the illness claimed him. A few weeks later, after we had shared his belongings among the family, I ended up with a piece of his everyday life, a battered brass touch lamp that he'd owned forever. 3 settings, low, medium, and high. Simple but steady, just like him. One quiet night, I'm on the phone with my mom, and she's a devout born-again Christian, by the way. The kind who believes doubt is almost a sin. And she told me, with that absolute certainty that only she can muster, that my brother had accepted Jesus at the very end and was safely in heaven. I hung up and lay in bed talking with my husband about it, about how my brother always swore spirits were real and promised that he'd send a sign. And then it happened. I stepped out to let the dog in, and behind me, the lamp clicked through its levels. Low, medium, high, again and again, a steady rhythm almost. My first thought was that my husband was playing with it. But when I turned, his face told me everything, and he's a big guy, the unshakable type. But he looked as if the blood had drained straight out of him. His hands were in his lap, and he hadn't touched a thing. In that moment, I started to cry. I felt it. Not fear, but recognition. My brother had kept his promise, and he was okay. And the next day, I was on a 3-way call with Mom and my sister. And Mom predictably brushed it off. Faulty wiring, she insisted. Just coincidence. My sister, though, believed me instantly, and as Mom rattled on with explanations, that old lamp came on alive again. It was low, medium, high, low, medium, high, like a silent signature only he could write. I didn't need more proof. My brother had found his way back, if only for a flicker of light in the dark. Midnight percussion. Lately, something downright unsettling has been happening in our bedroom. It crept in about a month ago. I'll be lying perfectly still when, without warning, the mattress beneath me thuds, like someone's drumming their fists upward from under the bed. The sound is sharp, the movement unmistakable. And at first it was a curiosity. The inaugural night, the punches were random and sparse. I convinced myself maybe it was nothing more than a settling floorboard. But the second time, perfectly spaced thumps, every 2 seconds like a metronome keeping an eerie time. A few days later, I felt 3 sharp jabs near my lower back, after 1 heavy hit near my shoulder. Then came last night. It was deep in the kind of sleep where dreams weigh like stone. A sudden barrage of rapid punches yanked me awake. Felt like somebody was drumming out a frantic rhythm, a song I didn't know, but I could feel in my bones. As soon as I sat up, the pounding stopped. Minutes later, subtle, scattered taps returned, as if testing whether I'd drift back to sleep. And my husband hasn't felt a thing, because each time he groggily checks beneath the bed, but there's never anything to find there. Just tightly packed storage bins where no person or creature of any size could hide. Now we've lived here for 3 quiet years, yet the more I think back, the less ordinary things seem. There's the faint musty scent that clings only to my side of the bed. One he insists that he can't detect, and There's almost nightly scratch sounds along the floorboards, which I once blamed on a mouse that I'd never seen, and for which there's never been a single dropping. And then there's that night when he was away. Still burns at the edge of my memory. I jolted awake to see, for a split instant, a man standing over me, his face split into a grin too wide to be human. I screamed so hard the air left me dizzy. I told myself it was a dream, but my heart didn't believe it. I could explain away a smell. I could explain away a phantom shadow, but the pounding, the deliberate, relentless drumming beneath my back, that defies explanation. The room down the hall. When I was 3, my parents moved us into a brand new house that they built on the edge of a sleepy cul-de-sac. Next door lived a boy my age. Let's call him Mark. From the first day, Mark and I were inseparable. We climbed trees, built pillow forts, swapped Halloween candy like seasoned traders. Yeah. His little brother, Simon, hovered on the edges, but he never liked sharing Mark with anyone, least of all me. When Mark turned 7, everything shifted. He was diagnosed with a brain tumor. Within months, he was gone. The cheerful house next door turned silent. His parents barely came outside for years, shutters drawn as if to hold the world away. By the time I was 11, Simon and I had kind of cautiously become friends. He had moved into Mark's old room, with the faded rocket stickers still clinging to the walls. And one warm afternoon, we sat cross-legged on the carpet, building an elaborate Lego city, when his mother poked her head in. "Can you keep an eye on Simon for an hour? I need to run to the market." I nodded and she left, locking the front door behind her. And 10 minutes later, 3 thunderous knocks rattled Simon's door. I froze with my hand gripping a half-built tower, and Simon barely blinked. He stood, opened the door, and stepped back as though greeting an invisible guest. And after a beat, he closed it again. My voice cracked. "Who was that?" He gave a little shrug. "Mark likes to check on me. Happens all the time." And it didn't stop there. A week later, while we were in the backyard, I glanced up toward my own attic window. A shadowed figure, human-shaped, was standing perfectly still inside. My mother swore nobody could get up there, and the swollen wood made the door impossible to open. Yet that night, the attic boomed and creaked like something was pacing. Soon, the sound spread through the house. Footsteps on empty stairs, doors rattling at 2 a.m., knocks on my bedroom door that seemed to jolt me awake, and my stepdad laughed about our resident ghost. But even he started pausing mid-sentence when a floorboard groaned at the wrong moment. My parents often asked why I was roaming the hall at 3 in the morning. Only I had never left my bed. And then came the night I can't forget. I was packing for a trip with my grandparents. Everyone else was asleep. When I turned off the light, breathing, loud and deliberate, filled the darkness beside me. The floor creaked, and in the corner, a child-sized shape glimmered faintly white. I hid under the blanket, paralyzed. The breathing drew closer until a warm hand pressed gently against my back. And after that, nothing. I woke up at dawn, sunlight kind of pricking my eyes. My right hand rested on the pillow, and another hand softly held it. The warmth was overwhelming, a perfect, wordless comfort. But then the thought hit. I'm alone. Both parents left before sunrise, and the warmth slipped away. Later, searching through old boxes, I found a photo of Mark. It was Mark and me grinning gap-toothed in the backyard. I framed it, set it on my nightstand. And from that night on, the knocks and footsteps stopped. And I sometimes wonder if Mark only needed to know I remembered that he was still a part of my home and a part of me. And in a similar fashion, thank you for letting me be a part of wherever you're listening. Sweet dreams. Appreciate it. Some houses want to be left alone. Others, they want company. Forever. Paranormal M steps inside of both. Subscribe. Don't lose your way. The haunted face beneath the water. You've probably heard the strange urban legend. A man whose face slips into people's dreams, though they've never met him in waking life. Some swear they know him the instant they see him. I never believed any of it, until that summer. It was August of 2019. I was on holiday in Dubrovnik in Croatia. One muggy afternoon, the sky broke open with warm rain. I stayed by the hotel's quiet pool, the surface misting like a low-lying cloud. As the lifeguard switched shifts, a tall figure had climbed into the high chair, and at first, his face was hidden behind the dripping brim of his cap. Then he looked up. We locked eyes. Everything inside me froze. It was as if my mind slipped into sleep paralysis while my body remained upright. Seconds stretched on like slow glass. My lungs, they forgot how to move. And then, just as suddenly, he turned away. Air rushed back into me, and I burst into tears. I couldn't explain, and I told no one. And here's the part that wouldn't leave me alone. I knew that face, not from a trip or a photo or a passing stranger. It was the eerie familiarity of somebody I'd known my whole life but couldn't name. That night, we ate late at a small seaside restaurant, the kind with lanterns swinging gently in the salt wind. We walked back past midnight. My room was cool and dark. I fell asleep instantly. In the dream, I was underground, in a tiled maintenance corridor beneath the resort. The floor glistened with standing water. The lifeguard, the man, was behind me, dragging me up by the arms across the wet tiles. I wasn't screaming. I wasn't even afraid, just locked in place as the dim fluorescent lights flickered overhead of me. Time melted into a shapeless stretch of hours. Then, a whisper grazed my ear, too soft to catch words but sharp enough to slice through sleep. My eyes, they flew open. He was there, not in the corridor, not in the dream, standing at the foot of my bed, water dripping from his hair. Whispers between waking and dreaming. Spent most of my childhood and teenage years trapped between worlds. From around age 6 until nearly 18, I was haunted by relentless sleep paralysis. It's been quiet for a few years now, but those memories are carved deep. The first night I remember, I woke frozen, staring at a tall, completely black silhouette of a man standing in the closet doorway watching me. And after that, the visitations came. They went like storms. Sometimes I didn't see anything, only the sound of cackling laughter rising from the closet, while my room spun and my lungs refused to work. And once, an unseen force had dragged me from the bed. I jolted awake on the floor. Other nights I fought to break free, willing myself out of my body. I'd feel the floor under phantom feet. I'd reach for the door, then snap back to bed in an instant with my heart hammering. Dream or something else? Even now I'm not sure. But it wasn't only the nights. When I was in the school's gifted program, I used to walk alone between classes. And one quiet afternoon, I noticed a girl my age. They were gazing out of a hallway window. Something about her stillness held me. And after a long moment, she turned to look straight at me, and then simply wasn't there. No footsteps, no sound. She had long, dark brown hair and a red sweater. I can still picture it as sharply as the day it happened. Years later, same school, different hall. I was alone in the bathroom during class. That's when a pair of feet walking past my stall. Nothing strange until I opened the door. The room was empty. I checked every stall like a nervous detective. Silence. And strangeness followed me home too. My dad's old house, I once caught the shape of a shirtless man beside me. That was while I was washing my hands. The moment I turned, nothing. Another time, sitting at the office computer, my empty soda can had slid off the desk with a decisive clatter. No breeze, no bump. I just muttered, "Rude, don't do that." I kept typing, pretending the hair hadn't tightened itself. And even now, in my grandparents' house, there's one room I avoid. No stories, no proof, just a feeling like eyes pressing onto my back. And it was there when I was a kid, and it's stronger than ever. I don't claim to know what any of it was. Maybe a lifetime of vivid dreams and restless nerves. Maybe something stranger. A thin veil that sometimes maybe it forgets to stay closed. All I know is that for years, day and night blurred in quiet, unsettling ways. Whispers between waking and dreaming that never quite let me go. The Night Runner. I live in a quiet valley town. It's where the biggest thrill most nights is a late drive with a cheap drink in hand. Last September, just after midnight, two friends and I were just out doing exactly that, meandering down dark county roads with cherry slushies from the only all-night station. It was our usual ritual, harmless and almost comforting. And at some point, we drifted onto a road we normally skip. None of us planned it. In 1 minute, we're talking about apartment hunting and weekend plans. The next, my friend stomped the brakes. Something darted across the beams. At a first glance, it was just a deer, a young buck, smooth and quick. We exhaled together. But a strange silence stayed in the car as we crept forward. A few miles later, back on a familiar road, I let out a nervous laugh. "Okay, this sounds insane," I said. But for a second, I thought that thing was a man running on all fours. Both of them stared at me. Slowly, each admitted they'd had the same thought. It made no sense. We'd watched the animal disappear into the brush. It was a deer. And yet, we'd all pictured something human, something impossibly fast and low to the ground. I filed it away as a late-night brain glitch, until last night, around 2 a.m., I woke to the faint crunch of gravel. And there, on the lawn of my suburban duplex, a lone deer stood perfectly still, staring straight at my bedroom window. No woods nearby, no fields for miles, just the faint reflection of my lamp in its dark eyes. Of course, deer do wander. Everybody tells me it's normal. But when I think about that back road and, three minds conjuring the same impossible image at once, I can't shake the feeling that maybe we didn't see a deer at all. Maybe something else is still out there, and I think it's watching. Moonlight Sentinels. During the long hush of quarantine, my friend and her 4-year-old son were just staying with me for a quiet pocket of rural Iowa, or in a quiet pocket of rural Iowa. Her relationship with the boy's father had frayed badly, so I'd offered them a safe place for a while. Every evening we made a ritual of stepping outside to watch the sky. With so little light pollution, the heavens above my little house felt almost limitless. We would joke and point, "That can't be a plane, right?" But never once had I felt fear while stargazing. Until last night. The moon glowed round and white as a coin, and the air held that sharp, early spring clarity. And after her son finally drifted off, he'd been fussing from a brief nosebleed earlier. We slipped out to the backyard, and instantly something felt off. Strange lights seemed to pulse on the horizon, silent and distant. I tried to play the game that we always played, guessing at planes or satellites. But my skin prickled with a quiet alarm I couldn't explain. Her boy's cry cut through the night. We hurried inside to comfort him. She settled beside him, phone in hand. I paced and I replayed the sight that we'd left behind. When he dozed off again, we returned outside. The world had changed in just 30 minutes. A ceiling of clouds had rolled in, too quickly and too evenly. And they weren't ordinary clouds. They were thick and sculpted and oddly luminous at the edges. Little silver flashes winked at the corner of my vision, vanishing when I turned. It was as if the sky itself was trying to hide something. I suggested we check the front yard, because from there the moonlight leaked through a jagged break in the cloud cover, throwing a cold glow across the street. And for a long stretch we sat on the back of her car watching it. And then we noticed these things like a cluster of flickers just a couple of blocks down the dead-end street. Low and restless and unnervingly bright. They moved like giant fireflies swirling around an invisible lamp, appearing and vanishing in erratic bursts. I tossed out explanations like faulty wiring, distant fireworks, but each theory collapsed under its own weight. The neighborhood lay in perfect stillness. No dogs barked, no breeze stirred. Even the usual distant hum of the highway felt muted, as if the night itself were holding its breath. And then a silhouette came. At first I thought it might be a bat, and then bigger. Perhaps an enormous hawk. A dark shape with an impossible wingspan seemed to glide out of the same direction as the strange lights. They settled on the power pole across the street. Against the pale moon, its outline was stark and absolute, yet the details refused to resolve. I couldn't tell which way it faced, but every nerve in me insisted it was looking directly at us. Minutes crawled by. We sat silent, barely breathing, while the creature remained perfectly still. I glanced back and forth. The flickering light still teased the distance, then back to the bird, which never shifted, by the way. Finally I whispered, "We should go in," and she nodded. As if answering, the bird unfurled its vast wings, launched itself into the air, sweeping above us with deliberate power. The moment it caught the moonlight, we saw it clearly. An owl, immense and pale-eyed, disappearing toward the far trees, away from the restless lights. Felt like a silent exchange, the owl watching us, and us watching whatever waited beyond the clouds. This morning, when I brought it up, she waved it off with a thin laugh, but I know that she was just as shaken. For the first time since quarantine began, I hesitate to step outside at night. The sky feels changed, like it remembers us. Midnight Whispers in Room 214. I once worked the night shift, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I was at a tiny aging community hospital. 4 floors, only 2 in use, and a sleepy ER that usually saw more raccoons than emergencies. I was the lone med surgeon, well, the RN most nights. I was juggling everything from post-op patients to stubborn cases of pneumonia, anemia, and kidney failure. Old hospitals have a way of kind of leaning into their own creepiness. We joked about it constantly. The flickering lights, the drafty hallways, and of course, the right wing of the second floor. That side always felt colder and quieter, as if the air itself was holding its breath. Naturally, that was my assignment one particular dull Tuesday night. The long walk. I pushed my med cart down the dim corridor, giving out bedtime meds one room at a time. Room 216's gentleman needed a decade to swallow a single pill, and then decided to pull out his IV for fun. By the time I reached room 214, I was behind schedule and mildly irritated. According to report, my patient, who we're going to call Kathy, was 57. They were alert and recovering from a nasty bout of pneumonia. Earlier, I checked her vitals. Slightly labored breathing, but fully oriented. I hung a new bag of fluids. I wished her a good night, stepped back into the hallway with my computer documented. The whispers. That's when I heard it. Soft at first, like a draft curling under a door, but soon distinct multiple voices whispering. Not a conversation exactly, more like chanting, low and rhythmic. I froze as my head tilted. Fatigue can play tricks on you, so I double-checked my own sanity before following the sound. The whispers grew louder as I approached 214. Her door stood slightly ajar, and from inside came a murmuring chorus I couldn't decipher. It was rising and falling like distant waves. The impossible scene. Less than 7 minutes earlier, Kathy had been tucked in, nasal cannula, I believe, in place, barely strong enough to shift in bed. Now she sat upright on the mattress's edge, staring at the far wall. Before I could move, she stood, no struggle, no wheeze, peeled off her oxygen tubing and began walking toward the bathroom, all while the layered whispers swelled around her. I caught a glimpse of her profile, lips motionless. My pulse spiked. Fall risk or not, I wasn't stepping inside. Retreat and aftermath. I hurried without running back to the nurse's station. I asked a nursing assistant to help Kathy to the bathroom, claiming that I was tired with charting. My voice was steady, but my palms were slick. Minutes later, the aide returned unconcerned. "She's fine," they said, quiet as a mouse. quiet as a mouse, well, but I know what I heard. That many voices don't come from a single woman. It's certainly not from like a tired imagination. I requested the left wing for every shift after that, and eventually I left for a bigger hospital. Yet even now, when a night hallway goes too silent, I remember the layered whispers of room 214, the woman who stood when she shouldn't have been able to stand. The light in the hallway. When I was about 16, my grandmother passed away in a small town near Erie, Pennsylvania. We'd always felt a pang of guilt for not visiting her more often. Work had moved my dad's job 8 hours away, and long drives were rare. That night, the house felt strange. Our dog, Buffy, suddenly stood rigid in the kitchen, eyes fixed on the ceiling, barking and whining. My dad half smiled and said, "Maybe Grandma's checking in." We both wanted to believe it. The funeral a few days later was gentle and warm, just as Grandma would have wanted. And among the few things she'd recently gushed about was a beautiful set of cut glass tumblers. When we stopped by her house, I asked if I could keep them. My parents agreed. Back home, Buffy's odd behavior continued. Some nights nothing, other nights restless barking at the upstairs bathroom. And that bathroom, directly over our kitchen, became the focus. My mom, a hardened skeptic and notoriously light sleeper, began to notice something stranger. The nightlight in that bathroom flickered, and it was only after she woke in the small hours. So we just went ahead and we replaced it. The full ceiling light then began to flash. Convinced it was faulty wiring, she called an electrician, and he found nothing. Soon, the switch itself seemed to misbehave. My mom swore she'd left it off, yet she'd wake to find the switch flipped on and the light glowing. One night, she stayed awake long enough to hear the click of the switch flipping, deliberate and loud. She didn't go in, something about it seemed to feel wrong. But from then on, she simply closed the door and waited for morning to turn it off. Then came the night that still makes my skin crawl. I woke up thirsty. I padded downstairs. I poured tap water, room temperature. Put that into one of Grandma's tumblers, and as I stepped directly beneath the upstairs bathroom, the bottom of the glass detached cleanly. It dropped to the floor like a crystal ring, water spilling everywhere. Not a crack or shard, just a perfect hollow tube in my hand and a neat glass disc on the tile. I nearly cried. Those tumblers meant so much. Grandma had promised them to me. Why would she if it was her, why would she if it was her? Why would she break one? But after that, everything stopped. No more barking, no flickering lights, no phantom clicks. Moved out a few years later. My parents stayed another decade. Nothing else ever happened. I still wonder, did something else come when Grandma left? And why did it end the night the glass broke? Because deep down, I know this. That wasn't Grandma. And me and you, well, I started it off wrong. I also had a dog growing up that was named Buffy. Excellent choice. Vampires and stuff, right? The map in the doctor's office. When I was about 10, I had a beagle, and his name was Frodo. He vanished again. It wasn't his first great escape. As usual, we blanketed the neighborhood with flyers. We paid for local radio spots. Days passed, and there was nothing. Then on one rainy afternoon, my father came home looking oddly certain. "Let's go bring Frodo back," he said. This was years before Lord of the Rings movies. My older brother were already lifelong Tolkien devotees. So we followed him down a lonely gravel road. It was well outside our usual search area. And there, in front of a quiet ivy-covered gate, sat Frodo, tail wagging like he'd simply been waiting for an appointment. No one appeared from the house, though. My father opened the gate. Frodo leapt into the car as if he'd been summoned. For 2 decades, Dad kept the mystery to himself. And then one winter night, with the fire crackling and glasses of wine in hand, he finally told us. And he's a physician, and on that day he'd seen a patient who, noticing his heavy mood, he asked him what troubled him. Dad explained about the runaway dog and a heartbroken kid at home. The patient seemed to smile and requested a scrap of paper and drew a neat map. "You'll find your dog here," he said. No explanation, just that simple. And the map was perfect. As Dad finished the story, silence settled over the room until my godfather spoke. "Some people are gifted with things that we can't measure." My mother looked at me and said lightly, "Like Julian, right?" Everybody turned. My godfather raised an eyebrow. "True?" I hesitated. For years I'd hidden small inexplicable moments, seeing shapes in empty rooms, sensing people who weren't there, as our family prized logic and science. But that night something shifted. "Yeah," I said. I told him about the ghosts of my childhood. Without a word, my godfather left the room and returned with a rare Portuguese vintage that he'd been saving. He poured it into a tall crystal glass and lifted his own and said, "To Julian, for the courage to share the unseen with us." And it remains one of the warmest memories of my life. A night when a runaway dog, a mysterious map, and a quiet toast stitched our family even closer together. The smoke signal. Zelda, let's call her that, had flown to San Juan for her aunt's funeral. A trip heavy with sorrow and salt air. And that first night, she and her cousin dragged their twin beds together, hoping that shared warmth might ease the grief's sharp edges. Eventually, exhaustion won and they drifted off. But the night would not stay quiet. Several times, Zelda awoke to her cousin suddenly sitting bolt upright, as if yanked by invisible strings. Startled, Zelda finally nudged her bed a little bit away, thinking maybe space would keep the disturbances at bay. Across the makeshift gap, her cousin whispered pretty tensely, like she kept feeling a firm hand on her back, pushing her upright. Minutes later, it happened again. Only this time, a scream split the dark. Zelda spun around and froze. At the foot of her cousin's bed hovered the upper half of her aunt's figure, faint as moonlight but unmistakably real. Her eyes darted wildly, her mouth opened and closing like she was trying to warn them, to plead for something. Panic surged through the room. They bolted for Zelda's uncle's room, but halfway down the hall they smelled it, acrid smoke. Through the stairwell window, a flicker of orange betrayed the fire eating through the family bakery below their apartment. Flames were already creeping upwards. The alarm spread through the house as fast as the smoke. Everybody escaped into the humid Puerto Rican night, shaken but alive. Later, standing barefoot in the street as firefighters battled the blaze, Zelda realized the awful symmetry. Her aunt's funeral by day, her aunt's spectral warning by night. Had that apparition not appeared, had she not insisted on being heard, they might never have woken until the smoke itself would claim them. The birthday board. On my 11th birthday, my aunt showed up with a gift that made everyone raise their eyebrows. A Ouija board. Yep, the kind you see in horror movies. Because back then it was stacked right next to Monopoly at the toy store. Marketed as a game, and of course my friends and I thought being a little bit spooked was the ultimate fun. That night a few of us stayed over. We giggled our way through the first round, fingers barely brushing the planchette. Nothing happened, naturally. Just a board and our own dramatic imaginations. Or so we thought. A couple of weeks later, my best friend Sophie came over. And after dinner, Mom treated us to warm brownies and mismatched coffee mugs. Hers had a chipped sunflower print that I loved. I asked if we could take them to my room. Mom just waved us off with a smile. We sat cross-legged on my daybed, crumbs scattered on the blanket. When the brownies were gone, Sophie grinned and pulled the Ouija board from under the bed like a magician revealing a trick. We placed the mugs carefully on the carpet beside us. We began again. Nothing, not even a faint creak, just the usual nervous laughter. After a while, I leaned down to grab the mugs so we could take them back to the kitchen. And that's when my breath caught. The spoons, both of them, they weren't inside. They were lying next to the mugs. Each one snapped clean at the neck. For a heartbeat, I couldn't move. Sophie whispered, "You saw that too, right?" My throat tightened. We hadn't heard a sound. No clink, no snap. All we heard was silence. I scooped everything up and I rushed downstairs, words tumbling over themselves. Mom examined the broken spoons, thick stainless steel, and her face went pale. She said nothing, just took the board and locked it away, and I never saw it again. Even now, when I remember the neat and possible breaks in those spoons, a shiver will run up my spine. There's no explanation I can cling to. It's the one memory from childhood that still feels like a door left slightly open to something I'd rather not meet. The Restless Alehouse. Many years back, my grandmother ran a creaky old tavern on the edge of the foggy English village that I lived in, a place she'd inherited from her father. Every weekend, I'd scurry about clearing pint glasses and stacking chairs, as while she hummed soft tunes behind the bar. But one rain-slick evening, the easy warmth of the pub turned strange. We were mid-chat when a deep, scraping groan rolled through the floorboards, like a heavy oak dresser being dragged across bare timber. The sound set every hair on my arm standing upright. No one else was in the room, and later digging through town records and letters, we uncovered a grim history. Almost every previous owner, except my great-grandfather, had died within those walls. One name kept surfacing. A solitary man who tried to turn the pub into a private house. Relatives recalled how often he'd haul heavy furniture alone, never lifting, only dragging. It was exactly the sound that we'd heard. But that was just the beginning. Upstairs lived a chorus of secrets. Sometimes you could catch the faintest hush of a woman's voice, weaving a conversation that ended the instant you crept closer, as though they knew you were listening. Other figures were sharper and more tragic. At the narrow back stairwell, some nights a man appears sprawled in a dark pool. The memory of a sort of violet. Excuse me, there should be an N there. Memory of a violent push frozen in time. In the storage loft, a rope still hangs where a desperate young mother ended her life. Locals whispered her little girl still visits. Her soft weeping echoes as she gazes up at the beam. And there were others. A furious couple locked in an eternal argument about their lost child. A pale teenage girl who never stopped staring at a portrait of two older people, murmuring, "Don't go." And a small boy of about 7, blood-stained and wandering as if searching for somebody who will never come. My grandmother believes the boy might be tied to the man at the stairwell, but she's never been sure. And on quieter nights, we both swear we've seen my great-grandfather himself, sleeves rolled up, silently polishing the bar, or checking the old brass taps, still tending to the place that he loved. Pub is long closed now, but when I think back to that low scraping sound, I sometimes wonder, were they all just echoes of memory, or is that old alehouse still busy every night with the restless company of those who never quite left? The Valley of Echoes. We first rolled into Los Angeles, and this was the early 80s, by the way. We landed in a modern 8-unit complex in the San Fernando Valley. Picture a 2-story box sharing a cracked driveway with its twin next door, all bathed in that golden South Cal haze that made every afternoon feel cinematic. My parents managed the place and tucked us into a temporary ground floor apartment, while a bigger one upstairs was being redone. My brother and I shared the smaller bedroom, and whenever he was out, I'd retreat to the living room couch, uneasy about the corner where my bed sat. The air there, it felt heavier, like someone standing just out of sight from me. Weeks later, we moved upstairs, and, well, life reset. Until 3 months on, the new tenant downstairs knocked on her door. I was making a snack when I heard her ask my mom, half whispering, whether her unit might be haunted. The night before, she said she woke to see a little girl leaning across her bed, reaching for something near the headboard, exactly where she kept a handgun. Curiosity got the better of me. I asked if her room was on the right side of the hallway, and if her bed faced the window. "Yes," she said with her eyes wide. I just nodded and I went back to the kitchen. My mom stared at me like I'd just confessed to a crime. Soon after, the tenant above our old apartment went out of town. Asked my mom to keep an eye on her place. 2 nights in, pounding and crashes erupted overhead, as if somebody was dropping cannonballs. We inspected the empty unit more than once. Nothing was ever moved. Downstairs neighbors complained of phantom footsteps and bowling ball-like thuds. And eventually, a longtime neighbor across the driveway, they filled in the missing history. Years earlier, a father locked in a bitter custody battle had brought his 2 children home for a weekend visit. He let them play next door, then called his ex-wife with a chilling message. "If I can't have them, neither can you." And moments later, he shot the children and himself. Ugh. Our old apartment was where they were found. Oddly enough, our current apartment, where the tragedy had unfolded, was peaceful for us. The uneasy vibes were in the other unit, the one I dreaded sleeping in. Maybe I'm simply more sensitive to echoes than the events themselves. We stayed only a year before moving on, straight into another mystery. Our next home, still in the valley, was bigger. 18 units built in the 50s, a breezy square with a turquoise pool. Very Karate Kid. My parents again managed the property for reduced rent. We moved into the largest apartment after a drawn-out eviction. The previous occupant, a nurse who'd cared for a paraplegic man, they'd stayed on illegally after he had died. And all I knew was that the man had taken his own life. I refused further details. I didn't need new nightmare fuel. But about 7 months in, strange things began. One Christmas after my sister's visit, I swapped bedrooms with my brother. And that first night I dreamed I was skydiving and my parachute wouldn't open. I woke up screaming, found my legs numb. They worked again the moment they touched the floor, though. The next morning I asked my mom if that room had been the man's, which you might have guessed that it had been. After that, small signs multiplied. Cleaning the hall bathroom, I suddenly felt that I was in the way, followed by a sharp pinch on my arm. Dishes rattled by themselves. Cool breezes brushed past when no doors were open. And once, as I lounged on the couch, an invisible hand traced the length of my arm. My mom, oddly calm, took to calling the unseen presence John, though I always felt his name was Jack, so whenever a woman slept in what had been the nurse's room, activity would spike. Fluttering newspapers and louder knocks, more insistent breezes. When the room was empty or occupied by a man, the apartment would go quiet. For all the activity, the feeling was never really malicious. It was as if Jack merely wanted acknowledgement. Over time, we grew used to the clinking dishes and occasional chills. Years later, after I moved out, my parents stayed, said the house gradually fell silent, as though Jack had finally found his peace, or simply decided we were no longer worth the trouble. Coincidence, maybe. But even now, when a hallway suddenly cools or a cupboard clinks by itself, I remember the valley echoes. The vanishing lights of Logan Canyon. 2 summers back, 2019, give or take, I found myself winding alone through Utah's Logan Canyon. And just as the last sliver of sun dipped behind the peaks of that, my family had gone ahead to Bear Lake that morning, but work kept me late. By the time I left, the road was nearly empty. The evening sky bruised into twilight. This canyon is a long ribbon of pavement. It twists between sheer cliffs with no easy detours or side roads, especially this deep. I hadn't seen another car in at least 30 minutes. That's when I first noticed them. 2 faint rectangular headlights floating my rearview mirror. They were unusually dim. The sort of tired lights you might see on an old Bronco or a Jeep that had just spent years baking in the sun. I pressed the gas a little out of kind of a courtesy. Minutes later, I glanced again. Gone. No turn-offs, no pull-outs, just rock walls and darkness. And a shiver of unease passed through me. I tried shrugging it off, and I just kept driving. Another mile or 2 slipped by, and that's when a sudden glow caught my eye. There they were again, those same ghostly headlights, sitting so close behind it felt like they'd never left. Only how? No one could have vanished and then caught up so quickly, not without reckless speed on that treacherous road. Hard thudding, I rounded several tight bends until the road straightened into a long downhill stretch. Perfect visibility. I twisted my seat to get a better look, and there was nothing. The road stretched behind me for a mile, empty. And then something stranger clicked into place. Not once, even when those lights were hovering inches from my bumper, had they thrown a single beam onto the asphalt or the trees. My car's own reflection never picked up their glow. Truly, it was as if I'd been staring at an image of headlights, not actual real ones. I drove the last miles with my eyes kind of flicking between the road and the mirror, but the lights never returned. To this day, whenever I think back on that canyon night, I can't decide what unsettles me more, that something might have been there, or that maybe nothing was. Or maybe it had a bad alternator and stopped. I only say that because that's happened to me. The man on the landing. About 6 years ago, I'm living in my family's old seaside house. It's a sprawling place with creaky wooden floors and a whole lot of salty air drifting in from the ocean, just 5 minutes away. I was around 12. My mom was pregnant at the time. So, one rainy evening, the two of us were curled up on the couch, half watching some light-hearted show and chatting about nothing in particular. Then it happened. Out of nowhere, I felt this pull. Not a thought, not even curiosity. More like an invisible hand in my chest. Something urging me to stay, and then urging me to stand. I didn't question it. I got up and I walked toward the staircase. It was as if I was sleepwalking. When I looked up, my breath caught. A man, he stood at the top of the stairs. He wore a long black coat. It brushed his boots and had unkempt hair falling to his shoulders. A beard framing his face that I couldn't quite see. He was waving at me, slow and deliberately, as if he knew me. So without even thinking, I raised my hand and waved back. Mom's voice cut through the hush. "Lil, why are you waving at nothing?" And I turned, startled. "Mom, I'm waving at the man. Don't be rude." She blinked, confused. "What man, sweetheart? There's no one there." Her tone told me she believed what she said, and this wasn't a joke to her. A nervous edge sharpened her movements as she grabbed her phone and called my dad, and he didn't hesitate. "Take Lily and go to my parents' house, now." That night haunted me. But the real chill came when Dad told us something that he'd kept quiet. Just a week earlier, while I was fast asleep, he'd woken suddenly in the dark. Heavy footsteps creaked up the stairs, slow and purposefully. He knew it wasn't me. Then he saw him, the same black-coated man I had described. He was stepping into his room. Dad tried to move to rush to my door, but couldn't. A shadowy shape like smoke given weight. It pinned him to the bed, and he lay frozen for nearly 10 minutes, heart pounding until the pressure finally lifted. And neither of us ever saw that man again. But even now, when I think of that house with the salt wind rattling its old windows, I sometimes wonder if he's still standing at the top of those stairs, quietly waiting for someone else to feel that strange, unstoppable pull. The Little Brother's Holiday Visit. Last night, around maybe 1:45 a.m., I sat in the living room with my 15-month-old daughter. I was with my mother-in-law and my brother-in-law as well. The little one was wide awake, darting around the couch and giggling while her uncle and grandma kept pace. And out of nowhere, a sound cut through the quiet. A sharp quack from across the room. It came from a bright yellow plastic duck, battery-powered, designed to roll and quack if somebody presses its button. But the duck was completely still, surrounded by other toys. No one was near it. Over the next 10 minutes, it happened 5 or 6 times, twice back to back. By the third quack, I slid under the carpet to watch, and a sudden chill brushed past my arm. Then another quack. It felt almost deliberate, like a gentle greeting. I tested the obvious. Maybe vibrations from my daughter's running had set it off. I'm 23 and I'm far from fragile, so I stomped and even jumped beside the toy. There was nothing but silence. Both my mother-in-law and brother-in-law witnessed every sound. And here's where the story deepens. In September 2020, I lost a pregnancy at 8 weeks. And that baby, a boy, would have been nearly 19 months old now. A big brother to my daughter. And just last week, I placed a new ornament on our Christmas tree with his name etched in glass. A quiet promise that he remains part of our family celebrations. All of us believed that night was more than a coincidence. It felt like my son's gentle way of saying hello, playing with his little sister for the holidays, whispering thank you for remembering him. A simple toy quacked in the dark, but to us, it carried a message that love and family. Well, let's just say there's more to it than just those words. Shadows on a ceiling fan. I'm the third child of my parents. My brother, the second child, passed away a year before I was born. Maybe that's why strange things have always found me. I was about 10 years old when the most unsettling moment happened. We were living on a ground floor flat at the time, and it had been empty for years before we moved in. On one quiet night, as I walked from my bedroom toward the dining room, something caught my eye. The lights were off, but the faint glow from the hallway let me see enough. Up on the ceiling fan of my room sat a black figure, perfectly still, perfectly watching. I couldn't make out a face, only the shape of a tiny nose and the certainty that it was staring directly at me. It looked like a small child, maybe 5 years old. I blinked and stepped closer, and then it was gone, as if it had never been there. My mind kept circling back to my late brother. He was 4 when a brain tumor took him, and somehow I felt that dark figure was him. Another night not long after, something even stranger happened. I was in bed, eyes closed, drifting toward sleep. That's when I felt my hair being gently lifted from the pillow, slowly and carefully. Then the unmistakable weight of somebody settling down beside me. My heart slammed. I sat bolt upright, snapped on the light. No one. The door hadn't moved an inch, and that old door always screeched when it opened. I've wondered tripped over myself. I've wondered whether I'd felt these feelings before. I just never noticed. Some neighbors later said the flat was on a path that spirits used to pass through. I don't know if that's true. I only know what I saw, what I felt. The quiet presence of something that refused to stay entirely gone. Basement audience. I was chatting with a friend not long ago. We both puzzled over one question. Why would a friendly spirit choose to hang around a 7-foot-tall animatronic Pennywise the dancing clown? The best guess we had may be in the Halloween store full of rubber masks and plastic skeletons that, well, maybe towering clowns was simply the most human thing to talk to. Years ago, I worked at a haunted Halloween store as well, and everyone on staff eventually collected a creepy story. We'd had an older man who quietly camped behind the building with a shopping cart full of broken toys. And he wasn't the first drifter to find that hidden corner. probably won't be the last. It was admittedly a perfect spot to disappear. When the store cleared out its stock one November, I scored the giant Pennywise animatronic for a ridiculous discount. I lugged him home grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. He actually became the centerpiece of my growing Halloween display. Kids, neighbors, even delivery drivers loved him. My house had never been haunted until, well, Pennywise. The first sign came one winter night. I woke to find a clown at the foot of my bed. This wasn't a dream image that vanished when I blinked. It stayed there until I bolted upright with my heart hammering. Whenever Pennywise went back into the basement, the weirdness stopped. And we've owned him since 2019, and the pattern hasn't changed. Each October, once he's upstairs, the lights misbehave. 2 Halloweens ago, my bathroom bulb became a relentless strobe light. My little boy asked if we could close the scary light. One evening, Pennywise's eyes lit up, and my husband saw it too, though he wasn't even plugged in. Last fall, it escalated. While I sat reading, the clown rotated slow and deliberate until he faced me, and that motor doesn't even allow that motion. A hallway bulb began pulsating in an eerie rhythm until I acknowledged it on camera. It felt intentional, as if he was saying, "Take me back down." So we did. My husband positioned him by the basement window, like giving him a view. Oddly, helpful things followed. A lost scarf folded neatly by my bed. Music on my phone starting exactly when I needed to leave, though there's no alarm set. And then, silence. Almost a polite thank you. Still, when I'm stressed, another mystery creeps in. Out of nowhere, my home smells sharply of cigarettes and cheap whiskey. None of us smoke or drink, that I know of. And at other times, it's an old-fashioned perfume, so vivid I can taste it. I keep thinking about buying a spirit box, just to ask who's there, but I'm afraid of inviting something darker. Whoever shares space with Pennywise doesn't feel cruel, but maybe curious or maybe protective. But this house is our refuge. So for now, the clown waits downstairs, watching through the basement window. And I'm left wondering which of us chose the other. Moonlight over Barisal. At the close of 2007, in Barisal, Bangladesh, I was a 7th grader. I was caught up in the magic of Shand Rat, the final evening of Ramadan, when laughter and small mischief filled every corner of our lives. That night, my cousins declared an all-out hide-and-seek tournament in our backyard. The air smelt of damp earth and, fried sweets, and the old mango trees along the side of the road stood as silent witnesses. Our home mirrored 2 others nearby. A spacious front yard, a venerable Kachari house for guests, and beyond the cracked courtyard bricks, a narrow lane that carved into shadows. Those trees along the lane were scheduled to be cut the next morning, their trunks already marked with white chalk like quiet warnings. When it was my turn to seek, I prowled every corner. I was calling out softly. The night was holding its breath. Then I saw her, a woman in a deep black veil. They were gliding down the narrow road. I thought it was her neighbor's pious aunt, known for her travels to Talim gatherings, so I called out. But she moved on, silently. Something in her pace drew me closer. I hurried, my heart knocking. I tapped her shoulder. She turned so abruptly that the world seemed to tilt. One violent shove sent me stumbling back. Her face, no, not really a face, but something stretched and pale. Eyes like dark wells flashed before me. A scream clawed its way out of my throat, and my cousins and our guardian came running. But the veiled figure had melted into the night, leaving only the sound of distant prayer calls and the smell of crushed leaves. 2 quiet years passed. By 2009, I was in 10th grade. I was obsessed with computers and cycling daily to a class some 20 minutes from our village. In one dusky evening, just before the Maghrib call, I pedaled home. A modest Hindu temple had opened recently along my route, its bells faint in the evening air. And there by the temple gate stood my school friend Anwar, strangely still. "What are you doing here?" I teased. "For no reason," he murmured, his eyes downcast. "Hop on, I'll drop you." "All right," he said almost reluctantly. As we rode, the bicycle felt heavier, unnaturally heavy, as though a second, like an unseen passenger, pressed down on the back wheel. I shook it off. When the muezzin's call rang out, the weight suddenly vanished. I glanced back, and Anwar sat quietly with his face unreadable. We reached his home, a lonely house in the middle of the vast dew-soaked fields. A wooden bench under a tall coconut tree swaying in the moonlight. "No one's home," he said. "They've gone to Nanabari. Sit, I'll bring a fresh coconut." He returned, handing me the green coconut with owl. And as we drank, he asked softly, Do you know where you are?" "Of course, your house," I replied. He tilted his head. "Look again. Don't you recognize your own road?" The air thickened, his voice deepened, almost echoing. "Do you really know me?" A chill spidered down my spine. Under the moonlight, his hair seemed to lengthen, spilling over his shoulders. Thick fur sprouted along his arms. His face twisted, jaw elongated into something beastly and ancient. I bolted, my heart was like a drum. The field stretched endlessly. It was pocked with rat holes and shadowed craters. And from one of those dark pits, a cold, sinewy hand clamped around my ankle. I kicked and tore free, running until my lungs burned. A guttural voice followed, whispering my name. And then, a collision. I crashed into a man. I fell hard. The last thing I heard before darkness claimed me was the soft rustle of his robe and the recitation of holy verses. I awoke inside a small mosque. The village imam and several worshippers bent over me, their eyes wide with concern. They cleaned the cuts on my arms and murmured Quranic surahs until my trembling eased. Water, prayed over and blessed, cooled my throat. Slowly, words returned, and I told them everything. Later that night, when I called Anwar's house, his mother calmly explained he was still at his grandfather's place miles away. An elderly Hafez listened and finally said, "A jinn of the forest, Kali, followed you. It borrowed your friend's likeness when you passed the temple." And even now, years later, when the night is quiet and the moonlight floods the fields of Barisal, sometimes feel that faint pressure of that invisible weight. That weight on that wheel. I do wonder if Kali still remembers my name, the girl in the doorway. It was the kind of summer night where the air feels thick and slow. Maybe 2015, though it could have been 2014. Our house, a 1950s relic, it had already built its own quiet mythology. My oldest brother used to talk about the thing he and his girlfriend saw down there. Something that left them so shaken they sat outside in the dark until I came back from the grocery store. And here's how he told it. The basement bedroom is small, the bed facing a doorway that opens straight into the downstairs living room. He and his girlfriend were lying there, mid-conversation. He faced the wall, she faced the door, and at first, she thought she saw movement. Then a little girl standing silently in the doorway. Not wanting to alarm him, she kept quiet. But when she dared to look again, the girl wasn't at the door anymore. She was standing right next to the bed. And that's when they left the house without a word. And I believed him mostly. But the truth is, nothing ever really stuck until it was my turn. A year later, the same room belonged to another brother. And we both loved drawing, and often worked in his room because he had the best supplies. One night, the living room lights were off. The door was open. I was sitting on the bed with my sketchbook. And that's when I felt at first like someone was watching, and I looked up. There she was. A small figure, perfectly still in the doorway. Short hair brushing her shoulders. Simple dress, not quite a gown. And her arms hung straight at her sides, angled slightly forward as if she'd been walking and simply stopped. The strangest part, it wasn't her stillness. It was her face, because there wasn't one. My brother jumped up suddenly and slammed the door shut. "You saw that too, didn't you?" he said with his voice tight. And we still talk about that night. Nothing like it has happened since. And the house has gone quiet again, though visitors often say it feels heavy and uneasy. And even the dog sometimes stands in a corner staring at nothing, tail stiff. Maybe he sees what we don't. Used to think ghosts belonged in stories. And now I'm not so sure, even though I'm telling a story. The Banshee in October. About 8 months ago, when the air smelled of pumpkins and cold leaves, I stayed at my boyfriend's mom's place. Technically, it was her ex's house, or baby daddy, as she called him. Scary. My boyfriend was away visiting his grandmother, so it was just me, his mom, and his 2 younger sisters settling in for a scary movie night. Halfway through the movie, the conversation drifted, like it always does in haunted houses, to the house itself. Supposedly, it had a history of strange knocks and whispered footsteps. Now, 15-year-old me was a walking advertisement for all things witchy. Tarot cards, black candles, and especially Ouija boards were my thing. Naturally, I suggested we make one and see who's home, so to speak. Bad idea, yeah, but at that age I thought it was brilliant. And everyone else seemed to agree, eager for a perfect October scare. I don't recall the early questions or any answers, because what came next erased every other detail. About 15 minutes in, just as we started swapping creepy stories, the house gave us one of its own. From the basement below erupted a scream. Not a startled shriek, but a long, blood-curdling wail that clawed its way up the stairs, wrapped around the living room. The baby daddy was asleep in the back room, and even if he'd been awake, no human throat could have made that sound. It was layered, part human agony, part something. Not human. Imagine a woman being stabbed mid-breath, but also imagine the sound from something that doesn't breathe at all. That's how close it felt to a banshee's cry. We froze. All 4 of us heard it. No TV trick, no creaking pipes, just raw terror. The mom, braver than the rest of us, went downstairs to check it out. Nothing. No open windows, no intruder, no explanation. We quickly said our polite goodbye to the board and ended the session. I really wonder if it was a banshee or maybe an omen. We definitely seemed to invite something accidentally on a chilly October night, though. Circles in the ceiling. When I was 14, I decided to spend the night at my best friend Mia's house. It happened to be mischief night, the one night right before Halloween. It's when the world always feels a little bit thinner and a little bit stranger. By the time the clock edged toward dawn, we were still awake. Mia and I had roused her bustling army of siblings, and I swear there were like 10 of them. Everybody ended up squeezed together in the living room. The only light came from a soft spill of the kitchen lamp, making the shadows stretch long and uneasy. At first, we distracted ourselves with phone games and ridiculous debates about how each of us would survive a zombie apocalypse. The youngest boy insisted that he build a fortress out of couch cushions. We all laughed and plotted fake escape routes. But I've always loved scary stories more than sleep. How about you guys? So of course, I had another idea. Let's tell ghost stories, I suggested, grinning like the villain I secretly was. You know, to make the walk to the bus stop extra exciting. Everyone groaned, but curiosity did win. I launched into a few tales, half borrowed, half invented, while the younger kids clutched pillows and gasped at the right moments. When I finished, the room fell silent, a thick, listening silence. And that's when we heard it. A slow, deliberate sound from above. Footsteps on the attic floorboards. Every head tilted upward at once. The house seemed to tighten around us. Couldn't have been one of the kids. None of them could reach the attic hatch. And Mia's older brother, who actually knew how to get up there, had moved out months ago. The attic was only supposed to hold dusty boxes and a set of carefully hidden tools. Yet, the steps continued. They weren't heavy. They were light, almost playful, but with a precision that made my skin crawl. Too careful for a raccoon, too rhythmic for the wind. They began to move faster and stranger still into a perfect circle. Around and around and around. The sound lasted nearly a full minute. A soft drumbeat above our heads, like someone tracing a ritual that we weren't meant to hear. No one spoke. We simply stared at the ceiling, breath held as if speaking might invite something down. And then silence. When at last we scrambled to count heads, everyone was present. The doors were locked. The attic hatch remained undisturbed. And even now, years later, there's no neat explanation. Not for the circling footsteps. Not for the sense that something up there was waiting. Sometimes when October creeps close, I think about that night, and I wonder if Mischief Night simply woke up something that had always been listening. The Crouching Shadow. When I was in middle school, there was a kid named Brent. Big, loud, and always looking for trouble. He liked to shove me into lockers or yank my backpack away with that smug laugh of his. After graduation, I never thought about him again. Almost a decade later, I got an invitation to a school reunion. And over stale punch and awkward smiles, I heard Brent had died of heart failure earlier that year. I felt nothing. Not joy, not grief. Just a quiet, cold surprise. Months passed. My wife and I, we bought an old charming house with tall windows and creaky floors. Our 8-year-old son loved the backyard. But the house had a strange undercurrent to it. Doors I swore were latched would stand ajar. Lights flicked off when no one was near the switches. And one night, my son padded into the bedroom, pale and trembling. "Something's in my room," he whispered. I let him sleep with us, telling myself it was just a nightmare. The next morning, uneasy, I bought a cheap set of security cameras. I set them up, 2 in his room, 1 in the kitchen, 1 in the living room, and 1 in ours. The first night, nothing on camera, though I did hear like faint footsteps downstairs. The second night, a shape had skimmed across the edge of the kitchen feed. Dark and human, but wrong. My wife went white when she saw the clip. The third night, silence. And the fourth night, horror. Watching my son's room on my phone, I noticed the far corner seemed impossibly black. So I switched to the other camera and nearly dropped the device. Something was crouching, something huge and hunched, fists on the floor, its face lost in shadow, staring directly at my sleeping boy. I woke my family in seconds. We drove straight to my parents' house and have never been back. And that was 2 days ago. My son has thin scratches along his arms. I keep replaying the timeline. Brent died 7 months ago, and his last address 2 streets from our new home. Can't shake the certainty that he's here, still bullying and still watching. Only now from somewhere no lock or camera can keep out. The Crouching Shadow. When I was in middle school, there was a kid named Brent. Big, loud, and always looking for trouble. He liked to shove me into lockers or yank my backpack away with that smug laugh of his. After graduation, I never thought about him again. Almost a decade later, I got an invitation to a school reunion. And over stale punch and awkward smiles, I heard Brent had died of heart failure earlier that year. I felt nothing. Not joy, not grief. Just a quiet, cold surprise. Months passed. My wife and I, we bought an old charming house with tall windows and creaky floors. Our 8-year-old son loved the backyard. But the house had a strange undercurrent to it. Doors I swore were latched would stand ajar. Lights flicked off when no one was near the switches. And one night, my son padded into the bedroom, pale and trembling. "Something's in my room," he whispered. I let him sleep with us, telling myself it was just a nightmare. The next morning, uneasy, I bought a cheap set of security cameras. I set them up, 2 in his room, 1 in the kitchen, 1 in the living room, and 1 in ours. The first night, nothing on camera, though I did hear like faint footsteps downstairs. The second night, a shape had skimmed across the edge of the kitchen feed. Dark and human, but wrong. My wife went white when she saw the clip. The third night, silence. And the fourth night, horror. Watching my son's room on my phone, I noticed the far corner seemed impossibly black. So I switched to the other camera and nearly dropped the device. Something was crouching, something huge and hunched, fists on the floor, its face lost in shadow, staring directly at my sleeping boy. I woke my family in seconds. We drove straight to my parents' house and have never been back. And that was 2 days ago. My son has thin scratches along his arms. I keep replaying the timeline. Brent died 7 months ago, and his last address 2 streets from our new home. Can't shake the certainty that he's here, still bullying and still watching. Only now from somewhere no lock or camera can keep out. Shadows on the cedar ladder. Back in Arkansas, in a small cedar-sided house where I lived with my older sister and my parents. To cut it a little bit short. By the time I was 8, their marriage was basically unraveling, and they divorced that same year. But the memory that never left me isn't the divorce itself. It's one night in that house that still makes me feel ugh. The room. My bedroom was square. It smelt of laundry detergent most of the time, and for some reason I had bunk beds, although I never had sleepovers. The bottom bunk stayed bare except for a thin plastic mattress cover. The kind meant to catch accidents, if you know what I mean. My top bunk sat sideways above it, with a ladder of thick wooden rungs that groaned with every temperature change. There was a soft, pale green turtle nightlight plugged in near the door, and it didn't flood the room, but it gave me enough light to make the shapes of furniture if I woke up in the dark. That night, my parents were arguing again, louder and longer than usual. I lay under my blanket, listening to the occasional creak of the bed frame as the air conditioner clicked on. At first, nothing really felt unusual about it, until the sound changed. The steps. This wood wasn't expanding. This was weight. A slow, deliberate sound, and I knew it instantly. It was the sound of the ladder when I climbed it. One rung, then another. My breath caught. I whispered to myself that it was nothing, just the house settling, or the AC, or a gecko in the other room screaming his head off. But then came the 3rd step, and the 4th, and by the 5th I was pressed flat against the mattress, clutching the blanket until my knuckles hurt. My heart was hammered into my ears. 1, 2, 3, I counted. And in a burst of childish courage, I leaned over the railing to confront whoever or whatever was there. There was nothing, just the wooden ladder, silent and empty. I shook it hard, convincing myself I'd worked out the last creak. Satisfied, I laid back down, but the sense of being watched seemed to only deepen. The footprints. Then came a different sound. A heavy, unmistakable thump, as if something had landed on the lower mattress. The bottom bunk was bare. I knew how it looked in that dim light. Flat, white, and featureless. But now, peering over the edge again, my stomach dropped. 2 dark ovals marked the plastic cover. Not vague shadows, but footprints, perfectly side by side. I could see the cover's wrinkles straining beneath them, the faint dip of weight that wasn't supposed to be there. My throat closed. I scrambled to the far corner of my bed, knees to my chest. I screamed like my life depended on it. I was screaming for my mom, and the door burst open almost instantly. My parents, both wide-eyed, flooded the room with light. My dad, I later learned, had his old .22 in hand. I said nothing, not a word. Terror had basically welded my mouth shut. Years later, the next morning when they gently pressed me. Anyway, I claimed I just wanted them to stop fighting years later. But the truth burned me in for a couple of years. In my 20s, I finally told my mom what really happened, and she stared, her eyes open wide. "Are you kidding me?" she said. "I had things happen there too." She told me about bread sliding off the counter when she turned away, and less convincingly about kitchen chairs stacking themselves like some scene out of a movie. Maybe she embellished, maybe not, but I know what I saw. The ladder steps, the weight on the mattress, the two dark footprints that couldn't have been there. And I'm nearly 40 now, and that night is still as vivid as it happened yesterday. Or as if. Whatever climbed that cedar ladder, it was not my imagination. The weight in the dark. When I was 12, our family had lived in that quiet house for nearly 2 years at that point. Nothing about it felt strange until this one particular night. I woke up for no reason. The room was thick with silence. As I blinked into the dimness, something shifted. A woman appeared at the foot of my bed, and I couldn't see her face. I could only see the outline of her hair and the faint suggestion of a figure. Hard hammering, I yanked the blanket over my head like it could save me. And that's when it happened. The mattress sank beside me. Someone or something had sat down. The weight pressed against me for what felt like forever. A cold heaviness that refused to leave. And then, as quietly as it came, the pressure vanished. When I finally dared to peek out, she was gone. The room was empty. But the memory of that sinking weight still clings to me. Years later, something even stranger happened. And I was 22 then. I was living in a small apartment with my fiancé. We were watching a late-night comedy marathon, and so I left for the bathroom. The hallway outside was short and carpeted, connecting the living room to the guest room. And after washing my hands, I stepped into a hall, phone in hand. That's when I heard it. Soft, deliberate footsteps coming from the guest room side. Thinking it was my fiancée, I called her name and turned. Nothing. The sound stopped mid-step, swallowed by the darkness. Every hair on my arm stood on end, and I retreated fast. I found her exactly where I'd left her, laughing at the TV. I locked the bedroom door and for the first time in years slept with the light on. The White-Faced Watcher. So my boyfriend and I, we pulled into a quiet church parking lot at night, and his Jeep was facing the dark silhouette of the chapel. He'd just come off of a night shift break, and he wanted to unload something heavy that had been on his mind. The world outside felt hushed, only the soft hum of the engine and his low, serious voice filling the air. At around 3 a.m., he got a call to return to work, so he started to leave. And that's when we saw 3 deer at the far edge of the lot. An alleyway offered a better view, and on a whim we turned in. We parked for a moment, headlights off, just watching. 2 were stags, antlers sharp against the night. The third, a doe, and it kept moving, fading into the tree line, while the males lingered, eyes catching faint starlight. And then something changed. As we backed out and swung the headlights across the clearing, they landed on a shape. At first, I thought it was the third deer until it lifted its head. My boyfriend squinted and muttered, almost to himself, "That's a weird-looking deer." I leaned forward and, like a chill, just slid down my spine. Its face was wrong. White from jaw to eyes, with a nose that looked flattened, almost pressed in. Its eyes weren't set to the sides like a deer's. They stared straight ahead, fixed on us with this cold, deliberate focus. The body was perfectly deer-like, but the face, it just didn't belong. And for a moment, we all just stared. Me, him, and that thing. And I whispered, "Is that even a deer?" He didn't look away. "It's a deer," he said. But there wasn't any conviction in his voice. The air felt heavier, and I broke eye contact first, and I said, "Let's go." We drove off in silence, and only when we hit the main road did I speak. That deer was not normal. "You saw it too," he said quietly, as if confirming to himself. But then he tried to downplay it, claiming maybe we'd only see the 2 bucks and maybe the third never existed. Wanted to ease my nerves, especially since I was headed home alone. But I did get home safely, but sleep came fast and uneasy. The next morning we talked again, and we both knew what we'd seen. And yet neither of us wanted to keep describing it. The image of that white, flat face, those forward-facing eyes, it was burned too vividly in my mind. Later I remembered something else. About a half hour before we left, we rolled the window down and listened to a pack of coyotes. They were whining in nearby fields. And as soon as we listened, they fell silent. I don't know if that means anything. I only know that I have never before or since seen anything like that white-faced watcher. The Gardenia House. My first week at the teen psych facility, the power went out. A breaker had flipped. Maintenance said they'd need 3 hours to get there. I foolishly volunteered to check the basement myself. None of the other staff offered to come with me. A sign that I probably should have read louder at the time. The basement was a narrow concrete maze, the air heavy and damp. And as I scanned the breaker box, a low male voice cut through the silence behind me. "What are you doing?" I turned, expecting to see a maintenance worker I hadn't heard on the creaky stairs, maybe. And there's no one there, only the hum of silence pressing in. I never did find the flipped breaker. When I returned upstairs and asked if anybody else had gone down, every staff member was accounted for. That was my introduction to the Gardenia House. And the encounters, they didn't stop. Sometimes the overwhelming scent of gardenias, sweet and almost rotting, filled a hallway. The smell hit so suddenly it made me dizzy. Kids and staff reported it too. No flowers anywhere, no perfume, just the air thick with that smell, as if something wanted to announce itself. One late shift, I sat in the living room, where I could see the basement door. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught movement. Hands, 3 or 4 pairs. They were scraped and clawed from underneath the door, pale against the wood. By the time I leapt up, they were gone. And another night, stationed at the far end of the house, I heard footsteps upstairs. I crept to the base of the staircase. 2 glowing red eyes stared back. Something primal in me snapped. "Leave them alone," I hissed. It growled with its eyes lifting as though to stand, and then the thing dissolved into the dark. Even the children saw what we couldn't explain. For instance, one boy of 17, and only a week from discharge with a college scholarship, he begged to play hide and seek, and I was the seeker. I saw a blanket in one bedroom rise as if somebody crouched beneath it. When I whipped it inside, there was nothing. Instead, a black shadow streaked across my vision. It vanished into another room. Moments later, the boy emerged from the closet, face white. Someone said, "Gotcha," and touched my shoulder. He whispered, That wasn't you, was it?" I never let the kid hide upstairs again. And the shadow wasn't shy with adults either. During another overnight, I spotted a tall, dark figure, easily 6 feet. It rounded the blind corner. I caught its reflection in the security mirror, then in the kitchen window before it strolled out of the side door as if the house belonged to it. Doors unlatched themselves, despite magnetic locks and fresh repairs. And sometimes when leaving after midnight, I'd glimpse a passenger in my back seat. I learned to speak aloud calmly. "You are not welcome. You cannot follow me." It would vanish usually, but one night something clung to my back and it was cold and it was heavy. It took 15 minutes of steady prayer before it released. And the house had changed me. I suffered repeated miscarriages and relentless nightmares and creeping paranoia. My weight ballooned and my insomnia deepened. And only after I finally left did the spell break. The pounds melted away. My health returned. And a year later I carried a pregnancy to term. I didn't quit because of the haunting. I quit after one of our kids, a bright, gentle soul, took his own life. That grief outweighed every shadow. I moved to assisted living, where death, when it came, was part of a long, full life. Still, when I catch the faint, sweet bite of gardenias on the breeze, I remember the house, and I wonder if it remembers me. Midnight locks and lake shadows. Back in high school, one of my closest friends had a family lake house. It's a place his grandparents left to his parents. They'd lived there from 1990 until a strange night in the summer of '93. According to my friend, his mom shook him and his little sister awake around 3 a.m. They said that they had to leave immediately. No fire, no storm, just urgency. They drove to an all-night diner. They stayed until the first hint of sunrise. By noon, they'd packed essentials. They'd left the house behind. They never moved back. To this day, his mother shuts down any question about that night. And the family still owns the property. 2 houses on lakefront land that would now be worth a fortune. The electricity remains connected. His dad swings by occasionally to make sure nothing collapses. Naturally, we had to see it for ourselves. So one chilly evening, we pulled up the long gravel drive. A motion sensor floodlight blinked on and started bright, and it didn't fade. The deadbolt on the front door, one of those key on both sides locks, it clicked open under my friend's key. From the moment we stepped inside, there was that deep, spine-prickling sense that eyes were on us. So we wandered for maybe half an hour. Upstairs, another door needed a key from either side. And beyond it, time had frozen. Furniture arranged neatly. A child's nursery waited as if it was needed an occupant to wake. And a dust-rimmed kettle still resting on the stove, and the air felt too still, like it was waiting. When we finally headed toward the garage to leave, the night got worse. I fumbled with the lock and turned to ask for more light, just as a pebble came skimming from the dark hall and struck my shoe. All 3 of my friends stood frozen, hands empty. I jammed keys into the stubborn lock, and at last the garage door groaned upward about 2 feet, and just enough for the floodlight to reveal a single wooden chair. The chair shot sideways and crashed into a wall with a violence I can't quite put into words. The garage door slammed shut so hard the frame rattled. I spun around to shout, and another rock, larger this time, it whistled past and smacked the wall inches from my head. and panic began to set. We both bolted back. We went through the basement stairwell toward the front, and the entry door, the one that we'd left unlocked, was now deadbolted from the inside. Overhead came the unmistakable thud of running footsteps, heavy and quick. Keys slipped in my damp hands until I found the right one. We burst through the mudroom door, also locked, and behind us the running sounds pounded down the stairs. And somehow I managed the final key, and we stumbled into the night. And as the last one of us tried to pull the door shut, it wrenched from their grip and slammed of its own accord, and we heard the deadbolt snap home. We didn't stop to think. We sprinted to the truck. We slammed the doors. The engine coughed to life, and every single light in the house blazed on at once. A blinding glow against the black pines. Gravel spat from our tires as we tore down the drive. The instant we hit the road, the house went utterly dark again, as though somebody inside had thrown a master switch. We never went back. If you ever ask my mom, or my friend's mom, why they left that night in '93, she'll only say, some doors are better left locked. The Quiet Tag. At another bend in life's road, I once imagined myself running a funeral home. If fortune favored me, I think I still would. To test the waters, I signed on as a funeral attendant, and I adored every minute. Funeral attendants do a little of everything: greeting mourners, guiding ceremonies, transferring loved ones from hospitals or churches, even chauffeuring families in a long black limo. But the task that captured me most and brought me to share this story was managing cremations. Among the countless memories of that time, only one ever made me doubt the finality of death. Submitted for approval of r/ghost stories. She was just 18, a bright-eyed girl who ended her life after a bitter breakup. And I was there for every step: her visitation, the family drive, and finally her cremation. Her family's kindness lingers with me still, and so does a small detail. She adored cherry Coke. I think of her every time I crack one open, actually. The evening of her visitation was cold and damp. Coffee steamed on the refreshment table. Cookies were still warm, and of course the cherry Coke was perfectly chilled. By 7, the family began to arrive. Quiet conversation and soft weeping filling the air. And it was my job to welcome them, to give them space, and then always, the hardest moment, to gently explain why those double doors stayed shut until they were ready. And I'll never forget the sound of her mother's first cry, or the way I fretted over a single lock of hair that might reveal scars and bruises makeup couldn't fully hide. Earlier, an aunt had kind of brought a pale blue scarf, and her voice was shaking as she whispered, "Please only use this if absolutely necessary." She used a scarf. Those words I still echo. Cremation is exacting work. Each body receives a unique numbered tag, a thick metal medallion threaded with 10 inches of steel wire, hard to miss. Impossible, supposedly, to lose. And our chapel had 3 levels. The crematory sat in the basement, and that night I worked alone. I checked every form, attached her tag, and gently slid her into the chamber. Cremation times vary, 1 to 4 hours depending on the container. Well, she had none, so it was quicker, and afterwards, as her remains cooled on a small platform, I began the final step, separating the metal from bone fragments. And that's when the panic hit. The tag was gone. I sifted the ashes by hand, bone by bone. I swept the chamber again and again. Nothing. A cold dread pooled in my stomach. Losing a tag is a grave failure. I reached for my phone to call the manager. My froze because there, perfectly centered on top of the remains, lay the tag. Not hidden, not half buried, but resting flat as if carefully placed by unseen hands. To this day, I believe that she was teasing me. One last bit of mischief before paths diverged forever. Whatever the truth, the moment remains beyond explanation. Grave mistake. I get it. The Midnight Shuffle. I'll keep this brief. My sister's bed's pressed next to mine, so close it might as well be a giant nightstand. Before turning in, though, I placed tomorrow's clothes and my glasses on her bed. The glasses at the far end and the clothes neatly folded nearby. Around 2 a.m., I woke for no reason, grabbed my iPad to play a quick game, reached my glasses so I could head down to the bathroom. And they were gone. Not just misplaced, but gone. And the clothes, well, they'd been dragged across the mattress, now bunched up near my face. My first thought is maybe my sister had moved them. But she doesn't live here, no keys, zero chance. When I finally spotted my glasses, they were at the foot of my bed. They were neatly paired with my chargers as if placed there with intent. Went to the bathroom, my brain buzzing, but I told myself to wait until morning. My grandmother lives with me too, and well, maybe she had a reason. Over coffee, she swore she hadn't left her room. She's a light sleeper and would have noticed if she had. Could I have sleepwalked? Unlikely, I've never done that before. And I don't fit the pattern for late onset sleepwalker. Plus, I sleep like a locked box, feet tucked exactly the same way when I woke. And sleepwalkers don't usually relocate things with such precision. It's usually clumsy and repetitive motions. That leaves nothing. My grandmother doesn't sleepwalk either. I've had insomnia and occasional sleep paralysis during stressful weeks, but nothing that explains this too-perfect rearrangement. Just something strange that tiptoed through my night and left the mystery folded at the foot of my bed. Well, if any of you are sleepwalking right now, walk yourself over to somebody and recommend Paranormal M. The narrator salutes you, which is me. Sweet dreams. Bye-bye.